Imagine walking through an enchanted forest minding your own business when suddenly a high-pitched voice echoes through the trees shouting, "Hey humans, get over here for a second." The group of heavily armored warriors and hooded mages instantly freeze in their tracks, glancing around in complete confusion.
Out pops a ridiculously cute orange tabby cat wearing a green traveler's cloak with a tiny stick and knapsack bundled over its shoulder. It struts right up to them chirping, "Don't you want to check out some top-tier goods?" The party completely loses their minds, screaming in unison, "Whoa, it's a real wandering merchant cat!" Okay, hold on. If a literal cat in a cape offered to sell me mystery items, I'm handing over my entire wallet without a single question. The massive buff warrior drops his tough guy act instantly, clasping his hands together like a fanboy, giggle and squealing over how insanely adorable the feline salesman is. Eager to make a sale, the kitten reaches into its tiny pouch and pulls out a bright red cherry tomato. The young swordsman squints down at the tiny fruit sitting in his gloved palm, scratching his head in utter disbelief. He blinks twice and utters, "Wait, a cherry tomato? Are you serious right now?" Disappointment instantly fills the whole squad as they throw their hands up in frustration. Standard tropes don't apply here. The mage groans that she was expecting a legendary artifact weapon or a mystical glowing potion, not basic grocery store produce. They complain out loud that anybody can eat tomatoes whenever they want, making the tiny merchant feel pretty insulted. The cat's cute expression instantly turns into a devious, smug smirk as its green eyes gleam with pure arrogance. Pointing its little paw right at the humans, it smirks, mocking tone, "Foolish mortals, I knew you'd react with such ignorance. This is no ordinary piece of fruit." With a swift wave of its paw, the cat shouts, "Open your status windows!" The female knight gasps as a glowing blue interface screen materializes out of thin air, revealing that the tiny tomato is actually a high-grade magical system item. Reading the system screen out loud, the knight reads that eating a magical cherry tomato boosts MP by 0.1 for 10 full minutes. At first, she scoffs, thinking the mana buff is way too low to be useful during a real battle, but then her eyes lock onto the second stat effect on the display and her mouth hangs wide open. It literally says it decomposes 10 grams of pure body fat instantly upon consumption. The blonde warrior girl screams in total shock, "Wait, I can lose weight just by eating delicious food?" The cat folds its arms proudly, adding that it only costs a mere 0.5 tower coins a pop. That single diet stat sends the entire crowd into an absolute frenzy. Desperate hands shoot out from every direction, throwing massive bags of gold as everyone screams, "Give me 300 of them. No, sell all of them to me. I'll double the price." Seriously? Who knew the ultimate cheat item in a fantasy dungeon tower would be a magical weight loss tomato? In the middle of the crazy buying spree, a beefy warrior grabs the cat merchant by the shoulders and roars in desperation, asking where on earth it got these miraculous items and who created them. The poor cat starts sweating bullets, flustered, embarrassed, as the intense pressure mounts. Hugging its heavy bag of gold coins tightly to its chest, the cat lets out a sneaky little chuckle and slyly whispers, "That's a complete secret." The scene shifts deep underground into a breathtaking, glowing cavern hidden beneath the tower. Sparkling mana particles float through the air as lush, beautiful cherry tomato vines grow in neat rows, bursting with ripe, magical fruit. Down in the hidden farm, our main character Sejin wipes a drop of sweat from his forehead with a satisfied smile, declaring that today's harvest is finally complete. Right next to him, an adorable little white rabbit wearing a tiny straw hat proudly pushes a wheelbarrow overflowing with fresh tomatoes, squeaking happily. Sejin stretches out his arms and waves to his hardworking farmhands, calling out that it's finally time for a well-deserved break. Deep in the crop rows, two cute bunny workers wearing bandanas pause their hoeing to cheer. Sitting down on a rock, Sejin takes a ripe cherry tomato and firmly squeezes it, letting the rich crimson juice drip directly into his portable tumbler cup. Looking down at his shoulder, Sejin warmly asks his tiny magical bee companion for a little favor. The cute little fuzzy bee rubs its head against his neck affectionately, eager to help its favorite farmer. Hovering right over the cup, the miniature bee produces a glistening golden drop of ultra-pure magical honey, dropping it straight into the tomato juice mixture. Sejun caps his tumbler and starts shaking it back and forth like a high-end master mixologist. Man, this guy isn't just farming in a dungeon, he's out here opening a whole tropical smoothie bar. Pops open the tumbler lid with a crisp snap, revealing a rich, swirling golden red tonic radiating a warm, appetizing glow. Sejin tips his head back and takes a massive, refreshing gulp. Beside him, his squad of 6 adorable worker rabbits line up on the rocks, dramatically chugging whole carrots like seasoned warriors slamming down mug after mug.
Sejun finishes the last drop with a satisfied sigh while all the bunnies slam down their chewed-up carrot nubs in perfect sync. Suddenly, a sparkling system screen pops up, declaring that he created a Vitality drink honey-mixed cherry tomato juice. Raising his tumbler high in the air, Sejun laughs that this peaceful life is absolute perfection, while his bunny helpers throw their carrots in the air, celebrating. Out of nowhere, a heavy blue system prompt drops straight onto Sejun's head with a sharp smack. The pop-up assigns a mandatory additional quest to distribute honey water to the tower managers, warning that while there is zero compensation, failing to do so will result in severe disappointment. Terrified of angering the mysterious managers, Sejun frantically waves his hands around, promising the hovering status window that he'll brew them a fresh batch real soon. Right at that moment, a cute voice echoes down from the cave ceiling opening as the orange cat merchant leaps down through the sunlight, shouting out for Master Sejun. Throwing its tiny paws up in the air with pure excitement, the feline merchant shouts that it's finally back from its sales trip. Sejun catches the cat right out of the air and sweeps it up into a giant warm hug. The cute bunnies circle around his feet, jumping up and down in pure joy to welcome their merchant friend home. The cat proudly lifts up a massive leather sack brimming with shiny gold tower coins, purring that every single tomato sold out instantly. Sejun pats its head gently, joking that he might promote the cat to CEO for an hour, before grinning mischievously that his name will soon spread across the entire world. Flustered by Sejun's silly antics, the cat wiggles free and dramatically flops onto the ground, yelling that there's no time to waste fooling around. It demands to eat quickly and restock because it wants to earn tons more cash, shouting at the black rabbit to help refill the inventory. In a flash of blinding speed, the fierce black rabbit leaps across the underground stream, slashing wild fish right out of the air with lightning-fast strikes. Sejun leans back on the grass, chuckling that the cat has officially turned into a total workaholic money addict. After watching that energetic, chaotic scene, Sejun suddenly pauses and scratches the back of his head, realization hitting him that he almost forgot to do something super important today. Walking over to the smooth cavern wall, Sejun picks up a piece of dark charcoal and adds another crisp stroke to the tally marks neatly carved into the stone. Turning around with a bright, proud smile on his face, Sejun announces to everyone that today officially marks his 150th day trapped in this dungeon. The black rabbit resting its wooden mallet over its shoulder hops straight onto Sejun's shoulder, chirping curiously if the tally mark is already done. The orange cat merchant scrambles up onto Sejun's opposite shoulder, giggling brightly as it promises to keep working hard and helping out on the farm. Looking up at the warm light streaming down through the deep well shaft above, Sejun takes a deep breath as he reflects on how 150 days ago he somehow ended up completely lost inside this terrifying tower. Standing at the edge of his thriving underground paradise, holding his farming sickle over his shoulder with his animal companions by his side, Sejun surveys the vast rows of green onions, ripe tomatoes, and buzzing bees. Striking a heroic stance with a confident smile on his face, Sejun clutches his trusty harvesting blade and asks his furry little crew if they're ready to get to work. Looking directly at us, Sejun smirks gently, explaining that this entire story is about how a completely ordinary guy managed to survive and thrive after getting stranded inside the mysterious tower. The scene flashes back to the beginning of it all. On a totally normal, bustling day in South Korea, a gigantic 99-floored pitch-black monolith suddenly materializes out of thin air right in the middle of Gangnam. It wasn't just Korea either. All over the globe, from the Statue of Liberty in New York to historic European capitals, exactly 100 identical black towers appeared simultaneously, plunging humanity into pure shock. Top scientists and military researchers rushed to inspect the massive 990-meter-tall structures with advanced lasers and equipment, only to discover the walls were made of an unbreakable cosmic material that couldn't be scratched even by a direct nuclear strike. But then, out of nowhere, glowing blue dimensional portals ruptured open on the lower walls, and ordinary humans dressed in full fantasy plate armor and wizard robes stepped out into modern city streets. Flocks of news reporters and camera crews swarmed the returning travelers, thrusting microphones into their faces while desperately asking how they managed to get inside the sealed tower in the first place. The young returnee scratches his head, explaining to the news cameras that one day he was suddenly sucked into a mysterious floating black hole, and when he finally regained consciousness, he was standing on the tower's first floor. News broadcasts, internet forums, and social media feeds exploded worldwide with headlines about the first generation awakened. People everywhere started obsessively theorizing about how the tower worked and what kind of powers lay hidden inside. Information quickly spread that all 100 towers across Earth were connected to a single mega-dimension. Upon entering, humans undergo an awakening process on the first floor where they choose a class like warrior or mage before fighting dangerous monsters that spawn on the second floor and above. Government officials held massive global press conferences revealing that every time a team successfully clears a floor inside the tower, the system grants them incredible real-world rewards and magic items. Holding up a shimmering golden card for the journalist to see, an official explains that clearing floors drops rare return tickets, granting awakened individuals the ability to freely teleport back and forth between Earth and the tower whenever they want. At the official government press conference, the spokesperson clarifies that while non-awakened citizens need a return ticket to enter, climbing the tower itself is strictly reserved for awakened individuals. When a reporter asks why this giant cosmic tower appeared in the first place, he admits nobody knows the answer yet. With a subtle nod, the spokesperson gives a signal to his assistant, who steps forward holding a heavy wooden chest. Without missing a beat, she tips the chest over, dumping a massive, blinding mountain of solid gold coins and shimmering gems straight onto the floor. Seriously, who needs a bank loan when you can just farm dungeon gold? The entire press room instantly goes dead silent before erupting into utter shock, everyone staring with wide eyes at the literal mountain of riches piled up on the stage. Pointing up at the towering monolith piercing the sunset sky, the spokesman proudly shouts that one thing is guaranteed: entering the tower will make you filthy rich. Flash forward to the present newsfeed on a phone reporting that ticket scalping has reached insane heights, with return ticket prices soaring up to 200 million won next week. Down on the city streets, 26-year-old Park Se-jun carries his modest bag of groceries, listening to an elderly shopper complain about how completely unhinged the world has gotten. The old lady turns to Se-jun, huffing that risking your life for cash is crazy enough, but asking 200 million won for a simple ticket is total robbery. Se-jun gives an awkward, polite smile, chuckles dryly as he agrees with her, introducing our protagonist, Park Se-jun, age 26. Look at this innocent guy. He has no idea what fate has planned for him. Trudging up the neighborhood stairs, Se-jun pulls out his phone to check his bank account balance, deducting his tuition loans, rent, and basic living expenses. He lets out a defeated sigh, realizing he only has 12 million won saved up at most, which isn't even close to buying a ticket if prices keep surging. Squeezing the plastic bag containing a single bundle of green onions, a sudden thought flashes through his head. Looking up at that majestic black tower looming against the purple sunset, Se-jun mutters to himself whether a regular guy like him will ever even be able to buy a ticket. He wipes his brow, complaining about how exhausting life is, feeling completely stuck in the grind. Suddenly, his eyes snap wide open as a crazy light bulb goes off in his mind. Pumping his fist with sudden motivation, Se-jun yells to himself not to give up and keep his spirits high, believing there must be a clever way to earn more cash. He peers inside his grocery bag, thinking that since vegetable prices are spiking, maybe he should try growing his own green onions at home to save money. He remembers seeing his favorite idol, Sarah from Moonlight Fairy, endorsing an automatic home vegetable grower on TV. Gotta love how a simple idol commercial is about to change this man's entire life trajectory. Se-jun starts daydreaming in full color, imagining himself conquering the tower, getting rich, and dramatically proposing to Sarah on stage with a diamond ring. Lost in his hilarious fantasy, Se-jun giggles to himself, completely oblivious to the world around him. But right behind his back, space itself tears open as a terrifying black hole swirls into existence with crackling dark lightning. Hearing the intense wind rush, Se-jun spins around in total shock, finding a massive dimensional vortex hovering right on his neighborhood street. Staring directly into the abyss, Se-jun's heart drops as he recognizes the legendary phenomenon. This is the exact spatial rift that abducted the first generation awakened. Blue energy arcs violently around the spatial tear, but to his horror, the black hole begins shrinking fast. Realizing what's happening, Se-jun's eyes light up with pure desperation, wondering if this is his one and only ticket to enter the tower for free. Throwing his arms wide open toward the sky, Se-jun dramatically screams that he's ready to risk his life to climb the tower and demands the black hole take him in. Except the black hole just sits there, swirling silently, completely ignoring his grand heroic speech. Wow, talk about secondary embarrassment.
To make matters worse, the portal starts shrinking even faster, collapsing in on itself. Panicking, Seijin shouts at the rift for getting smaller instead of sucking him in. Refusing to lose the chance of a lifetime, Sejun throws caution to the wind and dives headfirst directly into the vanishing black hole, yelling that if it won't take him, he'll jump in himself. Endless dark energy engulfs his body as he plunges straight down through the swirling dimensional shaft. Slam! Seijin crashes face first straight onto the cold, hard dirt floor, letting out a painful groan. Lying flat on his belly with his bag of green onions lying right next to his head, Seijin groans in pain, rubbing his battered limbs. Slowly pushing himself off the ground, Seijin squints into the darkness, nervously asking himself, whisper if he actually made it inside the tower. Expecting luxury, Seijin gets excited, picturing grand chandeliers, shiny marble floors, and a bustling first-floor market packed with weapons and potions. But as he looks up, all he sees is a pitch-black, barren underground cave with a single shaft of sunlight beaming down from a distant hole in the ceiling. Talk about a massive reality check. A wide view reveals Seijun standing entirely alone in a vast, empty rock cavern with nothing around except dirt and shadows. Clasping his backpack straps, Seijun stares up at the light beam in utter bewilderment, flustered, embarrassed, completely failing to comprehend what went wrong. Grabbing his head in sheer panic, Seijun screams at the top of his lungs, asking what on earth is happening. The camera pulls back into the deep forest canopy above, capturing Seijun's desperate echo echoing through the lonely wilderness below. Meanwhile, deep in a hidden sanctum, a mysterious crimson magic orb begins pulsating with intense energy on a stone altar. A massive black dragon claw reaches out through the shadows, sensing an abnormal anomaly disrupting the tower's balance. Growling with fierce, glowing purple eyes, the creature declares that as the official manager of the tower, it must investigate this strange event immediately. Cut back to poor Seijun, still standing lost in the pit, holding his head in total despair. The contrast between a grand dragon manager and this hopeless guy is peak comedy. A stunning piece of artwork showcases Seijun side by side with his adorable future rabbit sidekick, giving us a taste of the cozy dungeon farming adventure ahead. A system inquiry prompt flashes on screen, asking the fundamental question, what kind of place is the Black Tower? Cut to a popular video broadcast where an awakened female mage explains that the tower looks like a spacious, luxurious palace stocked with stores selling magical potions. On a late-night talk show, an armored warrior guest adds that the first floor's training grounds are essential for building strength to fight deadly monsters. Back in reality, Seijun sits alone on a cold rock in the dark cavern, looking completely hollowed out like a ghost. Zooming into his traumatized, sunken face, Seijun mutters in utter despair that there is no exit anywhere. Clutching his head in agony, Seijun recalls roaming the cave for a whole day, finding 0 training grounds, 0 shops, and 0 human beings, realizing he is completely stranded. Chuckling in total denial, Seijun scratches his messy hair, trying to process the ridiculous reality that he's completely trapped in an empty rock pit. Suddenly, a sharp screeching alarm interrupts his breakdown, making him jump half out of his skin. Reaching into his pocket, Seijun taps his phone screen, seeing that it's officially 6 in the morning, confirming he's been stuck down here for a full 24 hours without a network signal. Right on cue, his stomach lets out a thunderous growl, reminding him that panic doesn't fill an empty belly. Sitting on a boulder, Seijun unloads his grocery haul onto the cave floor to assess his meager survival rations. Taking inventory, he counts 1 water bottle, 27 cherry tomatoes, 10 green onions, 7 sweet potatoes, and a single washed apple, deciding to start breakfast with the apple. He takes a loud, juicy bite out of the crisp red apple, savoring every bit of moisture. Munching happily, Seijun smiles to himself, thinking there's really nothing better than a fresh apple in the morning to keep his spirits up. Seriously though, man is trapped in a monster tower and treating it like a cozy morning picnic. Staring at the tiny leftover apple core in his hand, he quickly realizes a single piece of fruit isn't gonna cut it for a grown man. Driven by hunger, Seijun grabs a raw sweet potato and takes a big, crunching bite straight out of the skin. He chews with a wide grin, surprised by how sweet and crunchy it tastes, even without being cooked. A magical aura surrounds him as he praises the incredible texture, declaring that raw sweet potatoes are surprisingly top-tier dungeon cuisine. But his joy instantly turns to terror as the dry, raw potato gets stuck straight in his throat, leaving him gasping for air. Panicking hard, Seijun grabs his water bottle and chugs a massive gulp to wash down the blockage before he suffocates. Collapsing flat on his back onto the dirt floor, Sejun lets out a huge, dramatic sigh of relief, barely surviving his own breakfast. Lying on the ground, he chuckles dryly to himself, admitting that chokehold aside, it was actually a pretty decent meal. Talk about a near-death experience brought to you by a raw potato. Staring up at the open ceiling fissure where daylight streams through, Sejun wonders how many days he's stuck living like a caveman. Rolling onto his side, he knows he can't lie around forever and needs to find an exit before his food runs out. Looking over at the handful of vegetables left on the ground, he calculates how long these basic groceries can realistically keep him alive. A dark thought crosses his mind. Whisper, realizing that if no rescue team stumbles upon this pit, he's literally going to dry up into a dusty mummy down here. Snapping upright with sudden rage, Sejun pumps his fists and shouts that entering the tower was his lifelong dream, so dying here without a fight is totally out of the question. Glancing back at the discarded apple core resting on the rock, a brilliant light bulb flashes in his head. Dropping to his knees, Sejun begins digging furiously into the soft dirt with his bare hands. He carefully buries the apple core deep inside the soil, whispering, patting the dirt back down to give it a proper home. Snapping the leafy tops off his green onions, he saves the greens for eating while planting the root stems alongside 3 cherry tomatoes and 2 sweet potatoes, watering them with his water bottle. With a determined look in his eyes, Sejun swears he'll do whatever it takes to survive until his little farm yields results. Look at this absolute legend, turning a fantasy survival dungeon into a full-on Stardew Valley simulator. Standing proudly under the shaft of sunlight, Sejun dramatically gestures to his planted crops, shouting for them to grow big and strong because they are his ultimate future. Suddenly, a blood-curdling, monstrous screech echoes violently through the entire cavern, shattering the silence. Flabbergasted, Sejun spins around in terror, asking what on earth made that noise since the first floor is supposed to be a safe zone. His eyes widen in complete shock as a sinister pressure begins radiating from the sky above. High above, through the cavern opening, a pitch-black eclipse known as the Cosmic Blue Moon appears, pulsing with terrifying dark energy. The atmosphere turns sub-zero as a giant shadow cast by an enormous beast glides across the top of the pit. Covering his ears in sheer agony, Sejun screams as monstrous shrieks and massive seismic tremors shatter the bedrock around him. Cowering in a tight ball on the ground, his whole body violently trembles under the suffocating aura pressing down on him. An overwhelming shadow engulfs his entire body, forcing him to look up into the glowing blue night sky. High in the heavens, a colossal, magnificent black dragon spreads its gigantic wings, flying across the face of the blue moon. Staring at the mythical ruler of the sky, Sejun stammers in absolute spellbound shock, unable to believe his own eyes. He barely manages to whisper how breathtakingly beautiful it is before the raw dragon aura completely overpowers his physical senses. His vision fades out as Sejun collapses completely unconscious onto the cold cave dirt right next to his planted green onion stems. Bathing in the magical cosmic rays of the blue moon, shimmering green particles begin fusing into the planted onion roots. Wow, talk about perfect timing for a magical plant mutation event. The repetitive digital chime of his phone alarm breaks the silence, ringing loudly beside his motionless hand. Groaning softly, Sejun slowly stirs awake, blindly reaching across the dirt to grab his ringing phone. Rubbing his heavily aching forehead, he blinks open his drowsy eyes, completely disoriented about how much time has passed. Checking his screen, Sejun leaps up, yelling in utter disbelief, realizing he's been knocked out cold for 2 whole days. Clasping his lower back in crippling pain, ouch, he groans loudly as his spine snaps back into place after sleeping on solid rock for 48 hours straight. Dragging his exhausted, weak body across the dirt, Sejun complains that his entire body feels like it got run over by a semi-truck. Feeling around for support, he leans his back against a massive dark tree trunk. Wait, a giant tree inside an underground cave? Looking up, Sejun's jaw drops straight to the floor as he beholds gigantic leafy green monoliths towering way above his head. Standing completely flabbergasted among giant green onion trees, he screams in shock, asking how an onion could possibly grow 30 feet tall in just 2 days. Holding his chin in deep thought, Sejun realizes that the hyper-concentrated magic inside the Black Tower transformed his humble green onions into supersized monster crops. Sejun crouches near the freshly dug soil patch, wondering if the other seeds he planted under the magical moonglow managed to sprout as well. Crawling close to inspect the ground, Sejun gasps in awe as dozens of vibrant green seedlings sprout right before his eyes, counting a total of 52 fresh young plants. Realizing the towering green onion stems might cast a harsh shadow that blocks sunlight from reaching these tiny seedlings, he decides he's gotta trim down the big crops immediately. Grabbing a thick green stem with both hands, Sejun grunts with effort as he snaps the fibrous plant, surprised by how tough and rigid it is compared to ordinary produce. Wiping the sweat off his brow, Sejun admires his pile of freshly trimmed magical green onion stems, genuinely curious about what this supersized crop tastes like. Taking a quick test bite, Sejun munch, chomps into the green stem to evaluate its flavor profile. Immediately, an explosion of intense heat ignites inside his mouth. Eyes popping out in utter agony, Sejun screams in sheer torment as his throat feels like it's literally engulfed in flames. Scrambling on all fours toward the nearby underground spring, Sejun plunges his face straight into the icy water, coughing and gagging from the scorching spice. Talk about taking a bite out of literal lava? This guy's taste testing skills are purely extreme survival content. Puffing smoke out of his mouth, Sejun admits that while the spice level is completely off the charts, it surprisingly doesn't tear up his stomach, making it a great natural spicy snack for later. Turning his attention back to his remaining groceries, Sejun pulls out a container filled with plump, juicy cherry tomatoes to satisfy his burning hunger. Popping a whole cherry tomato into his mouth, Sejun savors the refreshing burst of sweet juice sliding down his throat. Sitting comfortably atop his favorite boulder, Sejun peacefully munches on his tomatoes while admiring his newly trimmed crop row, feeling like a cozy farmer in the middle of a deadly dungeon. Winking at the camera with a satisfied grin, Sejun holds up a ripe cherry tomato, thoroughly enjoying his simple yet oddly comforting subterranean meal. Staring up at the sky streaming through the ceiling crack, Sejun remembers that time inside the Black Tower behaves strangely, with the sun bright in the sky constantly without setting. A cosmic lore panel reveals that occasionally a total solar eclipse hides the sun on specific floors, creating a rare dark event known as the blue moon. Munching on another tomato, sigh, Sejun recalls that the blue moon phenomenon is strictly documented to occur on the 10th floor, causing him to question if he's actually stranded way deeper than the first floor. Remembering the gigantic black dragon soaring across the moonlit sky, Sejun realizes with a shudder that the terrifying beast was definitely no illusion. Thinking back to famous tower history, Sejun recalls how 10 years ago, the legendary Phoenix Guild made massive headlines after successfully clearing up to the 37th floor. Most public guides on the video streams detailed the layouts only up to the 30th floor, leaving the higher levels shrouded in complete mystery. Rumors always circulated that terrifying spider monsters infested the 31st floor, but no record anywhere ever mentioned dragons roaming around. Honestly, imagine preparing for basic goblins and ending up in a dragon's personal backyard. Lying back on his cold stone bed, Sejun scratches his head in total confusion, trying to figure out which unmapped floor of the tower he actually plummeted into. Staring at the lush green forest visible through the high pit opening, Sejun gulps nervously, realizing he might be stuck on an uncharted floor that even the top-ranked human hunters have never reached. Suddenly, small drops of liquid splatter across Sejun's face, making him blink in surprise as he feels wet spots forming on his cheeks. Sitting up quickly, Sejun rubs his wet forehead, wondering if it's raining since tower weather is usually clear and sunny. A subtle rustling movement near the top edge of the fissure catches his eye, making him freeze in suspense. Climbing onto his boulder, Sejun stares upwards in panic, fearing that a wild, bloodthirsty monster has located his hidden pit. But instead of a hideous beast, a super cute, fluffy white rabbit peeks over the ledge, drooling profusely as it gazes down at Sejun's delicious crop patch. Blown away by the absurd sight, Sejun squints up, wondering if this adorable little bunny is somehow a lethal dungeon monster in disguise. Without warning, the brave little rabbit leaps off the steep cliff face, plummeting straight down into the deep pit. Panicking hard, Sejun lunges forward with open arms, screaming for the reckless bunny to be careful so it doesn't splatter on the hard ground. The airborne rabbit uses Sejun's head as a springy launch pad, landing right on top of his messy hair. Executing a flawless mid-air backflip, the stylish bunny lands effortlessly on its feet, completely unbothered by the giant fall. Staring at the acrobatic creature in complete disbelief, Sejun mutters that there is absolutely no way this parkour bunny is a normal animal. Look at those landing mechanics. Man's got a competitive Olympic gymnast as a roommate now. Trotting straight over to the green onion stems, the cute bunny points its tiny paw and squeaks happily, eager to get a taste. Noticing the rabbit's persistent pointing, Seijin chuckles, asking if the little buddy is asking for a vegetable snack. Obliging his tiny guest, Seijun carefully snaps off a fresh green onion leaf stem to share with the creature. Handing the long green stem over, Seijun smiles as the overjoyed rabbit squeals with delight, grabbing the treat with both paws. Sitting on its fluffy hind legs, the bunny happily chomps on the green stem, munching away with pure bliss. Watching the little guy eat, Seijun sits across on his rock, warmly inviting the bunny to eat as much as it wants since he's got a whole farm growing. Glancing over at his remaining crop row, Senjin is stunned to see the trim scallions already growing back at lightning speed, realizing he'll need to harvest them twice a day. Finishing its tasty snack, the energized bunny throws its arms up in the air, squeaking loudly with pure excitement. Squeaking continuously, the energetic rabbit points back toward the high cavern fissure, motioning that it needs to head back outside. With incredible spring-loaded leg power, the rabbit leaps skyward, easily jumping 30 feet out of the pit. Moments later, a heavy thud echoes through the cavern as the rabbit returns, bringing along a second fluffy companion. Seijun's mouth drops as he beholds two adorable rabbits standing before him, one wearing a tiny blue denim apron and the other rocking a straw hat while carrying a metal watering can. Blinking in utter bewilderment, Seijun stammers, unable to process the fact that another fully equipped bunny just dropped out of the sky. Pointing a cautious finger at the stylish rabbit duo, Seijun asks in complete shock if these two are actually a married farmer couple. The two rabbits cuddle up close together, making cute squeaks and flashing glowing heart eyes, confirming their blissful marital status. Watching the little bunny husband give his apron-wearing wife a sweet kiss on the cheek, Seijun stands frozen in silence as a literal rabbit couple shows more romantic affection than he's seen in years. Talk about getting flexed on by dungeon bunnies. Without wasting a single second, the hardworking apron rabbit pulls out a tiny pair of gardening shears, expertly trimming the green onion crops like a seasoned professional farmer. The straw hat husband rabbit begins sprinkling fresh spring water over the newly sprouted crops, humming a happy little tune as he works. Meanwhile, his wife works right alongside him, snipping giant green onion stems with her tiny pruning shears while her husband hauls the heavy harvest away with a massive, cheerful grin. Watching the two rodents work in perfect harmony, Seijun folds his arms with a blank expression, utterly dumbfounded by how a pair of bunnies is out farming him on every single level. Seriously? This man spent days struggling to survive, and now a married bunny duo is running a whole agricultural empire right in front of his eyes. Suddenly, both rabbits drop to the ground and bow deeply, squeaking to ask if they can permanently move into his cave pit. Clasping their tiny paws together, the adorable duo stares up at him with massive, glittery puppy dog eyes, pleading in unison for a cozy place to live. The wife rabbit hits him with the ultimate weapon, an ultra-zoomed-in, sparkling cute face that emits enough overwhelming charm to melt through solid steel. Seijun's heart gets struck by a literal bolt of cuteness. Grabbing his chest in sheer agony, he feels like his soul's about to leave his body. Staggering backward from the intense emotional damage panting, Seijun groans that he's far too weak to resist cute creatures and collapses to his knees. Trying to act like a stern boss, Seijun crosses his arms and bluffs that nothing in this world comes for free, offering to let them stay only if they keep helping him harvest crops daily. Look at this guy pretending to be a tough negotiator, when we all know he was sold the moment those floppy ears twitched. Before he can even finish his sentence, both bunnies pounce directly into his chest, rubbing their soft fur against his cheeks until he melts into complete mush. Sitting cross-legged on the dirt floor, Seijun lets out a defeated breath, accepting the fact that he has been entirely manipulated by two fluffy rodents. Glancing over at their impressive gear, Seijun inspects the metal watering can and tiny tools, realizing these aren't ordinary household items, but high-tier magical dungeon gear. Check out the incredible water aura animation in this panel. The artist made a basic watering can look like a divine holy relic. The husband rabbit casually pours infinite clear water that flows like an enchanted river over the soil. Not to be outdone, the wife rabbit reaches into her apron pocket, which literally contains a swirling galaxy pocket dimension, pulling out full-sized steel shovels and sickles out of thin air.
Sitting on his rock, Sejun pouts with intense jealousy, wishing his human inventory was half as cool as a bunny apron. Within seconds, the energetic duo squeaks happily, proudly pointing to a neatly harvested field of trimmed scallion stumps and a perfectly stacked pile of green leaves. Walking over to inspect the progress, Sejun instructs them to lay out the green onions to dry before checking on his sweet potato mounds, noting that those haven't sprouted just yet. Hold on, what? Are these rabbits secretly wearing agricultural cheat codes? Crouching down near the cherry tomato patch, Sejun is amazed to see the sprouts doubling in size right before his eyes. Turning back around, Sejun notices the two bunnies standing side by side with anxious, hopeful expressions on their faces. Holding hands tightly, the rabbit couple gazes up at Sejun, waiting nervously for their final performance review. Realizing what they're waiting for, Sejun nods thoughtfully, realizing it's time to deliver the final verdict. Flashing a confident grin, Sejun holds up a giant thumbs up, officially announcing that they passed the farm interview with flying colors. Overjoyed by the good news, the rabbit pair jumps high into the air, throwing their arms up in pure celebration. Squeaking back and forth, the two bunnies nod in agreement, as if holding an urgent family meeting. Check out the insane movement lines in this panel. They kicked off so hard they left a whole smoke crater behind. In a fraction of a second, the duo bolts across the cavern pit like little white lightning bolts. Staring at the dust cloud in total confusion, Sejun scratches his head, wondering on what earth made them sprint away in such a hurry. Off in the dirt corner, the husband rabbit digs furious holes with his metal shovel, shoveling dirt at Mach speed while his wife constructs the foundation. Softly humming a cute melody, the wife rabbit carefully weaves a vibrant wreath made of fresh yellow daisies. Reaching up with her tiny paw, she hangs the beautiful flower wreath right onto the center of a rustic wooden door handle. Did this bunny just build a whole luxury hobbit hole in 30 seconds while her husband collapsed dead on the ground from exhaustion? The wife rabbit strikes a fabulous pose while the poor husband bunny lies face first in the dirt, completely out of juice. Walking over, Sejun stares in complete shock, unable to fathom how a pair of rodents built a cozy underground home faster than a professional construction crew. Crouching down beside the exhausted husband, Sejun gives him a respectful thumbs up, praising him for sacrificing his life to satisfy his wife's home decor dreams. Weakly lifting his paw, the husband rabbit returns a cool thumbs up, maintaining his pride as a devoted provider. Feeling immense love for her hard-working partner, the wife rabbit rushes over and lovingly nuzzles her cheek against his face, showering him with affection. Turning toward the camera with a sly wink, the wife rabbit gives a thumbs up of her own, signaling that romance is officially in full effect tonight. Realizing what's coming next, the husband rabbit gulps hard, sweat dripping down his forehead as his soul leaves his body. Yo, look at her, dragging him inside like a cave woman. Flashing glowing hard eyes, the eager wife bunny grabs her exhausted husband by the leg, dragging him straight into the burrow while Sejun awkward waves goodbye in the back. The heavy, round wooden door slams shut with a loud impact, leaving hearts floating ominously in the air. Waving his hand awkwardly, Sejun wishes the husband rabbit the best of luck surviving the night inside the love shack. Sinking into a deep, dark void of single-life depression, Sejun covers his face, muttering about how painful it is to be flexed on by married rodents. Shaking off the envy, Sejun trots back over to his crop rows, feeling relieved that he finally has companions to break the lonely silence of the cavern. Sprawling back on a thick mattress of harvested green onion leaves atop his favorite boulder, Sejun sighs happily, contented sigh, taking a cozy nap on his customable bed. Suddenly, an explosion of blinding heat scorches his spine. Leaping into the air screams, Sejun shrieks at the top of his lungs as his clothes catch fire. Rolling violently across the dirt floor, Sejun screams in agony, desperately trying to extinguish the burning blaze on his back. The man tries to take a nice wholesome nap on his scallion mattress and ends up getting roasted like a rotisserie chicken. Crawling away on all fours, Sejun turns around to see smoke rising from the green onion pile directly underneath the plastic water bottle. A dramatic streak of lightning strikes across Sejun's eyes, the classic anime realization moment. Suddenly switching into full survival documentary narrator mode, Sejun lowers his stance and stares intensely at the ground, reflecting on how harsh the Black Tower environment truly is. Looking straight into the imaginary camera with a dead serious expression, heavy sigh, he dramatically notes that despite the overwhelming odds, Scoffs. He never gave up hope. Gesturing toward the rock like a professional TV host, Seijun explains that he happened to have a stack of dried green onion leaves and a clear plastic water bottle on hand. Seijun remembers a famous survival show on YouTube, realizing that the clear water bottle acted as a converting lens, focusing the bright sunlight onto the dried leaves and unintentionally starting a fire. Positioning the plastic water bottle upside down above the pile of dried green onion leaves, Seijun focuses a beam of intense sunlight directly onto a single spot. But despite his best efforts, the leaves refuse to ignite. Seijun collapses onto the dirt floor, crying, screaming in utter frustration that his survival show trick isn't working at all. Crawling on his hands and knees, Seijun groans that the leaves are only smoking without actually catching fire, wondering why on earth physics is failing him right now. Refusing to give up, Seijun leans in close to the smoking pile, panting, blowing soft puffs of air onto the tiny ember while trying to figure out what step he missed. Suddenly, Seijun stops in his tracks, catching sight of a fresh wisp of smoke curling up from the center of the leaves. Right at that moment, the lovebird rabbit couple steps out of their cozy wooden burrow, hand in hand and looking slightly sleepy. Spotting their human boss crouching over a smoking pile on the floor, the husband rabbit tilts his head in utter confusion, squeaking to ask what weird ritual Seijun is performing. Completely ignoring them, Seijun hunkers down even lower, blowing desperately onto the ember, while begging the gods of fire to give him a single flame. Seeing him struggle, both bunnies trot over with bright, energetic squeaks, eager to assist their new boss. Seijun's eyes light up with an idea. Holding up the bottle, he begs the two fluffy rodents to lend him their lungs and blow on the leaves together. Talk about teamwork in a dungeon. The tiny wife bunny leans in real close, gently puffing air onto the glowing spot, while Seijun practically screams his head off in desperate prayer. Holding the water bottle high above his head like a holy relic, Seijun focuses his sunlight with maximum precision, screams, willing the embers to burst to life. Boom! A vibrant orange flame suddenly ignites across the dried green onion leaves, illuminating the darkened cavern pit. Seijun leaps back in pure jubilation, shouting at the top of his lungs that their combined effort actually created real fire. Glancing over at his newly harvested scallion stems, brilliant culinary genius idea pops into his brain. Grabbing a thick green onion, he immediately shoves it directly into the open blaze. Softly humming a cheerful cooking tune, Seijun sits cross-legged over the campfire, carefully roasting the green onion stem to perfection while both rabbits watch with wide eyes. Pulling the blackened scallion out of the fire, Seijun inspects the charred outer skin, feeling confident that the inside is fully cooked. Blowing away the rising steam, panting, Seijun carefully peels off the burnt outer layer to reveal the sweet, juicy center, yawn, opening his mouth wide for the ultimate bite. The moment the roasted green onion touches his tongue, Seijun freezes completely, trembling in silence while the husband bunny stares at him with deep concern. Look at those glowing anime eyes! Seijun's jaw drops to the cavern floor as he screams in absolute bliss. It's mind-blowingly sweet! His taste buds trigger a full-blown culinary fantasy, a majestic green stallion galloping freely across a pristine meadow under a radiant sky. Devouring the roasted scallion like a man possessed, Seijun reaches for another stem, screaming that this is the most delicious thing he's ever tasted in his entire life. Watching their boss devour the food with unhinged passion, gulp. Both rabbits swallow hard, their mouth-watering instincts kicking in. Driven by pure curiosity, the Straw Hat husband rabbit steps up to the fire, thrusting his own green onion stem directly into the dancing flames. Sitting side by side, the fluffy couple takes a synchronized bite of their freshly grilled green onions. Boom! Explosions of pure flavor ignite behind them. Both bunnies squeak in overwhelming delight, their eyes glittering with pure starry joy. Wide shot of the cozy cave pit. Seijun cheers at the top of his lungs, raising his fist in the air as he tells his new fluffy companions to eat as much as their little bellies desire. The next morning, Seijun wakes up refreshed on his scallion leaf mattress, reaching his arms up high as he gets ready to start another productive day. Walking over to the underground spring pool, Seijun scoops up ice-cold water, splashing his face to wash away the morning sleepiness. Wiping the water from his eyes with his sleeve, Seijun takes a deep breath, feeling ready to inspect his agricultural empire. Stepping into his farm patch, Seijun checks on his newly trimmed green onion stumps and the rapidly growing cherry tomato plants lining the dirt. The green onion harvest is officially complete, and the cherry tomato bushes have been thoroughly watered, standing tall and vibrant under the cave light.
Over in the sweet potato patch, the lush green vines spread healthily across the soil, soaked in fresh spring water. Placing his hands proudly on his hips, Sejun beams with total satisfaction, admiring how lush and thriving his dungeon farm has become. Glancing up with a warm, reflective smile, Sejun notes that an insane amount of wild events have unfolded in such a short period of time. Recalling his recent survival upgrades, Sejun sits with the husband rabbit, wrapping dried green onion leaves around thick wooden sticks to craft makeshift torches. Holding up a blazing torch, Sejun explains to the attentive bunny couple that lighting up the dark corners near the water pool will make navigating the cave at night much safer. But as Sejun kneels near the water's edge, strange ripples and tiny air bubbles suddenly begin surfacing from the deep blue pond. Out of nowhere, a massive razor-toothed blue monsterfish violently erupts out of the water, diving straight towards Sejun's face. Yikes! This guy tried to install a simple porch light and accidentally summoned an aquatic apex predator. Sejun reels back in pure terror, swinging his torch violently through the air. Crashing onto the dry ground with a heavy thud, the massive blue fish flops wildly on the dirt while Sejun screams in utter disbelief that a monster fish just jumped out at him. Holding his torch high, Sejun stares down at the flopping creature, realizing the fish was likely drawn toward the bright flame light like a moth to a candle. And just like that, without even using a fishing rod, Sejun casually unlocked a brand new seafood supply right in the middle of a dry dungeon cave. Squeering the large fish on a wooden stick and wrapping it in fragrant green onion leaves, Sejun roasts it over a roaring campfire. Clasping his hands together in gratitude, Sejun gleefully thanks the dungeon for providing such a glorious, high-protein dinner. Taking a massive, mouth-watering bite out of the crispy fish skin, Sejun chews joyfully, savoring the rich, smoky flavor. Hearing a soft squeak, Sejun looks down to see both rabbits staring at his dinner with wide, shell-shocked eyes. Raising an eyebrow in confusion, Sejun asks if herbivorous bunnies actually eat fish meat, only for both rodents to nod frantically in response. Well, considering they're high-tier dungeon monsters, normal biology rules clearly don't apply. A couple of days pass, and the mysterious blue moon reappears in the night sky, allowing Sejun to deduce that this lunar phenomenon occurs every 30 days on this floor. Sejun had been using his portable laptop and power bank to keep his smartphone charged and carefully track the calendar dates, but eventually his trusty smartphone screen turns completely black with an utterly flashing red low battery icon, officially dying on him. Without any digital electronics left, Sejun resorts to ancient survival tactics, scraping a sharp stone against the cave wall to tally 61 total days spent in the dungeon. Sitting cross-legged by the campfire as his fish skewers roast, Sejun figures that as long as he follows the natural daily routine of his rabbit companions, he won't lose track of time. Suddenly, the tiny wooden burrowed door creaks open, and the straw-hat husband rabbit steps out with a bright morning squeak. But wait, right behind him, 5 tiny, fluffy yellow baby bunnies pop out, squeaking with maximum energy. Sejun's heart instantly melts, opening his arms wide to welcome the adorable new additions to his dungeon family. Talk about an overwhelming fluff attack. All 5 tiny bunnies leap forward together, crashing right into Sejun's face and chest. Collapsing onto the dirt floor, Sejun bursts into joyful laughter as the baby rabbits snuggle into his shirt, happily calling himself the proudest dungeon uncle alive. Seriously though, imagine getting transported into a deadly monster-infested tower only to end up running a high-tier rabbit daycare. Noticing how exhausted both rabbit parents look from sleepless nights, Sejun kindly offers to take over babysitting duties so the couple can enjoy a peaceful breakfast. Gathering all 5 fluffy babies into his arms, Sejun joyfully trots over toward the crop patches to show them the blooming tomato plants. Reaching the cherry tomato bushes, Sejun kneels down beside the vibrant green leaves and bright yellow flowers as the baby bunnies hop around curiously. Explaining the basics of botany like a primary school teacher, Sejun demonstrates how artificial pollination works since there are no wild insects in this subterranean pet. Using a tiny wooden twig, Sejun gently taps the delicate yellow petals, carefully spreading pollen from flower to flower. But after hours of crouching, Sejun groans out loud, stretching his lower back in agony while wishing a helpful wild bee would magically show up. Curiously leaning in close to one of the bright yellow blossoms, a brave little baby bunny sniffs the fragrant flower up close. Covered in glowing golden pollen powder, the little rabbit twitches its tiny nose, winding up for a legendary sneeze.
Achoo! The baby bunny lets out a massive sneeze, blasting pollen everywhere across the surrounding flowers while Sejun roars with laughter. Laughing warmly, Sejun gently scoops up the dust-covered bunny, reminding the little guy not to snort plant pollen like a maniac. But as Sejun glances back toward the tomato vines, his eyes widen in complete disbelief. Look at that! Cluster after cluster of solid green cherry tomatoes have officially sprouted along the stem. Sejun leaps into the air in pure celebration, dancing around with the baby bunny while cheering that their hard work finally paid off. But as night falls, the peaceful mood shatters. It's officially the day before the terrifying blue moon event returns. Taking total safety precautions, Sejun pours water over the embers and stomps out the remaining campfire leaves with his snaker. He carefully hides a tiny emergency spark deep inside a rock crevice, making sure no bright light can attract unwanted night predators. Look at this fashion choice. Sejun wraps thick bunches of raw scallion leaves around his neck and head like a budget dungeon ghillie suit. Shading his eyes as he looks up toward the sky opening, Sejun mentally prepares himself for the upcoming monster onslaught. Waving goodbye to the rabbit family as they retreat safely into their underground burrow, Sejun vows that they will all survive the night together. Giving a confident thumbs up to nobody in particular, Sejun boasts that surviving this blue moon is going to be an absolute piece of cake. Famous last words. Within seconds, blood-curdling monster roars echo across the distant dark forest, shaking the entire cavern pit. Crouching in his scallion suit under the dim moonlight, Sejun listens to the endless shrieks, feeling utterly exhausted as every minute stretches into eternity. Hugging his knees tightly in the pitch-black corner, Sejun tries to stay completely silent, praying that no bloodthirsty beasts catch his scent. Even though the feral roars are miles away, Sejun's body shivers uncontrollably, desperately wishing for the terrifying night to end. Suddenly, boom! A massive, earth-shattering thud violently rattles the dirt floor right above his head. Sejun freezes in pure horror, cold sweat pouring down his face as he wonders what massive creature just landed near his pit. Slamming 4 giant, razor-sharp claws into the stone ground, an absolute behemoth steps through the thick tree line. Towering over the entire forest canopy, a monstrous crimson giant bear emerges under the eerie blue sky. Throwing its colossal head back beneath the dark eclipse moon, the terrifying apex predator roars with world-ending power. Step by step, the massive monster bear wanders straight over to the small stone spring pool inside Sejun's cave opening. Cast under the bear's gigantic shadow, Sejun's entire crop field is dwarfed by the massive beast hovering just feet away. Hidden beneath his scallion camouflage, Sejun's heart pounds violently against his ribs as panic completely takes over. Sweating profusely, Sejun curses his awful luck, realizing that one wrong move will make him the giant bear's midnight snack. Look at those massive fangs dripping with drool. This thing looks like a raid boss straight out of Dark Souls. Realizing the bear hasn't spotted him yet, Sejun slowly reaches back toward his backpack, aiming to crawl into a deeper rock shadow. Moving as quietly and as slowly as humanly possible, Sejun carefully pulls on the fabric strap. Oh no! As he tugs the bag, the unzipped pocket spills wide open, dropping his empty plastic water bottle and fresh cherry tomatoes straight out. Crash, clatter. The empty water bottle bounces violently across the stone floor with an agonizingly loud noise. Sejun watches in complete horror as his water bottle, tomatoes, laptop, and notebooks lay scattered right across the illuminated open ground. Sejun's jaw drops as his soul practically leaves his body, realizing he just made the ultimate rookie survival mistake. Slowly turning its giant bloodthirsty eyes downward, the colossal red bear peers straight into the pit, locking eyes directly with Sejun. Looking straight up from inside the pit, Sejun spots the monster bear's massive crimson foot resting right above the rim as dark magic fills the pit. Total blind panic takes over. Sejun throws his hands in the air, roaring at the top of his lungs, in absolute unfiltered horror. High above, the colossal crimson beast throws open its massive jaw, letting loose a terrifying roar that shakes the subterranean ground. Cut to the next morning. Sejun is completely passed out cold on the dirt floor, while a tiny baby rabbit gently shakes his neck, squeaking for him to wake up. Half asleep, Sejun mumbles that his mom should let him sleep 5 more minutes, only for the Straw Hat Bunny father to step up and deliver a vicious full-power slap right across his jaw. Slam!
Bolting upright with a hysterical shriek, Sejun opens his eyes in complete disorientation as all 5 baby bunnies jump back in shock. Looking around at his surroundings while clutching his sore cheek, grown, Sejun blinks in confusion, wondering how on earth he survived the dreaded blue moon night. Raising his head toward the cave opening, he sees a beautiful, clear blue sky shining above as the bunny dad cheerily chirps that the ordeal is officially over. Rubbing his aching neck while sitting cross-legged on the stone ground, sigh. Sejun groans aloud about how sore his whole body feels after crashing out on hard rock. Squinting as he tries to piece together his scrambled memories, confusion, Sejun tries to recall the exact sequence of chaotic events from last night. Replaying the flashback in his head, Sejun remembers standing frozen in his scallion leaf disguise right under the open sky pit, staring up in sheer agony as the terrifying crimson behemoth hovered over his pit, casting a monstrous shadow across the ground. Drooling wildly with razor-sharp fangs exposed, the terrifying beast let out another ground-shaking roar directly into his hole. Overwhelmed by sheer acoustic pressure and primordial fear, panting, Sejun clutched his head in agony until his brain completely shut down from terror. Back in reality, Sejun's sweat drops in total self-embarrassment, realizing he literally fainted on the spot like a cartoon character. Talk about top-tier survival reflexes. Sitting amidst the baby bunnies clutching his arms, Sejun sighs with relief, grateful that fainting somehow kept him alive through the terrifying ordeal. But as a freezing subterranean draft blows through the cavern, Sejun shivers uncontrollably, curling into a tight ball from the bitter morning chill. Seeing him shiver, the bunny mother with the cute bow ribbon rushes over, squeaking energetically while pointing back toward their camp area. Talk about top-tier dungeon hospitality. The thoughtful rabbit family lit a cozy, crackling campfire using dried green onion leaves. Wrapped snugly in a thick blanket of woven green scallion leaves with baby bunnies tucked under his arms, Sejun basks in the warm campfire glow. Walking over with ultimate grace, the mother rabbit hands Sejun a freshly roasted golden brown dungeon fish. Sejun's eyes light up with pure gratitude as he warmly thanks her. Crunch! Taking a huge bite out of the smoky fish skin, Sejun chews joyfully, savoring the mouth-watering savory flavor. Munching happily beside his fluffy little daycare crew, Sejun enjoys a peaceful breakfast while the baby bunnies climb over his lap. But as he eats, dark reality settles back in. Sejun realizes that huge monster bear specifically noticed his pit, and there is zero promise another horror won't return during the next blue moon. Looking down at the half-eaten fishbone with a somber expression, Sejun acknowledges that pure luck saved him this time, but staying weak means certain death down the line. Staring down at his lunch with newfound determination, Sejun knows the first rule of dungeon survival. You can't fight for your life on an empty stomach. Munch! Sejun takes another massive, aggressive bite out of the roasted fish, refueling his energy for whatever challenge comes next. Chewing like a man possessed, Sejun vows that no matter what crazy death raps this dungeon throws his way, he will eat well and survive. Suddenly, the Straw Hat husband rabbit comes hopping over at high speed, waving his little arms excitedly while squeaking for Sejun to follow him. Pausing mid-bite, Sejun blinks in surprise, wondering what urgent discovery his long-eared buddy wants to show off. Whoa, look at that crop patch! Nestled between green leaves and yellow blossoms, a glowing, radiant blue cherry tomato is magically sprouted. Standing up in complete disbelief, Sejun gawks at the crop bush, completely shocked that this brilliant blue fruit has already grown to the size of a golf ball. Crouching down to get a closer look at the shimmering fruit, Sejun admires its stunning jewel-like glow while wondering why on earth a tomato turned electric blue. Gently snapping the stem, Sejun holds the vibrant blue tomato in his palm, marveling at its perfectly smooth, glowing surface. Ping! Suddenly, a bright holographic blue screen materializes out of thin air directly in front of his face. Sejun jumps back in absolute shock, gaping with wide eyes as an official dungeon system message window appears for the first time in 61 days. The glowing text reads, "Your amazing achievement has attracted the attention of the tower manager." Wait, so farming actually triggered an achievement? Before Sejun can even celebrate, 2 more notification windows pop up with a chime. The tower manager is keeping an eye on you. The tower manager isn't happy. Reading the translucent text from behind with a confused frown, Sejun scratches his head, utterly bewildered as to why this mysterious manager is mad at him for growing food. Ping! Another harsh alert flashes across the panel. The tower manager has discovered you aren't a duly invited guest. followed immediately by the tower manager wants to hide its blunder. Outraged by the system's blatant audacity, Sejin shouts at the screen, demanding to know if his entire nightmare teleportation was just some administrative typo. Waving his hands furiously over his tomato patch, Sejin rants that he's been living off raw scallions in a pit for 61 agonizing days, demanding to be sent back home immediately. Ping! But the system hits back with an ominous red-letter message. The tower manager is thinking if it should kill you to eradicate the evidence. Sejin completely loses his mind in anger, screaming at the air that threatening to murder him after he unlocked an achievement is top-tier cosmic injustice. Pausing mid-rant with a sweat drop, Sejin suddenly second-guesses his harsh words, nervously wondering if yelling at a literal godlike entity was a terrible career choice. Ping! A brand new blue window flashes. The tower manager is awakening you. Suddenly, a radiant swirl of blue mana energy erupts around Sejun's feet, swirling violently around his body. Floating inside the swirling magical vortex, Sejin gasps in awe, realizing he's officially undergoing a tower status awakening. Pumping his fist with absolute hype, Sejin speculates whether he'll become a legendary swordsman or a high-tier grand wizard, eager to see his assigned job title as the system window updates. With his heart beating out of his chest, Sejin stares up with wide, hopeful eyes, desperately wondering what legendary class the tower is about to bestow upon him. Ping! Festive digital fireworks explode across the translucent blue screen as the system officially announces, you've become a Tower Farmer F. Sejun stands frozen in the middle of his crop patch with his jaw resting on the dirt, while the little baby bunnies tilt their heads up in complete curiosity. Blinking once, twice, Sejin squeezes his eyes shut, flustered, embarrassed, completely unable to process the absolute absurdity of the rank given to him. Man, talk about getting hit with the ultimate reality check. The tower really gave him an F-tier gardening license after 2 whole months of pure subterranean survival. Ping, ping! System windows start multiplying in the air like obnoxious pop-up ads. Due to your job, you won't get sick. You will be close to nature. You will gain experience points when harvesting crops. Sejin throws his hands out, screaming at the screen to wait a second. Slicing his hand dramatically through the air, Sejun roars for the system to open his official status window right this instant. The glowing holographic panel materializes. Park Sejin, level 1. Talent, ordinary. Stats, strength 1, stamina 1, agility 1, magic 1. Job, tower farmer. F. Skill, none. Staring at the depressing single-digit stats, Sejun's voice trembles as he double-checks if this pathetic sheet actually belongs to him. The system screen zooms in mercilessly on his talent box, boldly highlighting the word ordinary. Oof, the system didn't just give him baseline stats, it literally labeled his entire existence as basic. That's gotta hurt his pride. Dark anime depression lines instantly blanket Sejun's forehead as he mutters ordinary talent under his breath like a tragic inner monologue. Cut to Sejun's wild imagination. The scene shifts to a fancy television studio titled A Late Night Talk with Park Sejun, where Sejun sits cross-legged in a slick crimson suit while the host enthusiastically claps. The show host points toward the camera with a huge grin, shouting, "Today we have a special guest who cleared the tower despite having an ordinary talent. Ladies and gentlemen, give a round of applause for Mr. Park Sejun." Leaning forward over his late-night desk, the host smoothly asks what heroic job title allowed him to conquer the entire tower. Sejun just sits back with his arms crossed, smiling like a total boss. Surrounded by a background of sparkling shoujo roses, Sejun chuckles softly before announcing, "I'm the tower farmer." Okay, I gotta admit, his delusional cope mechanism is absolutely top-tier comedy gold. The man is literally living in his own anime victory edit while stuck in a cave. Reality snaps back with a violent slap. Sejun clutches his head in absolute agony, screams, roaring at the sky in pure anguishment over his garbage farmer title. Wrenching his arm back with a furious scowl, Sejun prepares to yeet the glowing blue cherry tomato straight into the cavern wall. But just before he releases the throw, Sejun abruptly freezes in his tracks as a heavy aura of innocent judgment washes over him. Looking down, the entire rabbit family, Mom in her apron, Dad in a straw hat, and all 5 tiny yellow bunnies peer up at him with massive, wide, teary eyes. Sweat drops pour down Sejun's face as he awkwardly lowers his arm, letting out a nervous laugh to pretend he wasn't about to waste precious food. Nearby, the cozy green onion campfire crackles warmly, casting a peaceful golden light across the mouth of the rabbit burrow. High above, chirping cave birds flutter past the sunny sky pit, letting fresh daylight pour onto the growing scallion leaves. Looking down at his hand, Seijun gazes intently at the smooth, radiant blue fruit resting gently against his palm. Squeezing the glossy skin with his thumb, he marvels at how firm and rich the magical crop feels. Breaking into a warm smile, Seijun places a hand on his hip and announces to his fluffy little cheer squad that he's officially accepted his fate. He's gonna keep farming. Look at how quickly he pivoted. Give this man a single piece of fruit and suddenly he's ready to turn this dungeon into Stardew Valley. Ping! Suddenly, a glowing target ring locks straight onto the blue cherry tomato in Seijun's grip. Seijun flinches back in surprise as a brand new holographic text screen flashes into existence directly over his hand. The system description reads, "Magical cherry tomatoes imbued with the energy of the blue moon, cultivated in the tower, nutritious and tasty, permanently increases 0.05 MP when consumed. Cultivator, Tower Farmer Park Seijun, shelf life 30 days, rank E." Seijun's jaw completely drops as he gapes at the screen, shouting in utter disbelief that a simple homegrown tomato turned into an actual stat-boosting magical item. Raising his hands in triumphant victory while the baby bunnies hop up and down around his feet, Seijun aggressively pats himself on the back for growing such a masterpiece. But in the dark shadows of Seijun's memory, a terrifying image lingers. The gigantic crimson bear's glowing eyes remember the exact location of his crop patch. Wait a minute. If crops boost mana, that massive bear didn't just randomly look into his hole. It was tracking the magic power of these tomatoes. Shaking off the dark thoughts, Seijun swoops up the Straw Hat Bunny dad and twirls him around in a celebratory dance as the rest of the bunny crew leaps for joy. Bing! But mid-spin, another translucent blue window pops up directly in front of his face. Reading the translucent text aloud, Seijun sees, "A quest has been triggered. Offer the fruit containing the energy of the blue moon to the tower manager. Reward, a job-related skill. Refusal, death." Seijun's eyes bug out of his head, screams as he zooms in on the word death written in giant capital letters. Clutching the blue tomato to his chest while the baby bunnies hide behind his legs, Seijun laughs nervously, begging the screen to tell him this is just a sick joke. The system panel remains perfectly still, boldly repeating the absolute threat. Refusal means immediate execution. Sweat dripping down his temples, Seijun gapes at the window in utter disbelief. Shaking his fist furiously at the air, screams, Seijun rants at the top of his lungs, yelling that calling a life or death ultimatum a quest is literally just cosmic extortion. Wow, the tower manager really has zero chill. Talk about abusing administrative power just to snack on some blue tomatoes. Crossing his arms tightly with a bitter pucker face, Seijun grumbles aloud about how cheap a mortal's life must be to this mysterious manager entity. The holographic screen hovers in silence, coldly displaying the two simple choices: submit the crop for a skill or perish. Closing his eyes in total defeat, Seijun lets out a heavy, soul-crushing exhale, realizing he has zero bargaining power in this dungeon. Falling straight onto his knees with a pathetic plop, Seijun bows his head into the dirt, holding the blue tomato out with both hands like a terrified peasant offering tribute to a tyrant king. Whoosh! A mysterious purple mana energy wraps around the cherry tomato, slowly floating it up out of Seijun's hands into thin air. Ping! The glowing text updates instantly. You have completed a quest. A vibrant new prompt flashes on screen. Quest reward? Open. Seijun blinks, his eyes widening as he realizes the ordeal is over. Bolting upright with a bright grin, Seijun pumps his fist, completely forgetting about the death threat as he gushes over how generous the tower manager actually is. Talk about having extreme mood swings. 1 second he's crying for his life, and the next he's praising the manager like his best friend. Reaching his index finger forward, Seijun eagerly presses the glowing blue open button. Ping! The reward screen reveals, you have obtained Sowing LV1, slightly increases the chance of germination when a seed is planted. Seijun's entire body instantly turns gray with dark depression lines drooping down his face as he stares at the pathetic reward. Standing completely motionless in outer space, while the baby bunnies tilt their heads in pity, Seijun sighs deeply, bitterly remembering that at the end of the day, he's still just an F-rank farmer. Morning light streams softly through the open ceiling of the cavern, setting a serene mood as wild green onions sway in the gentle breeze. Deep inside the darker tunnels of the underground cave, Seijun grips a freshly crafted leafy torch, illuminating the murky shadows ahead. Suddenly, the water surface erupts as a ferocious razor-toothed fish leaps out of the dark underground lake straight towards Sejun. Operating on pure survival instinct, Sejun swings his wooden pole with full momentum, striking the aggressive aquatic beast square in the head. The stunned creature crashes hard onto the dry cave floor, flopping helplessly as Sejun catches his breath. A sleek system window materializes over the knocked-out predator, officially identifying the vicious monster as a piranha. Man, leave it to a dungeon to spawn giant land-walking piranhas in a random fishing hole. Talk about high-risk angling. System chimes ring out as Sejun earns 2 experience points for the kill, pushing his total up to 10 after days of persistent fishing. Carrying a fresh haul of bound piranhas, Sejun smiles brightly, realizing he's finally reached level 2, though he wisely decides not to overhunt his primary protein source. Returning to the cozy camp, Sejun proudly holds up skewers of fragrant, perfectly roasted fish, calling out to his fuzzy companions that dinner is served. Throwing his arms up with an enthusiastic shout, Sejun announces feast time as the adorable baby bunnies scamper toward him in utter delight. Kneeling on the ground, Sejun carefully distributes the warm fish onto large green leaves, gently reminding the greedy little bunnies to leave generous portions for their parents. Sejun hands a full leaf platter to the bunny parents, who respond with happy little chirps of gratitude. Watching the Straw Hat Dad and Apron Mom nibble on the savory meal, Sejun ponders their unique identity, realizing these gentle creature monsters are completely unknown to the world outside the tower.
The bunny couple nuzzles cheeks together in pure affection while eating, convincing Sejun that these hidden species must have never been documented by human hunters before. Look at these two. They're literally living their best romantic life in a subterranean cave while Sejun acts as their personal chef. Observing the mother bunny's cute little bow tie, Sejun thoughtfully speculates that this fluffy family must have lost their original home before stumbling into his cavern safe haven. Restful on his side, Sejun turns to the Straw Hat Bunny, wistfully wishing they could magically speak the same language instead of relying on innocent squeaks. Standing tall beside the crackling campfire, Sejun claps his hands together, excitedly declaring that today marks a major milestone for their cave farm. The bunny dad pumps his tiny paws into the air with fierce determination, totally hyped and ready to work. Over at the crop patch, plump, glistening red cherry tomatoes hang heavy on the vines, glistening under the ambient dungeon light. Sejun and the entire bunny crew assemble around the garden, gaping wide-eyed with mouth-watering awe at the gorgeous, glistening harvest. Kneeling amidst the lush green vines, Sejun wipes a tear from his eye, deeply moved that all their grueling daily labor has finally reached fruitfulness. Reaching out a steady hand toward the crop, Sejun prepares to harvest the very first crop of his farming career. His fingertips hover inches away from the skin, shaking slightly under the immense emotional weight of the moment. The tension reaches an absolute peak as the bunny family holds their breath in nervous suspense while sweat drops roll down Sejun's face. With a crisp, satisfying pluck, Sejun cleanly disconnects the ripe cherry tomato from the branch. Raising the pristine red orb triumphantly toward the sky, Sejun beams with immense pride while the little baby bunnies cheer madly around his knees. Ping! Translucent system screens burst into view, awarding Sejun 10 experience points alongside job proficiency for harvesting a well-ripe magical cherry tomato. Reading the detailed status breakdown, Sejun discovers that consuming this E-rank magical tomato actively burns 10 grams of body fat while granting a 10-minute mana boost. Hold on! It literally melts fat while giving you magic power? This isn't just a crop, it's the ultimate fantasy weight loss supplement. Calculating the math in his head, Sejun realizes stacking 10 of these bad boys inside an hour delivers a permanent boost to his maximum MP. Eager to test the mechanics, Sejun rapidly plucks 2 more ripe tomatoes, triggering continuous system XP alerts. But when he hastily snatches a greenish fruit, the system screen flashes a warning that unripe tomatoes yield reduced experience and 0 job proficiency. Staring at the pale tomato in his grip, Sejun realizes that unripened crops act as basic food rather than high-value magical items. Adjusting his technique, Sejun crouches carefully among the vines, taking his time to selectively harvest only the fully ripened, vibrant red tomatoes. Bundle after bundle fills his leaf basket until a glowing system banner announces he's officially leveled up to level 4. Admiring the gorgeous pile of red fruit, Sejun pops a juicy tomato up to his open mouth, eager to sample his hard work. Smack! Bunny Dad's foot comes crashing down on Sejun's leg with absolute martial arts precision. Sejun recoils in shock as the entire rabbit family stands in a battle formation, glaring at him with menacing anger eyebrows.
Sweat pouring down his forehead, Sejun quickly lowers the leaf bowl, nervously apologizing and insisting that everyone should share the harvest together. Huffing a cute puff of angry steam, the bunny dad steps forward and sternly claims his rightful share of the food. Wow, look at Rabbit Dad standing his ground. You do not come between a farm crew and their hard-earned tomatoes. Sitting in a peaceful circle, Sejun and the entire bunny family raise their cherry tomatoes together in a joyful harvest celebration. The bunny parents take huge, eager bites, munching away with pure heavenly bliss written across their faces. Placing a glossy tomato onto his tongue, Sejun bites down on the sweet skin. Boom! An incredible sensory shockwave detonates inside Sejun's mind as his eyes widen in pure shock. Instantly, Sejun's consciousness drifts into a dreamlike realm, lying across a sun-drenched grassy hill with gentle summer breezes whispering past. Looking up into the deep twilight sky, he watches a radiant shooting star streak across the endless galaxy of stars. Brilliant golden fireworks explode high in the heavens, painting the dark velvet sky with dazzling sparks of light. Sitting up on the lush meadow, Sejun gasps in utter astonishment, completely overwhelmed by the breathtaking inner vision. Spectacular floral fireworks illuminate the night sky as Sejun sits beside his fluffy bunny friends, soaking in the nostalgic warmth of a midsummer festival. A single tear of deep emotional gratitude slips down Sejun's cheek, while the rich, comforting taste brings back fond memories of summer home. Reality snaps back as Sejun sits weeping tears of pure joy in the cave dirt, while the bunny family munches happily beside him, completely bewildered by his dramatic emotional breakdown. Bunny Dad takes a sweet bite of tomato, exchanging cheerful squeaks with Apron Mom as they gush over the mouth-watering flavor. Over on the dirt floor, the adorable baby bunnies squeak in excitement, greedily rolling around their precious red treasures. Apron Mom hauls a massive bundle of fresh green onions toward the hearth, where Bunny Dad admires their giant, glistening pile of harvested cherry tomatoes. Working as a synchronized farming unit, the whole rabbit crew covers their precious tomato stash with green onion leaves to protect their prized food supply. Look at these tiny fluff balls. They've literally built a fortified organic security system for their veggies. Resting on his lush bed of green leaves, Sejun watches the fuzzy family tucking themselves in, whispering warm words of praise to his dedicated farm crew. Adjusting his comfy leaf eye mask, Sejun grins proudly, admiring how quickly the little bunny kits have grown into reliable subterranean helpers. Pulling his green leafy blanket tight, Sejun murmurs a soft goodnight to himself, proud of everything he's managed to accomplish today. Within seconds, Sejun is dead to the world, snoring peacefully with drool trailing down his cheek. Ping! Suddenly, a bright blue hologram materializes directly above Sejun's sleeping face, issuing a demanding quest. Offer 100 magical cherry tomatoes to the tower manager. Reward, job skill. Refusal, death. Completely oblivious to the lethal threat hovering inches from his nose, Sejun simply rolls over with a quiet snore. Seriously? This man is literally sleeping on a death warrant like it's a floating bedtime nightlight. Beep, beep, beep! The system screen flashes red with violent warnings, jolting Sejun wide awake in pure terror. Panicking for his life, Sejun frantically scoops up a leaf bowl of tomatoes, offering them to the hovering screen as the system marks the quest complete. Wiping cold sweat from his forehead, Sejun reaches his finger out to claim his reward, desperately praying for something actually useful. Ping! The reward screen reveals you have obtained Harvest LV1. Harvested fruits are obtained in optimum condition even if they are slightly overripe or underripe. Crouching in his crop patch alongside Straw Hat Dad, Sejun inspects his new skill details, realizing this ability is secretly a total game changer. A glowing system diagram breaks down the passive skill's magic. Even harvesting pale green, unripe tomatoes automatically converts them into fully ripe, top-grade magical fruit, while granting maximum experience points. Talk about an absolute cheat code. He doesn't even have to wait for crops to mature anymore. Plucking crops at record speed, Sejun grins bright, delighted that his daily farm grind just became twice as fast. Bing! But just as he settles down to rest, a fresh system alert drops another outrageous demand. Offer 200 magical cherry tomatoes to the tower manager. Reward? None. Refusal? Death. Sejun's eyes narrow into dark slits, mock in tone, realizing the mysterious manager is actively robbing him of his hard work without offering a single reward. Reluctantly handing over another fresh bowl of tomatoes? Groans, Sejun grumbles under his breath, while Bunny Dad squeaks in utter confusion. Ping! Not even 5 minutes later, another blue window materializes, demanding 250 cherry tomatoes under penalty of death. Choking on his roasted fish, Sejun explodes in anger, flustered, embarrassed, shouting at the screen as the manager greedily ramps up the quota to 300. Hold on. The tower manager is literally acting like a spoiled toddler demanding endless snack refills. Boom! A massive blue banner slams down into the cave floor, escalating the demand to an insane 500 cherry tomatoes for 0 reward. Staring directly at the outrageous requirement, Sejun's face goes completely blank, deadpan, as a cold, terrifying aura fills the room. With absolute deadpan composure, Sejun flatly refuses the quest, sending a shockwave of disbelief through the system interface. Standing tall in the center of his subterranean cavern, Sejun officially marks a historic milestone, this very first open rebellion against the supreme ruler of the tower. Blue quest window hovers in quiet suspense, repeating its lethal threat of execution if the 500 tomatoes aren't delivered immediately. Throwing his hands into the air, Sejun screams at the floating screen, raging over how many hundreds of crops he's already surrendered while his own farm crew needs food to survive. Ping! The system coldly responds that feeding the farm crew is the farmer's personal problem, ordering him to shut up and hand over the produce. A dark, menacing shadow falls across Sejun's face as a twisted, dangerous smile spreads across his lips. Tightening his grip around a green onion stalk until his knuckles turn white, Sejun's voice drops to a chilling whisper. Ping! The system dismissively adds that Sejun only sowed seeds, warning him not to throw a dramatic tantrum over such a minor chore. Snap! The final thread of Sejun's remaining patience cleanly snaps as the insult sinks in. Look at his eyes. You do not tell a hardworking farmer that his sweat and blood is not a big deal. Glaring into the blue light with terrifying dead eyes, Sejun coldly reiterates that he won't give up a single tomato. Ping! Translucent text flashes in visible shock. The tower manager is flustered. Turning his back on the floating screen, Sejun slung a giant green onion stalk over his shoulder and nonchalantly walked away. Crouching beside Straw Hat Bunny to harvest green onions, Sejun completely ignores the panic system window, asking if he's actually serious. Sitting peacefully by the crackling campfire, Sejun roasts delicious fish while the bunnies eat happily. Completely unfazed by the system warning that he could be killed any second. Munching on his meal, Sejun bitterly declares that he refuses to give his precious crops to a lazy boss who trivializes his hard labor. The system spams desperate corporate excuses, asserting its authority as manager, but Sejun just exhales a tired puff of air, completely unbothered. Mumbling under his breath with dark shadow lines drooping over his face, Sejun lists every single count of workplace exploitation he's endured since entering the tower. Turning his glare back toward the blue screen, Sejun delivers the ultimate insult, calling the supreme tower manager a cheap, toxic employer. Flash! Deep within the highest chamber of the tower, a colossal, terrifying dark dragon monster growls amidst crackling lightning as it observes Sejun through a magical viewing orb. Sweat drops pour down the giant dragon's face as it gapes in complete, unholy shock, watching Sejun blissfully stuff a juicy cherry tomato into his mouth on screen. Wait, hold the phone. The terrifying almighty tower manager is actually a giant black dragon who just wants cherry tomatoes? Ting ping! The system screen vibrates with furious threats of immediate execution, but Sejun casually digs out his ear with a pinky finger, scoffing. Holding out a modest handful of 5 plump red tomatoes, Sejun winks casually, offering a tiny compromise while keeping the rest for later. Over in the background, the cute baby bunnies tug fiercely on a giant tomato, reinforcing Sejun's point that his fluffy family comes first. Swish! With a gentle flash of magical light, the 5 tomatoes vanish from Sejun's palm into the system inventory. Bing! The blue screen updates in defeat. The tower manager says it'll compromise for this one time. Sejun smiles warmly, politely thanking the mighty dragon for backing down. The system screen dissolves into thin air, leaving Sejun standing victoriously in his quiet cavern farm, having successfully negotiated with the tower's ultimate authority. Smirking to himself, Sejun wonders if that dramatic system message was basically the all-powerful dragon boss trying to deliver a timid apology. Sitting comfortably cross-legged on the cave dirt, Sejun chuckles that the legendary tower manager is actually surprisingly simple to manage as long as you keep the delicious snacks coming. As night falls over the subterranean world, Day 91 arrives under an eerie glowing eclipse, marking the rare phenomenon known as the fourth blue moon. Deep inside the cave, the modest farm plot bathes under the cool, shimmering blue rays cascading from the ceiling opening. Wrapped tightly inside his cozy green leaf blanket, Sejun nibbles on a fresh tomato, nervously anticipating what magical chaos tonight's blue moon will bring. Remembering how high MP can help withstand terrifying monster roars, Sejun downs another tomato, hoping to stack enough stat buffs to survive whatever comes next. Huddling in his dim corner, Sejun stares anxiously at the quiet tomato stalks, praying that the long night passes without any sudden danger. Suddenly, a radiant beam of celestial light strikes down directly onto the farm bed, surrounding the crops in a brilliant burst of mana. Sejun gasps as translucent blue sparks dance across the leaves, signaling an extraordinary transformation in the soil. Staring with wide, unblinking eyes, Sejun stammers in complete shock as the magical aura intensifies. The young green tomatoes greedily absorb the blue moon energy, pulsating with radiant mana. With a sharp spark, one of the green tomatoes suddenly mutates into a brilliant, glowing sapphire blue fruit. Hold on a second. Did that humble crop literally just drop a legendary blue variant? Talk about top-tier luck. Gleaming like a rare jewel amidst the green foliage, the single blue cherry tomato shines brightly under the moonlight. Sejun's face instantly lights up with pure excitement, completely unable to resist the urge to harvest this incredible miracle crop right away. But before he can even step forward, the celestial light shifts across the dirt floor, washing over the sweet potato patch. Sejun's jaw drops in utter astonishment, realizing that the sweet potato vines are also absorbing the blue moon's magic. Glancing up at the glowing eclipse above, Sejun decides he can't just sit back. He has to inspect this miraculous harvest immediately. Clutching his leaf blanket around his shoulders, Sejun steps forward cautiously across the dark cave floor. Overcoming his fear, Sejun breaks into a full sprint toward the glowing crops. Dropping to his knees beside the mound, Sejun frantically digs into the loose earth with his bare hands. Pulling a glowing purple tuber from the dirt, Sejun lets out a victorious shout as steam rises from the magical harvest. Ping, the item description materializes. Sweet potato imbued with blue moon energy permanently increases MP by 0.05, permanently boosting stat points just by eating homegrown sweet potatoes? This man is literally farming his way to godhood while living in a hole. Holding his prize tuber high in triumph, gasp. System messages flood his vision, maxing out his harvest skill proficiency and granting 50 bonus experience points. Turning his gaze back toward the tomato plant, Sejun marvels at the glittering blue cherry tomato hanging gracefully from the vine. Reaching out with gentle fingers, Sejun snaps the rare blue fruit off the stem. Holding the radiant sweet potato in one hand and the blue tomato in the other, Sejun laughs triumphantly, feeling like he literally holds the entire world in his hands. Ping, ping, suddenly red quest screens slam down. Offer blue moon sweet potato to the tower manager. Reward, none. Refusal, death. Followed by an identical demand for the blue tomato. Sweating cold drops, Sejun realizes the greedy dragon manager isn't playing around anymore and might actually execute him if he doesn't comply. Thinking fast on his feet, Sejun quickly scoops up a leaf bowl filled with standard red tomatoes, offering them to fulfill the previous quota instead. Ping! The screen updates. The tower manager is happy with the magical cherry tomatoes in the basket. Look at how easily Sejun manages a legendary dragon. Just toss it a bowl of fresh produce and it completely forgets its lethal threat. As the system grumbles about the remaining blue crops, Sejun frantically begs for a rain check, flustered, embarrassed, promising to deliver the special blue veggies at a later date. Ping! The blue window begrudgingly accepts, warning that Sejun must hand over the sweet potatoes eventually, to which Sejun happily nods in agreement. With the system screen gone, Sejun stares at the glowing blue tomato and tuber in his palms, wondering what to do with them next. Smiling mischievously, Sejun decides there's only one logical choice: popping the glowing blue tomato directly into his open mouth. He slowly chews the rare fruit, letting the heavenly burst of flavor flood his senses. His entire body shivers uncontrollably as an overwhelming surge of magical energy rushes through his veins. Visual fireworks explode in his mind as system windows confirm a permanent 0.05 MP stat increase. Wrapping the blue sweet potato in fresh green onion leaves, Sejun tosses the parcel directly into the crackling campfire, Sitting contentedly by the warm flames, Sejun chuckles to himself, remarking how waiting for delicious roasted food is the absolute happiest moment of the day. As the magical blue night fades away, bright morning sunlight pours through the cavern ceiling, heralding a brand new day on the farm. Over by the turf mound, the heavy round wooden door of the bunny burrow slowly swings open. Straw Hat Dad, Apron Mom, and all 5 tiny yellow kits pop their heads out, squeaking in sleepy curiosity. Turning toward his fuzzy crew, Sejun greets them with a bright wave, delighted by their perfect timing. With a grand flourish, Sejun unfolds the warm leaf wrapper, revealing the piping hot roasted blue sweet potato. Apron Mom and his tiny kids stare at the steaming delicacy with massive sparkling eyes, drool practically running down their chins. Look at those baby fluff balls drooling. That roasted potato must smell like pure heaven. Swish! Suddenly, Straw Hat Bunny Dad leaps out in front, dramatically throwing his arms wide to block the hungry family. Bunny Dad squeaks sternly, pointing back and forth while Mom and the kits droop their ears in sad disappointment. Watching the hand gestures carefully, Sejun gasps, realizing Bunny Dad wants Sejun to eat the entire sweet potato himself since there's only one piece. Tears of overwhelming emotional gratitude swell in Sejun's eyes as he marvels at Straw Hat Dad's incredible selflessness. Gently patting Bunny Dad's head while weeping dramatic tears, Sejun cries out in gratitude while secretly swearing to never admit he already ate the rare blue tomato all by himself earlier. Aw, man, the hypocritical guilt is unreal. He's sobbing tears of gratitude while hiding the evidence of his sneaky solo feast. Sejun nods softly, holding the warm purple sweet potato in his hands as he gently tells the anxious bunny family that he'll go ahead and take the first bite. Without hesitation, Sejun opens his mouth wide and sinks his teeth deep into the hot, steaming tuber. "It's hot!" Sejun shrieks in horror, instantly opening his mouth as thick clouds of scalding steam erupt from his burning tongue. "Ah, my tongue! It scalded my palate too!" Sejun screams out in pain, dropping the boiling potato as fiery hot pieces fall scattered across the dirt floor. Ping! A sudden spark of shock flashes in Straw Hat Bunny Dad's eyes as he stares at the steaming chunks lying right in front of him. Squeaking in surprise, Bunny Dad watches the hot pieces of purple sweet potato bounce along the ground. Before Bunny Dad can even utter a word of warning, the 4 tiny yellow kits pounce greedily, gulping the hot pieces whole. Talk about zero table manners. These little fluff balls have zero self-control when it comes to food. Immediately, the poor baby kits feel the scalding heat burning inside their tiny mouths, panting frantically while steam shoots out from their open lips. Unable to withstand the searing heat, the traumatized baby bunnies spit the scorching hot pieces straight back out onto the dirt. The entire litter breaks down into dramatic bunny weeping, while Straw Hat Dad hangs his head in utter shame and Sejun collapses to his knees in complete agony over his ruined potato. Staring blankly at the ruined, chewed-up pieces scattered on the ground, Sejun sighs heavily, realizing his cozy breakfast turned into an utter disaster. Dusting off his knees, Sejun stands up tall and loudly announces to the fuzzy crew that it's time to get to work planting sweet potato sprouts. Gathering the 5 yellow kits around the pile of green vine sprouts, Sejun patiently explains that these exact leafy stems belong to the delicious hot tubers they just tried to eat. Raising a strict finger directly at the babies, Sejun firmly declares that everyone is strictly banned from eating any sweet potato sprouts for the time being. The tiny kits freeze in absolute shock and heartbreak, staring back with wide, betrayed eyes as a green leaf drops right out of one baby's mouth. Look at those shocked faces. You'd think he just banned them from breathing. "Even if you complain, it's no use," Sejun shouts, mocking tone, while the dramatically weeping kits cling frantically to his shirt and legs in protest. Seeing their pitiful, teary eyes, Sejun quickly shifts tactics, bargaining that if they help plant all the sprouts right now, he'll treat them to amazing special snacks for dinner. Dark theatrical shadows cover Sejun's face as he smirks mischievously, hyping up the mysterious special snacks like a classic anime villain. The baby kit's eyes instantly transform into glittering stars, falling for the delicious bribe hook, line, and sinker. Clapping his hands together energetically, Sejun commands everyone to move out. Chuckling warmly at how ridiculously cute the tiny bunnies look marching off with green sprouts clamped in their mouths. Walking over to Apron Mom Rabbit, who is holding a pair of heavy shears, Sejun politely requests her to leave one green onion stalk intact so it can bloom a flower and yield fresh seeds. Looking up at the massive green onion stalk, standing taller than a person, Sejun realizes he needs to plant registered seeds first to turn them into official system items. The eager baby kits waste no time wildly digging into the soil with their tiny front paws to create perfect planting holes. Another tiny yellow kit comes scurrying across the dirt, carefully carrying a long green vine sprout in its fluffy arms. With surprisingly careful precision, the tiny bunny slides the root end of the sprout directly into the fresh hole. Patting the moist dirt firmly around the stem with its small paws, the little kit lets out a proud, happy squeak. As all 5 kits work together like a trained mini agricultural squad, Apron Mom Rabbit follows right behind with a watering can, giving each sprout a fresh splash of water. Honestly, this adorable bunny crew is way more efficient than most human workers. Suddenly, one of the yellow kits stares intently at a juicy green sprout leaf, drool running right down its chin. Overcome by pure hunger, the reckless little kit takes a huge crunchy bite directly off the raw sprout leaf. Wham! Straw Hat Bunny Dad instantly swoops in and delivers a swift head chop, scolding the bad kid on the spot for breaking the rules. Over in the tomato patch, Sejun crouches beside the vibrant green plants, harvesting plump red cherry tomatoes into a wide leaf pouch. Ping, ping, ping! System windows cascade across his field of vision, confirming that Sejun has harvested magic cherry tomatoes, gained experience, and earned a bonus stat point. Reading the glowing blue screens, Sejun smiles brightly as his job rank officially upgrades from Tower Farmer F to Tower Farmer E, enhancing his overall farming capabilities. Sitting down comfortably beside the crackling campfire, Sejun carefully threads fresh cherry tomatoes onto long wooden skewers to prepare a roasted snack. Ping! An unexpected notification pops up overhead. The tower manager is interestingly keeping an eye on what you're going to cook today. Sejun grins playfully, giggle, knowing the mighty dragon is watching his every move like a hungry audience member. Glancing back over his shoulder as the blue screen fades away, Sejun chuckles softly to himself. Smirking with absolute confidence, Sejun holds the skewer right over the warm glowing embers, intentionally making the tomatoes look irresistible to tease his royal spectator. Raising his arm high toward the cave burrow, Sejun calls out cheerfully, inviting the entire bunny family over for the long-awaited snack time. Hearing the call, the 5 baby yellow bunnies come sprinting across the cavern floor at full speed. With a grand reveal, Sejun presents his delicious creation, special roasted cherry tomatoes bone skewers. System text explains that roasting tomatoes on clean piranha bones infuses them with natural sweetness and extra softness. Wow, using sharp monster fish bones as gourmet cooking skewers is pure genius survival skill right there. The entire bunny family gasps in utter amazement, clutching their glowing red skewers with massive sparkling eyes and heavy drool. Sejun warns the excited bunnies to blow on their food first so they don't burn their mouths again, then turns his attention back to digging up dinner, sigh of excitement. Kneeling down beside the raised dirt mound, Sejun digs his fingers deep into the loose earth. With a mighty tug, Sejun pulls up a magnificent cluster of thick, radiant purple sweet potatoes. Bing! The system window materializes. Strength sweet potato permanently breaks down 10 grams of body fat and temporarily increases strength by 0.1. Hold on a minute. It melts fat and grants physical strength stat buffs? This guy's literally eating his way to a supermodel physique. Counting 15 plump tubers laid out on the ground, Sejun beams with satisfaction. Giddy chuckle, thrilled that every vine yielded 5 solid sweet potatoes. Noticing a stray green vine sprout lying nearby on the dirt floor, Sejun realizes it still has plenty of fresh vitality. Gently making a small furrow in the soil, Sejun replants the leafy sprout stem back into the earth. Tucking the rich soil snugly around the roots, Sejun smiles contentedly, refusing to let a single potential crop go to waste. Ping! System notifications instantly chime. Sowing level 1 effect activated. Proficiency increased. Sejun blinks in shock, flustered, embarrassed, completely amazed that replanting cut vine sprouts counts as actual seed sowing. Realizing that hand planting every single sprout himself is the key to farm proficiency, Sejun's jaw drops in utter panic. He can't just let his furry little assistants do all the hard work. Wait, everyone stop! Sejun shouts frantically out of breath, waving his arms around like a madman as he rushes over to snatch the vine sprouts back from the tiny kids. Meanwhile, high above in the tower's majestic library, the black dragon hums contentedly while rummaging through stacks of ancient leather-bound books. Clutched between 2 massive sharp dragon claws is the long skewer of roasted cherry tomatoes Sejun prepared earlier. Bringing the skewer over to a roaring stone fireplace, the dragon roasts the red tomatoes right over the dancing flames. Eagerly opening its huge maw, the dragon takes a big, enthusiastic bite out of the roasted tomatoes. Ack! It's bitter! The dragon shrieks, gasp, instantly hacking and spitting out the scorched tomato skins in utter disgust. Talk about ruining gourmet food. Even mythical dragons can't handle burnt tomato peel. But as the warm, sweet juice spreads across its tongue, the dragon's eyes light up in bliss, tail wagging back and forth as it hums happily. Intrigued by the delicious snack, the dragon reaches over to a glowing crystal orb, eager to spy on what the human farmer is up to now. Swirling magic reveals Sejun sitting comfortably on the ground, happily munching on a steamy roasted sweet potato while cuddling a tiny yellow bunny. Impossible! The dragon stammers in absolute disbelief, staring wide-eyed at the luxurious feast happening on screen. Sinking its sharp claws deep into the pedestal, the black dragon Aline Fertani roars in pure rage, furious that those pesky bunnies are enjoying gourmet roasted sweet potatoes without her. Honestly, seeing a powerful ancient dragon throw a total toddler temper tantrum over food is peak comedy. Down in the cave, completely oblivious to the dragon's violent outburst, Sejun happily chews another sweet bite while cradling a soft bunny kit. Ding! A sudden Scion quest window materializes in front of Sejun's face, interrupting his cozy snack time. Reading the system screen, the terms are utterly ridiculous. Additional quest, giving 1 roasted strength sweet potato to the tower manager. Reward, none. Refusal, death. Sejun stares blankly with sweet potato still stuffed inside his cheek, completely unbothered by the life or death ultimatum. Without batting an eye, Sejun casually waves his hands and dismisses the threat, scoffing, choosing to postpone the quest so he can keep eating. Bing! The screen instantly flashes red in frustration, reading, "The tower manager urges you to give it the roasted sweet potato." Unshaken, Sejun smirks and negotiates back, asking what kind of reward he'll get for giving up his very last sweet potato. Ping! Backed into a corner by a hungry human, the system screen quickly updates. Reward, a job-related skill. Refusal, death. Look at this guy casually extorting the almighty tower manager for free skills. He's got absolute nerve. Another job-related skill? Well, okay. So Jun chuckles happily, holding up a leaf-wrapped roasted sweet potato toward the glowing light. Reaching out his hand, Sejun firmly presses the glowing open button to collect his hard-earned reward. As the system notifications glow brightly, Sejun leaps up in complete joy, thrilled to discover he just unlocked an official seed store skill. Thrusting his palm forward with absolute confidence, Sejun shouts out loud to activate his brand new seed store skill. A blue interface screen materializes, checking his customer account only to report 0 transaction history. Sweating nervously as he realizes he doesn't have a single penny in his pockets, Sejun timidly asks if the store accepts barter trading. Suddenly, system screens chime rapidly, granting him a welcome bonus of 1 tower coin deposited straight into his seed bank account. Sejun gasps in awe as a brilliant glowing diamond emblem floats into existence right before his eyes. Sparkling with radiant light, the system screen confirms the deposit of 1 shiny tower coin. Wow, talk about legendary beginner luck, getting free currency just for opening an app. Tapping the screen eagerly, Sejun calculates that 1 tower coin is worth a staggering 1,000,001 back on Earth, eager to see what rare items he can purchase. Multiple blue screens cascade downwards, explaining that rookie tier users are shown 3 random seed options per month and can only pick 1. 3 blue shop icons pop up simultaneously, offering 1,000 red pepper seeds, 1,000 cabbage seeds, or 1,000 carrot seeds for 0.1 tower coin each. Rested chin in hand, Sejun scratches his cheek thoughtfully, complaining about how ridiculously expensive 100,000 won for 1,000 simple seeds actually is. Looking over the red pepper and cabbage options, Sejun dismisses them since making proper Korean kimchi without salt or garlic is practically impossible in this cave. Staring up at the last remaining option, Sejun ponders whether carrots are really worth buying. Suddenly, every single bunny in the cave freezes. Straw Hat Rabbit Dad and Apron Mom drop everything, turning around with wide, trembling eyes. Talk about a dramatic visual reaction. These rabbits look like they just heard the holy grail of food names. Wiggling his long ears frantically, Straw Hat Dad Rabbit scurries right up to Sejun, squeaking eagerly in excitement. Sejun blinks in surprise, looking down at his fuzzy companions and asking if they really want to eat fresh carrots that badly. The moment the word carrot leaves Sejun's mouth, Rabbit Dad and Apron Mom's eyes instantly transform into blinding, glittering stars while heavy streams of drool fall. Carrot?
Sejun teases playfully, leaning close as the bunny parents bounce frantically on their hind legs. The entire bunny family completely loses their minds, jumping up and down in absolute unison like a fuzzy chorus line. Wham! Unable to contain his wild carrot cravings, Straw Hat Rabbit Dad literally flies through the air and tackle slams Sejun's face, forcing his fingers straight onto the buy button. System windows chime in rapid succession. You've purchased 1,000 carrot seeds. 0.1 tower coin has been withdrawn. A magical burst of bright red light sparks in midair, spawning a beautifully embroidered crimson pouch. Picking up the heavy pouch, Sejun chuckles softly, noting that the luxurious velvet bag looks way more expensive than the actual seeds inside. A funny system notification pops up reading, "The tower manager is satisfied with your purchase." Sejun deadpans at the screen, sighing, asking why the dragon is the one getting satisfaction out of his shopping. Moving outdoors to the dirt field, Sejun raises his fists high, rallying the excited bunny squad to begin planting carrots immediately. Deep in the green foliage nearby, a tiny, adorable bee monster hovers around the fresh leaves, turning its bright purple eyes toward the garden. Over in the tilled soil, two fluffy white bunny tails wiggle happily in the air as the rabbits dig deep holes for the new seeds. A few days pass in peaceful harmony. Sejun rests lazily on a smooth, flat rock with a tiny yellow kit sleeping soundly on his belly, while Straw Hat Dad and bow-adorned Mom lay on their stomachs, kicking their feet happily. Looking over at each other with warm affection, Rabbit Dad gently rubs his cheek against Rabbit Mom in the most heartwarming display of love. Aw, look at these two cute bunny parents. Their affection is pure sweetness overload. Gazing at the dirt plot where the carrots were planted, Sejun notes to himself that even though the seeds haven't sprouted yet, the bunny family has been camping out in front of the dirt patch all day long. Gently stroking the sleeping yellow kit tucked against his arm, Sejun closes his eyes for a peaceful afternoon nap, deciding to finish hand-pollinating tomato flowers later in the evening. As Sejun rests peacefully on the flat rock, a subtle buzzing noise suddenly breaks the quiet silence right next to his ear. Still half asleep, Sejun lazily swats his hand around his head, trying to shoo away whatever annoying bug is disrupting his afternoon nap. But the persistent buzzing doesn't stop. Sitting up in a sudden wave of irritation, Sejun snaps, panting, loudly demanding to know why a random insect is bothering him. Turning his head, his annoyance instantly vanishes as he locks eyes with an amazingly adorable little creature hovering right at eye level. Glowing with giant purple eyes and soft, fluffy fur, the tiny bee monster cocks its head to the side, emitting a cute little squeak. Staring with open-mouthed wonder, Sejun stammers nervously as he slowly reaches out a single finger toward the floating bug. "So cute!" Sejun squeals in pure delight, dropping to his knees on the stone pedestal while clasping his hands together like an excited fanboy. Seriously, can you blame him? This little guy looks way more like a cuddly anime mascot than a dangerous tower monster. Excited to see what kind of friendly creature he just made friends with, Sejun inspects its details until a Scion system window materializes right beside it, identifying it as a poison honeybee. But poison honeybee? Sejun shrieks in utter terror, his heart doing a complete backflip as all his excitement instantly vanishes. Scrambling back on his heels, Sejun stammers nervously while turning around to warn his bunny crew about the impending danger. But the moment Sejun looks back, he realizes the entire bunny family, Mom, Dad, and all the tiny kits are already sprinting away at top speed. Look at these cowardly little rabbits leaving their main food supplier to die. Talk about ultimate betrayal. "You mean rabbits?" Sejun screams at the top of his lungs, flailing his arms in absolute disbelief as his trusty assistants completely abandon him to save their own fur. Ping! The system window helpfully adds fuel to his nightmare, informing him that poison honeybees are violent, carnivorous predators that paralyze targets with deadly stingers to eat their flesh. Sejun hyperventilates, panting, screaming that carnivores shouldn't even be called bees in the first place. Frantically waving his hands around like a maniac, Sejun backs away into the foliage, desperately shooing the tiny floating predator away. Feeling threatened by his wild gestures, the bee's eyes flare red with aggressive dark energy. Sejun trips backward onto the dirt, begging for his life, weeping that he's nothing but skin and bones with zero meat to offer. Blindly reaching behind his back in complete desperation, Sejun's fingers lock tightly onto a stray plant stem lying on the ground. Thrusting the yellow-flowered stem forward like a sacred shield, Sejun closes his eyes tight and shouts, praying the monster will eat the plant instead of his face.
But instead of attacking, the poison honeybee suddenly halts midair, staring curiously at the bright yellow blossoms waving in front of it. Inching closer, the cute little creature glides toward the plant stem, twitching its tiny nose as it takes a curious sniff of the fresh floral scent. Peeking open one eye, gasp! Sejun freezes in shock, confused as to why he hasn't been stung to death yet. To his absolute astonishment, the bee buries its face into the flower's center, making adorable slurping sounds as it happily guzzles down the sweet nectar. Sparkling glitter surrounds the little honeybee as it hums in pure bliss, fluttery wings vibrating in total happiness. Aw, check out this art direction. The artist instantly turned a dangerous predator into the sweetest little companion. Sejun deadpans at the Scion system screen in utter disbelief, pointing out the glaring plot hole that this supposedly carnivorous flesh eater is literally acting like a peaceful herbivore. Suddenly, a light bulb goes off in Sejun's head. Realizing that the cave atmosphere must be terribly dry, he figures the bee was just desperately searching for moisture and sweet floral nectar. Smiling warmly at his tiny floating guest, Sejun speaks softly to avoid scaring the poison honeybee as it hovers peacefully near him. Gesturing toward the vast, blooming tomato field nearby, Sejun kindly offers to let the little bee feast on all the other flowers in his farm. Whoa, haha, eat them to your heart's content. Sejun cheers happily as the honeybee zips through the air in absolute ecstasy. Rubbing his hands together with a mischievous smirk, Sejun realizes he just struck visual gold. He won't ever have to manually hand-pollinate cherry tomato blossoms again. Talk about working smarter, not harder. This guy turns every threat into free labor. Meanwhile, the cowardly bunny squad timidly peeks their heads out from behind a large rock. Glaring back at them, Sejun crosses his arms and scolds them for returning after abandoning him to get eaten alive. Scrambling over, the entire bunny family rubs their soft fur against Sejun's legs in a desperate bid for forgiveness. Sejun turns his head stubbornly, dramatically shouting that he's still super mad. After buzzing around the entire field, the poison honeybee drifts back over towards Sejun. Noticing its approach, Sejun asks if it's already full from its flower feast. Hovering dangerously close to his shirt, the little bee approaches Sejun's chest. Sejun nervous sweats slightly, flustered, embarrassed, timidly warning the bug that it's getting a little too close for comfort. Ignoring his panic, the tiny bee lands softly on Sejun's white shirt, circling around in a cozy little loop. Curling up its furry body, the cute little creature lets out a long, sleepy stretch on Sejun's chest. Tucking its head in, the poison honeybee falls sound asleep right on top of Sejun's shirt. Watching it doze off, Sejun's heart melts with cuteness, unable to hold back a warm smile at how ridiculously adorable it is. Sitting atop the smooth rock, surrounded by his loyal bunnies and a nap-taking monster bee, Sejun looks down thoughtfully, whispering a silent prayer that the sleeping bug won't accidentally sting him while dreaming. Over the next few days, the benefits of having a flying assistant become crystal clear. Rows of vibrant cherry tomato bushes burst with plump, dark red tomatoes ripe for harvest. Deep on the cave wall, 15 tally marks carved into the smooth stone track the steady, peaceful passage of time. Down in the farm, everyone works in perfect synchronization. Straw Hat Rabbit Dad waters the emerging green carrot sprouts with a tiny watering can, while Sejun meticulously inspects his crops. Shaking his fist playfully, Sejun shoos away 2 energetic bunny kids, chuckling as he tells them to go play somewhere else while he finishes working. Watching the bunny kids happily play tag in the green onion patch, Sejun smiles warmly to himself, admiring their innocent energy. Honestly, seeing this cozy underground farm life is so therapeutic. Fluttering over, the poison honeybee settles softly onto Sejun's shoulder. Sejun turns his head, warmly asking if it's already sucked up all the nectar for the day. System Text notes that several peaceful weeks have officially passed since the poison honeybee joined their farm family. Feeling his stomach rumble, Sejun smiles and checks if it's time for lunch yet. Looking down from an aerial view, the cave floor has transformed into a massive, organized agricultural paradise, boasting lush green onions, thriving tomatoes, and growing carrot patches. Sejun waves his arm high, calling the entire crew together for mealtime. Realizing the poison honeybee has completely adopted their farm as its permanent home, Sejun Sejun sits by a roaring campfire with the bunnies, roasting fresh green onions over the heat. Hovering right over Sejun's roasted green onion, the cute little bee squeezes its belly, drizzling a thick, golden stream of fresh, organic honey straight onto the charred vegetable. Ping! A blue system notification pops up with sparkling light, identifying the creation of honey onion, a delicious dish where sweet grilled green onion is elevated by sticky honey. Taking a massive, crunchy bite, Sejun's eyes light up with pure bliss, shouting in happiness at how incredibly sweet and flavorful it is while the bunnies munch on their own honey treats. Chewing happily, Sejun chuckles softly as he reflects on how terrified he was when the bee first arrived, grateful that its presence allowed him to easily produce fresh honey. Pumped up with total excitement, Sejun thrusts his fist into the air, declaring that in just a few months, he'll have so much honey he won't ever be jealous of wild bears again. Ping! The system screen updates with a warm notification. The tower's manager is happy for you. Turning back toward the cave wall, Sejun raises a fist in determination as he tracks the passing days inside the tower. Sitting on the dusty ground beside two playing bunny kits, Sejun glances at the rows of carved tally marks, wondering if the dangerous blue moon is due to turn soon. Resting his chin thoughtfully on his hand, Sejun gazes up at the cavernous ceiling opening, feeling a wave of anxiety wash over him. Sunlight pours brightly through the cavernous sky hole, while Sejun silently prays that this upcoming blue moon passes without any chaos. Marking the 121st day since getting stranded in the tower, Sejun carefully gathers a heavy basket filled with ripe cherry tomatoes. Pulling his green checkered hood over his head near stacked crops, Sejun notes that they have plenty of food stored up. Contemplative, figuring the poison honeybee must also be bunkering down for the blue moon. Hearing restless squeaks behind him, Sejun turns around to see the entire bunny family huddled together in sheer panic. Picking up his filled crop basket, Sejun calls out to his cute assistants, telling them it's high time to head inside for safety. But instead of following their human boss, the rabbit squad tightly clings to one another on the dirt floor, ignoring his calls entirely. Straw Hat Dad, Bo Mom, and all 5 tiny kids squeeze into a frantic group hug, trembling with their eyes shut tight in total fear. Sejun tilts his hooded head in utter confusion, wondering why his dependable little farming crew is acting so intensely paranoid. Suddenly, both rabbit parents sprint right past Sejun at breakneck speed, leaving their baby kits completely in the dust. Diving headfirst into their subterranean wooden burrow, the cowardly parent rabbits abandon their own offspring without missing a beat. Straw Hat Dad pops his head out one final time to give a cheerful wave goodbye, leaving Sejun completely flabbergasted. Slam! The thick wooden burrow doors slam shut tight, completely locking the parents inside their impenetrable shelter.
You bad parents!
Sejun shrieks in absolute betrayal, flailing his arms in disbelief as he yells at them for abandoning their kids right as the blue moon rises. High above through the cave ceiling, the full moon transforms into a terrifying dark lunar eclipse. Cold blue light cascades down into the cavern, dramatic pause, painting the dark cave floor in an eerie, ominous hue. Beads of nervous sweat drip down Sejun's pale face, panting, staring in horror as the oppressive blue aura engulfs the entire cavern. Boom! A massive monster rabbit with glowing crimson eyes and giant fangs bursts out from the shadows, roaring savagely. A relentless horde of rabid, muscular monster rabbits charges forward with razor-sharp claws ready to tear everything into pieces. Shaking in pure horror, Sejun's heart drops to his stomach as he realizes he's trapped in a nightmare full of bloodthirsty beasts. Completely overwhelmed by the violent surge of dark energy, Sejun stammers in complete terror, trembling voice expecting to be shredded to bits. Talk about a total genre shift. The artist literally flipped our cozy farming story into a terrifying monster survival horror in less than 2 seconds. Staring wide-eyed in absolute panic, panting, Sejun gasps for air as the wave of ravenous beasts closes in for the kill. Flexing their massive veins-popping arms, the monstrous rabbits snap their deadly jaws, ready to destroy everything in their path. Shine! Right before the beasts hit them, a brilliant rainbow burst of magical light erupts from the tiny baby kits. Soft, silky white rabbit ears rise gracefully into the dazzling light as an incredible magical evolution begins. Fluffy rabbit tails wiggle amidst glittering stars, radiating divine energy throughout the darkened cave. Pshaya! Leaping high into the sparkling air, the tiny kits float upward soared surrounded by vibrant celestial power. Gliding effortlessly through glowing magic clouds, the baby bunnies undergo a breathtaking transformation right before Seijun's stunned eyes. Blinking in pure astonishment, Seijun stammers weakly as he watches the tiny fluffy babies magically grow into sleek, fully matured adult rabbits. Landing gracefully on 2 feet, 5 beautiful adult rabbits strike a pose, including one with glossy midnight black fur. Sejun's jaw hits the floor as he realizes the blue moon didn't turn the kits into monsters, but triggered their official rite of passage evolution into adult farmer rabbits. Crouching down beside them, Sejun exhales in relief, figuring out that the 5th blue moon serves as an official coming-of-age ceremony for tower rabbits. Dramatically burying his face in his hands, Sejun fans hysterical tears, sob, weeping that he thought they were about to get brutally devoured. Confused by their human dad's dramatic breakdown, the sleek black rabbit gently pats his arm, trying to comfort its emotional farmer. Snapping out of his fate crying, Seiju lunges forward with open arms, shouting that he's giving them all aggressive punishment kisses for scaring him to death. This makes Juchu and the bears run away terrified of his deadly embrace technique. Warm sunlight finally breaks through the cavern sky hole, signaling that the terrifying blue moon night has officially ended. Creak! The wooden burrow door slowly creaks open as the cowardly rabbit parents timidly peek outside to check if the coast is clear. Spotting Sejun peacefully sitting around a warm campfire with all 5 newly evolved adult rabbits, Rabbit Dad freezes in absolute shock. Squealing with tears of joy, the parent rabbits sprint over and tackle their grown kids in an emotional reunion, while Sejun smiles warmly, planning a coming-of-age feast. Raising its paw high with pride, one of the newly transformed white rabbits steps forward to display its new ability. Pop! With a sparkling burst of magical light, a bright toy shovel materializes out of thin air straight into its claw. Sejun's eyes pop open in absolute amazement, shouting in disbelief as he watches a rabbit pull physical farming tools out of nowhere. Scion system screens materialize over every single adult rabbit, revealing specialized titles and tools from sickles and water cans to wheelbarrows. Stroking his chin in deep thought, Sejun realizes adult farmer rabbits spawn-bound equipment. As he chuckles as the wheelbarrow rabbit accidentally dumps the black rabbit onto its butt. Turning to the sleek black rabbit dusting off its fur, Sejun curiously asks what special item its unique class unlocks. Smiling slyly, the black rabbit strikes a stylish pose, spawning a glowing summon window right above its raised paw. Ta-da! With a triumphant flex, the black rabbit summons a gigantic wooden mallet bigger than its whole body. Man, give this little guy a hard hat. He's ready to hammer out an entire empire. Sejun blinks in surprise, staring closely at the newly evolved black rabbit while asking what its official class name turned out to be. A Scion system notification pops up, registering the bunny's title as Warrior Black Rabbit, while the sleek little guy winks coolly and rests its wooden mallet over its shoulder. Meanwhile, the rest of the rabbit crew gets straight to work, using their newly spawned watering cans to tend to the flourishing carrot patches. Wearing a stylish purple bandana, another adult rabbit slashes through green onion stalks with swordsman-like precision using its sharp sickle, as a fellow bunny looks on in awe. Over in the tomato fields, one rabbit effortlessly pushes a wheelbarrow loaded with fresh harvests, while another uses a shovel to prep the soil. Bringing a wheelbarrow full of ripe red tomatoes over to Sejun, the helpful rabbit unloads it all as Sejun warm-heartedly thanks his industrious assistant. Wiping a happy tear from his eye, Sejun feels like a proud father watching the kids maturely shoulder their parents' daily farming responsibilities. Honestly, Sejun went from shivering in terror during the blue moon to acting like a sentimental suburban dad in less than 10 minutes. But as Sejun turns around to check on the warrior black rabbit, his proud mood instantly evaporates into complete deadpan. While everyone else works up a sweat, the warrior bunny lies sideways on the dirt, casually munching on cherry tomatoes like a total slacker, leading Sejun to realize this guy's basically unemployed. Sitting cross-legged, Sejun points out that since the cave is completely safe from wild monsters, a warrior's combat skills are totally useless for farming, causing the black rabbit's ears to perk up in alarm. Pointing triumphantly toward the cave's underground pond, the black bunny gives Sejun a brilliant idea. Hunting aquatic creatures definitely counts as combat training.
Ready to test out their new partnership, Seijun grabs a burning bamboo torch to lure underwater targets toward the shore, while shouting words of encouragement to his furry warrior. Waving the flaming torch in wide arcs over the surface, Seijun creates bright glowing light trails to attract whatever monster fish lurk beneath the dark water. In a massive splash, a giant cave piranha with razor-sharp, jagged teeth leaps straight out of the pond directly at Seijun's face. Seijun shouts out the attack command at the top of his lungs, and the black warrior rabbit springs into the air like an absolute superhero. With a devastating overhead swing, the tiny black bunny slams its giant mallet squarely into the monster fish's head. The sheer kinetic force sends the giant beast flying across the cave, flattening it into a pulverized puddle against the stone wall while Seijun stands frozen in complete shock. Landing gracefully on 2 feet, the smug black rabbit strikes a stylish thumbs-up pose while the crushed fish slowly slides down the cavern wall. Talk about absolute overkill. That fish didn't just get caught, it got turned into atomic dust. Sejun's jaw hits the ground as he lets out a horrified scream, completely stunned by the terrifying destructive power packed inside that tiny bunny. Looking down at the leaf plate, the entire fish has been smashed into a fine pulp, leaving behind nothing but crushed paste and a clean bone skeleton. Sitting in a gloomy circle around the fire, Seijun and the rabbit family stared down at the pulverized meal, realizing that raw combat strength does not equal cooking talent. Nervous laughter escapes Seijun as he tries to cheer up the depressed warrior, telling him practice makes perfect, while the other white rabbits give the black bunny serious side-eye. As days pass, every single rabbit adapts smoothly to its job, with Seijun cheering on the warrior bunny as it learns to control its power and cleanly catch fish without obliterating them. Fast forward to day 125 in the tower. A blue notification window pops up, announcing that the seed store has officially reopened. Pumped up with hype, Seijun checks his purchase options while the system informs him that he can only buy a single crop item due to his current level restrictions. Glancing over the shop menu, Seijun inspects 3 seed choices: 10 watermelon seeds for 5 tower coins, 50 sweet pumpkin seeds for 1 coin, and 200 waxy corn seeds for half a coin. Flustered and sweating heavily, Seijun freaks out as he notices how drastically higher these seed prices are compared to his previous budget buys. Classic gacha store mechanics. You wait a whole month for the store to restock, and inflation hits you right in the face. Checking his digital balance, Seijun realizes he only has 0.9 tower coins left, making waxy corn his only affordable choice, while he worries how he'll ever earn more currency. Trapped down here, he recalls standard hunter knowledge. Clearing tower floors awards massive coin rewards, but since floor prizes are single payouts, average hunters can't rely on them for steady income. The most reliable, continuous income for tower hunters comes from hunting monsters and selling drop materials to wandering merchants or store hubs on the first floor. Weighing his dismal options, Seijun accepts that clearing floors or finding open-world merchants is completely impossible while trapped inside an isolated cave pit. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration hits him as he remembers the high-reward quest assigned to him directly by the mysterious tower manager. Looking up toward the cavern ceiling opening, Seijun calls out to the sky, begging the tower manager to pay out in advance on his quest rewards right now. A system prompt appears explaining that the tower manager doesn't even know what tower coins are, promising to reward him later once he grows up. Seijun sputters in total confusion, asking how young this administrator actually is. Wait a second. Is the godlike ruler of this entire tower literally an innocent toddler? That explains so much. When Seijun presses for answers about its age, the system coolly replies that it's a secret, leaving Seijun groaning as he asks how many decades he has to wait before becoming a grown adult. Outraged, Seijun rants that at this rate, his quest payout won't arrive until his 7th-generation descendants take over. And last time he checked, he's single and living in a cave with 0 dating prospects. Defeated, Seijun drops to his knees while venting steam from his nose, realizing that throwing a temper tantrum at an unseen manager only drains his energy. Refocusing on practical survival, Seijun inspects the shop menu again, concluding that waxy corn seeds are laying out a fantastic crop to cultivate anyway. Imagining delicious steamed corn, grilled cobs, and even grinding kernels into flour for fresh bread, Seijun happily taps the purchase screen to confirm his order. Notifications chime as half a tower coin is deducted from his account, awarding him shop mileage while a magical red seed pouch drops straight into his hand. Loosening the pouch drawstrings, Seijun pours out a handful of plump, golden corn kernels, thoroughly satisfied with the seed quality. Proudly showing off his fresh purchase to his lead bunny assistant, Seijun asks if the kernels look healthy, receiving a cheerful squeak of approval.
Raising his fist high into the air, Sejun rallies his 6 furry farmers to start planting the new corn crop, sparking an energetic cheer from the whole team. Right in the middle of his epic pep talk, Sejun's stomach lets out a massive rumble, forcing him to sheepishly pivot to calling for lunchtime first. You gotta admire the priorities. No farm work gets done on an empty stomach around here. Skewered fish wrapped neatly in green leaves roast over a crackling campfire, filling the cave air with delicious grilled seafood aromas. Completely stuffed after a massive feast, Sejun collapses backward onto the dirt beside his bloated bunny crew, deciding that drying and preserving future catches is the smartest move. Just then, the adorable poison honeybee flutters into the cave, prompting Sejun to greet his tiny visitor while playfully asking if its hive misses it. Instead of leaving, the affectionate bee snuggles right against Sejun's cheek, warming his heart so much that he happily invites the little guy to stay permanently. Suddenly, a strange rustling noise echoes from the cave opening. The honeybee's antennae twitch as its purple eyes glow bright with battle focus. Reacting instantly, the honeybee darts toward the cave entrance while the black warrior rabbit drops into a low stance, gripping its wooden mallet handle as Sejun gasps in shock. Right as Sejun gets hyped up, a mysterious rustling at the pit wall sends him into instant panic, making him scream out in terror, thinking of bloodthirsty monsters crashing their party. Meanwhile, the warrior black bunny drops into a low combat stance, gripping its mallet while squeaking out aggressive battle cries. But instead of a roaring beast, 2 tiny pink paws pop over the stone wall, accompanied by a squeaky voice desperately begging everyone not to misunderstand, claiming it's definitely not a shameless cat sneaking in to steal their hard-earned food. Sejun blinks in utter confusion, repeating the word cat under his breath before shouting out to ask why on earth it showed up in his pit in the first place. Behind him, the white rabbits quiver like jelly while the black warrior bunny keeps its hammer raised in suspicion. With a graceful leap, a tiny ginger feline flips over the rocky ledge, soaring through the air like a fluffy little acrobat. Landing with absolute style, the fluffy feline swishes its striped tail, carrying a small travel pouch tied to a wooden walking stick like an old-school wandering merchant. Reaching forward with one fluffy white paw, the cat casually extends its squishy pink beans, offering a super polite greeting. Man, how can anyone take a threat seriously when it greets you with literal toe beans? Looking up with sparkling green eyes, the adorable kitten politely asks if he happens to be speaking with customer Park Sejun, striking a professional pose with a cheeky little fang sticking out. The cat introduces itself as Theo, the official wandering merchant of the tower. Sejun stands completely motionless, staring down at the tiny merchant while the poison honeybee and warrior rabbit keep a close eye on their fluffy visitor. Stepping right up to Sejun's leg, Theo repeats his greeting, eagerly awaiting confirmation from his potential client. Sejun's mind races as he remembers rumors among tower hunters about rare wandering merchants, except he never imagined a high-tier interdimensional trader would literally be an adorable orange cat. Staring directly into Theo's shiny green eyes and chubby, pinchable cheeks, Sejun's inner pet lover completely loses its mind, internally screaming about how much he desperately wants those soft jelly paws to knead all over him. Sejun's face turns bright red as his heart beats out of his chest, freaking out over how much of a total cheat code this cute design is. Turns out, our tough survivalist farmer is absolute weak trash against cats. Clearing his throat with a loud cough, Sejun tries his best to maintain a cool demeanor, confirming his identity before asking what business Theo has with him. Theo bows down with deep professional respect, explaining that he caught wind of a new rookie making moves in the system seed store, prompting him to travel all the way here to greet him and strike a few lucrative deals. Hearing the word deals, Sejun perks up, watching closely as Theo opens his purple merchant pouch, claiming he brought along some extremely high-value items. Right as Theo hypes up his merchandise, his tiny belly lets out a massive thunderous rumble. The poor cat freezes in complete shock, his big green eyes wide with total embarrassment. Blushing furiously, Theo lowers his head and stammers out an apology, admitting he hasn't eaten a single bite all day and feels terribly ashamed for showing such an unseemly side to a customer. Scratching the back of his ear with a nervous giggle, Theo tries to laugh it off, completely oblivious to the wicked idea forming in Sejun's head. Sejun's face instantly twists into a terrifyingly devious smile, glowing with the dark energy of a master negotiator who just spotted an unbeatable advantage. Look at that grin. That is the face of a guy about to scam a cat out of its life savings. Tilting his head cutely, Theo listens as Sejun smoothly asks to confirm his name one more time. Reaching behind his back, Sejun pulls out a golden, perfectly roasted cave fish on a skewer, asking Theo if he'd like to enjoy a warm meal. Theo's mouth drops open in utter shock as his feline instincts kick into overdrive. Sejun playfully wafts the golden grilled fish closer, telling him not to decline, while Theo's whiskers twitch violently as drool pours from his mouth at the irresistible smoky aroma. Trying heroically to uphold merchant ethics, Theo frantically waves his paws, insisting he cannot possibly touch a valued customer's food. Scooping the struggling kitten into his arm, Sejun begins laying down a masterclass in psychological warfare, describing the tender, fire-roasted meat in rich, fishy flavor and mouth-watering detail until Theo's resolve completely shatters. Shoving the skewer forward, Sejun tells him to dig in, causing Theo to lose all self-control as he happily chomps down with tears of pure joy flooding his eyes. Outside the cavern pit, echoes of ecstatic feline munching ring out toward the open sky, filling the sunny afternoon with glorious feast vibes. Moments later, Theo lies flat on his back with a massively bloated belly, clutching a clean fish skeleton in his paw while purring out in absolute food coma bliss. Resting beside the crackling campfire, Sejun pokes the embers while noting that Theo just devoured 5 entire monster fish in one sitting, proving he was downright starving. Theo gets back up on his feet and bows politely, expressing endless gratitude for such a magnificent feast and admitting he doesn't even know how to properly repay such kindness. Theo opens his travel bag to start their official business, but Sejun casually holds out an open palm with a relaxed smile, demanding half a tower coin for the meal. Theo's jaw drops as he stammers out in pure confusion. With a villainous pitch-black smile, Sejun smoothly explains that business is business, and Theo obviously has to pay for the 5 premium roasted fish he just devoured. Theo panics, screaming that he thought it was a friendly freebie. Sighs, but Sejun coldly shoots him down, reminding him that nothing in this world is free, especially since Theo came here specifically to make deals. To seal the trap, Sejun asks if Theo plans on dining and dashing like a common thief, while behind him, the warrior black rabbit menacingly rests its massive mallet over its shoulder. Talk about mob tactics. Sejun literally hired Furry Muscle to collect restaurant bills. Crying tears of utter defeat, poor Theo reluctantly hands over his 0.5 tower coin card, while Sejun gleefully snatches it up with a bright, fake customer service smile. Celebrating his financial victory, Sejun throws his fist into the air, cheering about snagging a free tower coin, while Theo collapses face first into the dirt like a broken-hearted soul. Theo wipes away his tears, raging internally about how he came to take the customer's money only to end up paying the customer instead. Refusing to accept total defeat, he aggressively grabs his pouch, shouting that it's his turn to showcase his rare goods. Grabbing the edge of his purple cloth mat, Theo snaps it open across the dirt with dramatic flair. Striking a proud pose, Theo presents his top-tier inventory, announcing that these are legendary hot-ticket items from higher floors, a sleek black tumbler and a portable mini desk fan, each priced at a steep 5 tower coins. Right beside them lies a decorative patterned pouch labeled as a high-grade portable hand warmer, also tagged at a staggering price of 5 tower coins. Sejun leans over to inspect the pile, casually asking if these items were brought in from outside the tower, causing Theo to nod smugly, thinking he finally impressed his client. Picking up the tumbler, Theo eagerly hypes it up, claiming it's enchanted with ancient preservation magic that keeps hot or cold liquids at their exact temperature forever. Tapping the mini fan switch, Theo beams with pride as a cool breeze blows, explaining that it holds a rare wind magic enchantment capable of summoning breezes on command. Raising his hand to cut off the sales pitch, Sejun politely interrupts, causing Theo to tilt his head in confusion. Looking Theo straight in the eyes with a completely deadpan expression, Sejun bluntly declares that every single item brought here is absolute total trash. Theo instantly blows a fuse, screeching in outrage about how Sejun can trash-talk premium magical relics imported from outside the tower. Sejun casually counters by revealing that he himself is literally a human from outside the tower. Theo's world completely shatters as his eyes bulge out of his skull, realizing his entire sales pitch just crashed into a brick wall. Popping the tumbler lid open, Sejun breaks down basic physics to the stunned rabbits, explaining that there's zero magic involved. It's just a double-walled vacuum flask that prevents thermal transfer. Pressing the fan button, Sejun adds that both the fan and hand warmer run on standard rechargeable batteries. meaning they'll turn into useless plastic bricks in a few hours once the juice runs out. Right on cue, the minifan sputters to a complete halt. Sejun smugly points out that the battery literally just died, while Theo sweats bullets, frantically crying out that his supplier Scarum swore on his life these had real magic inside. Frantic pawing sounds fill the air as Theo desperately batters the minifan, crying out in sheer disbelief. He can't understand why his prized magic artifact stops spinning, but Sejun bluntly drops the truth bomb. That sleazy goblin Scarum clearly scammed him. Total defeat washes over the poor kitten. Theo collapses onto his belly, burying his nose into the dirt as tears puddle under his eyes. He whimpers in utter betrayal, unable to accept that the friendly merchant who treated him so nicely was actually a complete con artist. Swatting the ground in a full-blown tantrum, Theo screams at the top of his lungs about how horrible Scarum is. Notice how his formal merchant speech completely broke down into desperate cat noises, constantly ending every sentence with "nya." Sejun can't even hold back his surprise at how fast this high-class trader degraded into a crying pet. Gently stroking the distressed kitten's back, Sejun tries to calm him down, softly asking what exactly happened. Meanwhile, behind them, the curious white rabbits are already busy inspecting the useless tumbler and broken fan like newly discovered toys. Wiping his teary eyes, Theo begins sharing his tragic backstory, explaining that he hails from the 75th floor, one of the tower's sprawling neutral havens where various animal races reside. Flashback panels open up to reveal a sunny village square where a younger, hopeful Theo stands holding a massive bouquet made of raw rice fish. He reminisces about Meryl, the absolute prettiest cat in Graynor Village, whom he had cherished and loved from afar for years. But reality hit him like a freight train. The moment he poured his heart out, Meryl disgustedly swatted the fish bouquet straight out of his paws. She recoiled in complete revulsion, screaming about how awful the stench of cheap, low-grade rice fish was. Theo stood frozen in complete shock, watching his hard-working gift scatter across the dirty ground. He pleaded with her, explaining how endlessly hard he labored just to catch and roast those rice fish for her. But Meryl arrogantly turned her back without an ounce of remorse. Right on cue, a tall black cat dressed in a flashy velvet suit steps into the frame. Theo instantly recognizes him as Orin, the spoiled son of the absolute wealthiest family in the entire village. Look at that smug grin. You just know this guy exists purely to ruin people's lives. Orin holds up a massive bow-wrapped luxury salmon, mockingly lecturing Theo on how a true gentleman treats a lady. Meryl's eyes instantly turn into sparkling hearts at the sight of the high-end fish, while poor Theo tries to argue back that Meryl usually avoids greasy food to watch her weight. But Meryl doesn't care about grease anymore. She practically drools over the luxurious salmon, declaring it the most breathtaking thing she's ever seen. A bolt of raw emotional lightning strikes Theo's soul, completely shattering his naive little world to pieces. Laughing triumphantly, Orin wraps his arm around Meryl's waist, inviting her over to his mansion for an exclusive salmon steak dinner. Theo reaches out with a trembling paw, crying for her to stop as she happily walks away without looking back. Refusing to give up, Theo lunges forward and desperately grabs Meryl's paw, begging her to remember everything they built together. Talk about an absolute K-drama level plot twist happening in a manhwa about farming. A dramatic visual memory fades in as Theo gazes passionately into her eyes, pleading with her not to throw away all their cherished moments. But Meryl cold-heartedly turns her gaze away, whispering that none of those memories ever meant a single thing to her. Glaring right through her facade, Theo points out the tears welling in her eyes, demanding to know if she can truly swear on her life that she never cared. Even Orin glares down with cold suspicion as the mood grows intensely suffocating. A brief memory flashes before Theo's eyes. A golden afternoon where he and Meryl ran happily through fields of blooming flowers, laughing and chasing each other under the bright blue sky without a single care in the world. But the sweet memory snaps back to harsh reality as Meryl violently slaps his hand away. Her cute demeanor completely vanishes, replaced by a terrifying, veins-popping rage. She snaps viciously at Theo, hissing, warning him not to get ahead of himself or act like they were ever close. Rain and thunder crash around them as Meryl screams that his entire romance was nothing but a delusional fantasy. She admits she only smiled at him out of pity, screaming that his persistent trailing is completely annoying, as Theo pitifully chases after her in the pouring rain. Delivering the ultimate emotional fatality, Meryl shoves him into the dirt, screaming that she utterly despises dirt-poor cats who stink like cheap rice fish.
Man, that is ruthless. She didn't just reject him, she wiped the floor with his dignity.
Falling into a dark void of heartbreak, sadly, Theo watched helplessly as the love of his life was stolen away by the village billionaire's son, leaving him broken and penniless in the dirt. Driven by pure humiliation, Theo packed his meager belongings and fled the village, swearing to become a legendary wandering merchant who would make millions and take ultimate revenge. Back in reality, Sejun and the rabbits sweat nervously listening to this ridiculously heavy tragedy. Theo continues his sob story, explaining that he dumped his entire life savings of 50 tower coins into getting his merchant license and basic travel gear. He was down to his final 5 coins, planning to buy hot items from a senior trader to resell for a massive profit. That was when he walked into a shady tavern and encountered a suspicious green goblin hand offering a friendly greeting, asking if he was the fresh new wandering merchant in town. The sneaky goblin introduced himself as Scarum, tipping his fedora with a slick, welcoming smile that practically radiated scam artist energy. Seriously, if a goblin in a trench coat offers you a business deal, you run the other direction. Sitting at a dimly lit tavern booth, Scarum leaned in close, whispering confidential trade secrets about ultra-rare items imported from outside the tower that high-floor monsters supposedly collect as high-value hobbies. When naive little Theo asked why such incredible magical relics were being sold for dirt cheap, Scarum slapped his knee, falsely claiming it was purely out of senior goodwill to help train promising new junior merchants. To push the sale, Scarum casually shrugged, pretending he could easily sell these priceless relics to someone else. Terrified of losing the opportunity of a lifetime, Theo panicked and screamed that he would buy everything on the spot. To seal the deal, Scarum handed over a map showing the exact location of the tower's newest seed store user. He hyped up the immense profits Theo could make off a rookie before slyly sticking Theo with the entire tavern bar bill. Tears streak down Theo's chubby cheeks as he wraps up his story. He gave every single coin he owned to Scarum, starving himself for days on end just to trek all the way to this pit cavern, only to find out his inventory is worthless garbage. Face planting back onto his mat, Theo bawls uncontrollably, screaming that he lost all his money and proved to be useless at everything. Sejun and the little white bunny stare down in awkward silence, completely stunned by the sheer level of tragic incompetence. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, Sejun looks at the sobbing cat, realizing that this overly dramatic kitten is the biggest, most gullible pushover in the entire tower. But right as he pities him, a brilliant realization strikes. A massive light bulb goes off in Sejun's head. His eyes widen in absolute revelation as he realizes he just stumbled upon the single greatest business opportunity of his life. A gigantic burst screen flashes, a way I can gain a tower coin. Look at that dramatic title drop. Sejun's brain is working overtime to exploit this poor cat's tragic backstory for financial gain. Flashing a super warm, trustworthy customer service smile, softly Sejun tells Theo to calm down, gently offering to cheer him up with a freshly roasted cavefish. But Theo hiccups suspiciously, accusing Sejun of tricking him to eat so he can charge another outrageous bill. Extending his hand open, Sejun smoothly reassures him that this meal is 100% free. He even generously offers to wipe the previous bill clean, causing Theo's massive green eyes to instantly sparkle with overwhelming hope. Strike while the iron is hot. Sejun leans down, smoothly dropping the main hook, asking if Theo would like to officially partner up and go into business together. Theo freezes in utter amazement, staring up at Sejun with wide, innocent eyes, barely able to process the words working together. Sejun keeps pumping up his ego, claiming he desperately needs a high-caliber merchant to distribute his farm goods. Theo timidly lowers his head, pointing out that he's just an incompetent, useless amateur who got scammed out of his entire life savings. Looking down at his tiny paws, Theo re-emphasizes how much of a complete failure he is, clearly suffering from zero self-confidence after being brutally scammed and dumped. Resting his arm on his knee, Sejun smirks smoothly, telling Theo he actually possesses incredible talent. He reassures him that despite small mistakes, his tragic storytelling ability literally just secured him an exclusive business partnership. Theo tilts his head in utter confusion. Turning around with a bright shout, Sejun calls out to his bunny crew, announcing that it's time to officially welcome their newest corporate business partner. Right on cue, the white worker rabbit appears in a flower lei and straw hat, grandly presenting 2 luxurious bamboo sunbeds and a leaf umbrella set up right in the middle of the dirt cavern pit. Talk about 5-star cave service. Sejun reclines on his bamboo lounge chair, happily sipping fresh fruit juice through a bamboo straw. Beside Beside him, Theo lounges on his own custom sunbed, while the adorable bunnies fan them with giant leaves like royalty. Laying out the cold reality, Seijin reminds Theo that he currently has zero capital, gasping zero sellable inventory, and zero coins left to open new trade channels across the tower floors. Theo nods pitifully, forced to agree with every word. Leaning closer, Seijin presents the ultimate win-win deal. The contract is simple. Theo will take Seijin's high-grade farm crops, travel up the tower, and sell them to wealthy clients, earning a direct cut of the total revenue. Theo perks up at the word incentive, listening closely as Seijun explains that he must sell the items above a strict base price line, but can keep any extra profits generated through his own negotiation skills. Seijun offers a commission rate of 3 to 5% on every successful sale. Meanwhile, in the background, the Black Warrior Rabbit happily roasts fresh fish over a crackling campfire for their upcoming celebration feast. Tightening his grip on his juice cup, Theo's eyes narrow as his inner merchant instinct kicks in. He realizes a tiny 3 to 5% cut is a brutally low commission rate that heavily favors the supplier. Sweating bullets as dark shadows fall over his face, Theo realizes Seijin is trying to lock him into a high-labor, low-margin contract. Will this adorable kitten actually negotiate like a real trader or fall straight into Seijin's corporate trap? Stay tuned. Theo glares over his juice cup with deep mistrust, demanding to know if Seijin seriously takes him for an easily fooled chump. Seijin merely grins back, casually mentioning that he forgot to state the single most essential part of the arrangement. Calling out to his fuzzy crew, Seijin orders them to bring out the goods immediately. Right on cue, a cute white bunny waddles forward while balancing a massive stack of golden roasted fish, making Theo's jaw drop straight to the floor and gasp. Sweeping his arm out in a grand gesture, Seijin announces that the deal's far sweeter than a simple commission. He'll also pay Theo a guaranteed weekly salary of 25 grilled fish. The white rabbits sparkle like island waiters presenting the delicious seafood on fresh leaves. Man, look at Seijun lounging back like an absolute mob boss. A literal mountain of shimmering roasted fish sits right between them, and poor Theo is sweating heavily while drooling a whole river down his chin. Seijun smooth talks him, asking if he's ready to sign on the dotted line. Alarm bells start blaring inside Theo's brain as mental memories of Scarum the goblin scammer, Orin, and cold-hearted Meryl sneer in the shadows. He shakes his head furiously, telling himself to stay sharp and not fall into another trap. But his stomach is fighting a whole civil war against his brain. The poor kitten gulps down his saliva helplessly as sweat rolls down his cheeks, completely overwhelmed by the irresistible aroma of free food. Attempting a desperate power move, Theo raises his tiny paw and stammers that if Seijin bumps the salary up to 20 grilled fish, he might just reconsider. Upon hearing that, Seijin's expression morphs into the most terrifyingly mischievous grin you'll ever see in a fantasy manhwa. Seriously, look at those villainous sharp teeth. This guy belongs in a thriller comic. Playing right into the kitten's trap, Seijun pretends to be in a wildly generous mood and instantly slaps 5 additional grilled fish onto the pile. Theo gasps loudly, barely able to contain his excitement. Sparkling lights practically shoot from Theo's eyes as he rapidly calculates the math on his tiny paws. 25 entire grilled fish every single week just for doing his job? Seijin keeps piling on the perks, casually adding that whenever Theo is visiting the cavern base, he can eat as much grilled fish as his little belly can hold. Theo chokes on his own drool, gasping in disbelief. Leaning in with a delightfully smug face, Seijun slowly emphasizes every single syllable, promising unlimited, endless buffet access for life. That is the ultimate KO. Theo bursts into pure cat euphoria, his heart pounding against his chest as he lets out an ecstatic meow of total surrender. Seeing the kitten take the bait, Seijin asks if he happens to carry contract paper. Theo eagerly shouts that he has official parchment ready to go. With a dramatic slap, Theo lays down a blank scroll and a fancy feather quill pen right onto the stone surface. Seijin grabs the feather pen with the flair of a legendary master calligrapher, swishing it through the air with absolute authority. Pressing Theo's cute little paw onto the ink and onto the parchment, Seijun cheerfully declares that the contract is officially sealed. A second later, the sheer horror of what just took place crashes down on Theo's brain. He screams in total panic, realizing he just signed a lifelong corporate contract purely because he got blinded by grilled fish. Reaching out frantically, gasping, Theo shouts for the paper to stop as the parchment magically floats straight off the stone table. Radiating a brilliant neon blue glow, the document hovers midair as the tower's system magic takes over. The parchment transforms into an indestructible floating holographic window titled Lifetime Distribution Contract. It clearly lists Party A as Park Sejun and Party B as Theo, detailing the 25 fish weekly pay, the 3-5 commission cut, and special rules including mandatory usage of the Nya Nya dialect. Theo collapses face first into the dirt, sobbing hysterically over his ruined freedom. Meanwhile, Sejun admires the system contract, marveling at how tower documents are absolute and impossible to tamper with. Talk about binding corporate slavery. Lifting his teary face, Theo aggressively points at the 4 special clause, demanding to know why on earth he's forced to speak in the grander Nya Nya accent while selling goods. Sejun crouches down with a sly chuckle, patting his head softly while reassuring him that it'll all make sense soon, encouraging him to work hard as business partners. Swatting Sejun's hand away, Theo stubbornly points out clause number 1, reminding him that if sales fall below 5 tower coins per month, the contract immediately gets canceled. Gently stroking the kitten's head, Sejun flashes a warm, reassuring smile, declaring that he has complete faith in sales cat Theo the resourceful. Oh man, this cat is way too easy to manipulate. The moment Sejun calls him Sales Cat Theo the Resourceful, Theo instantly starts purring like a motor, nuzzling against Sejun's hand while Sejun chuckles at how simple-minded he is. Curiously tilting his head, Theo asks what kind of legendary high-tier products they will actually be distributing across the floors. Sejun casually leans back, blithely revealing that their main flagship product is simply cherry tomatoes. Theo blinks his massive green eyes in utter confusion, repeating the words cherry tomatoes like he just heard an alien language. With a clean pluck, Sejun snaps a bright red, perfectly ripe cherry tomato right off the vine. Kneeling in the middle of his sprawling underground garden, Sejun hands the tiny red fruit over to the baffled kitten. Sniffing the fruit suspiciously, Theo checks the item details. Magical cherry tomatoes, increasing MP by 0.1 for 10 minutes. He asks for the selling price, internally guessing it might go for 0.01 coins to low-floor rookies. Sejun smoothly drops the hammer, announcing a retail price of 0.05 tower coins per single cherry tomato. Theo's mouth flies wide open as he screams in total agony, panting, asking what kind of brainless idiot would ever pay that outrageous amount for a tiny piece of fruit. But Theo's internal brain quickly flips the situation into a win. If nobody buys this overpriced trash, he'll fail to hit the 5-coin quota, the contract will be legally voided, and he gets to gorge on free grilled fish the entire time. Talk about a genius lazy master plan. Putting on his professional trader act, Theo asks how many tomatoes he should take for his very first sales trip, while Sejun flashes a super suspicious grin. Cut to the worker rabbits lugging a massive woven basket overflowing with a mind-boggling 1,000 cherry tomatoes, alongside a giant stack of 25 wrapped grilled fish. Sejun yells out the huge number with pride. Presenting the gigantic mountain of cargo, Sejun casually asks how a tiny kitten expects to transport all this up the tower. Theo confidently pulls out a small purple rag, explaining it's a magic item called the Bundle, enchanted with space expansion, weight reduction, and infinite time preservation magic. With a sharp whip of his arm, Theo flings the purple cloth into the air right over the massive piles. A wild blue magic vortex erupts, swirling all 1,000 cherry tomatoes and 25 grilled fish straight into the tiny cloth like a miniature black hole. The purple bundle snaps shut and drops gently onto the ground with a soft thud, completely packing everything into a pocket-sized pouch. Sejun's eyes widen in genuine amazement at how unbelievably convenient magic gear is. Theo straps the tiny purple sack onto his back like a cute little backpack. Check out this artwork. Standing tall at his hind legs with his green cloak and travel sack, Sales Cat Theo looks like an absolute boss ready to take over the tower's economy. Sejun, the black rabbit, the white bunnies, and poison honeybee gather at the cavern opening, waving a warm farewell as Theo climbs out into the bright sunlight to begin his epic merchant journey. Shift over a few days later on the dangerous 38th floor of the tower, a colossal, terrifying spider monster lets out a blood-curdling roar that echoes across the sky. Down on the ground, a high-tier hunter raid team is locked in an intense life-or-death battle against the massive arachnid boss. The giant spider slams its sharp armored legs downward, crashing violently against the front shield warrior's glowing energy barrier with violent sparks flying everywhere.
In the backline, the guild's mages unleash massive fireballs, engulfing the spider monster's face in a brutal inferno of flame explosions. Seizing the opening, Kim Dongshik, the badass leader of the Phoenix Guild, leaps forward and unleashes a blinding energy sword slash, cleanly decapitating the spider boss in one epic strike as his party erupts in cheers. Dongshik wraps up the battle, ordering his party to stop with the praises and collect the loot, sternly warning Jessica that he won't let her off if she tries cheating during item distribution like last time. Jessica winks playfully, teasingly asking if he knows how much she loves him. Rolling his eyes, Dongshik sighs at her shameless flattery. But just as he turns around, a sudden rustling noise echoes from the nearby bushes. Sweating nervously, Dongshik snaps his head around, instantly lowering his stance as his battle instincts kick into high gear. Channeling bright green mana into his hand, Dongshik readies his weapon and barks out a fierce shout, demanding to know who's lurking in the shadows. Suddenly, a tiny pink cat paw waves gently out from the thick foliage. Stepping out with his green hood, sales cat Theo flashes a cute smile, greeting the human hunters and asking if they want to check out some good stuff, yeah? Dongshik blinks in total bewilderment, staring down at the adorable creature while his brain struggles to process why a talking cat just walked up to a high-tier raid team. The entire party gasps in excitement as recognition dawns on them. They shout in pure shock, realizing this is one of the legendary cat-wandering merchants, while Theo politely greets everyone with a cheerful nya. Talk about a surprise pop-up shop in the middle of a dungeon. Female hunters immediately melt into pure joy, squealing over how overwhelming Theo's accent is. Theo proudly puffs out his tiny chest, asking if he's cute while showing off his soft pink paw beans. Cut to a quick mental flashback as Seijin given Theo master sales advice. Seijin instructed him to always speak in the Graner Nya dialect to catch human attention, and Theo realizes Seijin's marketing trick worked like a total charm. With an energetic toss, Theo slams down a massive woven basket completely filled to the brim with bright red cherry tomatoes, dramatically calling out for everyone to look at his merchandise, nya. The party members lean in close, picking up the small red fruits with utter disappointment. They mutter in confusion, questioning why a wandering merchant would bring regular cherry tomatoes. Leader Dongshik scoffs and turns his back, dryly remarking that if a merchant comes to sell food to dungeon hunters, it should be hearty meat or bread, not useless snack tomatoes. Seriously, this raid boss slayer was expecting a gourmet feast, not farm produce. Theo chuckles smugly, mocking the foolish humans for being so short-sighted. He proudly declares that these aren't ordinary cherry tomatoes, leaving the mage looking totally confused. Leaning forward with ultimate confidence, Theo instructs them to inspect the fruit's item stats. The hunters gasp in shock, realizing these tomatoes are actually magic-infused system items. The mage opens the holographic status window, reading aloud that it's a magic cherry tomato that boosts MP by 0.01 for 10 minutes. Finding the stat increase laughably small, he asks how much this junk costs. Theo nonchalantly drops the price to just 0.05 tower coins per piece, yeah? The mage screams in absolute fury, declaring he'd rather buy high-grade armor than throw away precious coins on microscopic mana boosts. Dongshik waves his hand dismissively, urging the team to leave before wasting any more time. But right as they prepare to walk away, the female hunter staring at the screen suddenly freezes mid-step. Look at the hidden text down at the bottom of the system window. It clearly states that eating a single tomato instantly dissolves 10 grams of body fat. The female hunter's jaw drops as she gasps out the magical weight loss secret. In an instant, every single female party member, and even the massive muscle-bound mage, twitches violently in sheer shock. The atmospheric vibe instantly turns dark and menacing as pink ominous aura erupts around the female hunters. Their eyes flash with terrifying obsession as they glare back at the basket. Talk about the absolute ultimate marketing hack. Huddling over the fruit basket, the female party members read the description again in sheer disbelief. Confirming that eating up to 10 pieces per hour guarantees fat loss without exercise, their eyes light up with unhinged desperation. Complete madness erupts. The giant muscle mage slams his fist forward, shouting that he'll buy 200... every single tomato in stock. The archer aggressively shoves him, screaming for 100 pieces while poor Theo screeches in shock. The party completely turns on each other, shouting and wrestling over the basket. They yell insults, demanding to know why a guy who's been bulking needs diet tomatoes, while the male rogue watches in total horror. Within seconds, a neat, orderly queue forms right in front of the cat merchant. Sweating nervously, Theo begs everyone to stay in line, while the male hunters at the back quietly decide they better buy some too before it sells out.
Cut back to Sejun's underground garden. Sejun plucks a fresh tomato and wipes off his sweat as holographic system windows pop up declaring he leveled up and earned a bonus stat point. Sitting beside his loyal White Rabbit assistant, Sejun wonders out loud if Theo is doing well, guessing that he must have encountered human hunters by now. Inspecting the glossy red fruit, Sejun chuckles at his own genius scheme. On the surface, it looks like a weak mana item, but as an automatic fat-burning diet food with no side effects, it's the most overpowered cosmetic product in the entire tower market. Popping a cherry tomato into his mouth, Sejun hums in delight at the sweet, refreshing taste, enjoying his delicious weight loss snack. Looking up toward the cavern entrance, bathed in warm sunlight, Sejun confidently predicts that this first batch is going to sell out like crazy. Clenching his fist with maximum confidence, Sejun smiles warmly, declaring his absolute faith in Earth's diet craze. Honestly, this guy knows human nature better than any fantasy merchant. Cut back to the 38th floor. Poor sales cat Theo is sprawling flat on his belly in the dirt, completely exhausted while staring at an empty basket, his magic bundle, and a massive pile of gleaming gold tower coins. He's sold out every single piece. Meanwhile, back in the subterranean farm, fresh green shoots are sprouting through the neatly tilled dirt mounds. Sejun sits cross-legged on a stone with the Straw Hat Rabbit, carefully calculating his crop success rate. Out of the 1,000 carrot seeds bought from the tower store, exactly 700 have successfully sprouted, giving a 70% yield rate. He checks his second crop. Out of 1,200 magic cherry tomato seeds harvested and replanted, 732 have sprouted and continue to grow steadily. Check out this gorgeous, sprawling view of the underground farm. Rows upon rows of lush tomato plants and yellow blossoms stretch across the cavern, cheerfully with poison honeybee happily buzzing through the air. Showing off a handful of golden corn kernels, Sejun notes that corn and sweet potato seeds also hold a solid 60 to 70% germination rate, while the white bunny diligently buries a fresh sweet potato shoot in the soil. Crouching low to inspect the tender green leaves, Sejun ponders why 30% of his crops fail. He guesses it might be due to his low farmer level or cave soil conditions, but resolves to keep experimenting to find better cultivation techniques. Looking over the vast field, Sejun tells the White Rabbit that now that Theo is bringing in a steady stream of tower coins, they need to maximize crop production as much as possible. Suddenly, a loud splash echoes from the underground water pool behind them. Sejun turns around in surprise to see what's happening. The Black Rabbit is standing by the water, spinning a burning bamboo torch above his head like a master martial artist. With a sharp whip of his arm, the Black Rabbit hurls the flaming torch straight into the dark pool. Violent water splashes erupt as a school of aggressive razor-toothed piranha fish leap out of the water, attracted by the bright flame light. Close up on the Black Rabbit's furry hind legs launching off the ground with incredible strength. Airborne in midair, the Black Rabbit unleashes a lightning-fast flurry of wooden hammer strikes, smashing every single airborne fish right on the head. Landing gracefully with a firm thud, the Black Rabbit rests his hammer as 5 knocked-out piranha fish rain down around him. Walking over with the White Rabbit family, Sejun praises the Black Rabbit, marveling at how insanely skilled his hunting technique has become. The proud bunny chirps out a confident peepee. Suddenly, a brilliant blue magic aura envelops the Black Rabbit's body. Sejun gasps, recognizing the unmistakable glow of a level-up transformation. Gently patting the little guy's head, Sejun enthusiastically congratulates him, slyly noting that while he's seen White Rabbits level up from farming, this is the very first time the Black Rabbit leveled up through combat. He's growing into a true tower hunter. The Black Rabbit proudly strikes a hero pose, puffing out his chest with a victorious shout as the White Rabbits applaud frantically with their tiny paws. Man, this bunny squad is too cute to handle. Sejun smiles, suggesting they all take a well-deserved break for the day. But before the Black Rabbit can even relax, a White Rabbit playfully bonks him on the head with a shovel handle, reminding him that farm work never stops. Sitting back with a brilliant smile, Sejun proudly shows off a sleek black tumbler cup, cheerfully announcing that it's finally coffee time. Opening up the container lid, Sejun checks inside to find it stuffed completely full with instant coffee powder sticks. Holding up one of the slim coffee packets, Sejun bursts out laughing over how clueless Theo and that goblin scammer Scarum were. Seriously, these guys sold him a whole tumbler without even realizing there was luxury instant coffee hidden inside. Tearing open the packet seal with a quick snap, Sejun chuckles at how ridiculous it would be if Theo actually tried selling this stuff on the market, since he'd end up buying back every single packet himself. Sejun empties the rich coffee granules directly into a bottle of chilled cave water. Even without fancy espresso machines or ice cubes, enjoying cold instant coffee down here feels like total luxury.
Gently stroking the cute little poison honeybee's head, Sejun thanks his tiny helper as the bee squeezes a golden stream of fresh honey straight into the bottle. A crisp system display window pops up detailing the creation of Honey Americano. It's a perfect blend of cool subterranean water, instant coffee, and thick raw honey, creating an irresistible balance of bitter and sweet flavors. Man, this artist knows how to make dungeon drinks look mouth-watering. Taking a big, refreshing gulp through his bamboo straw, sighing, Sejun hums in pure bliss, squealing over how sweet and delicious his homemade iced coffee turned out. Turning toward his furry garden crew, Sejun offers the dark liquid to the bunnies, asking if anyone wants to take a taste test. The black rabbit steps forward with an eager chirp. Gripping the bamboo straw with tiny paw hands, the black rabbit takes a deep pull of the Honey Americano while the white rabbit leans in close to observe. In a split second, the black rabbit's expression completely freezes as dark, dramatic lines cast over his face. He lets out a horrified squeak, utterly traumatized by the bitter coffee flavor. Sejun bursts into uncontrollable laughter as the poor black rabbit violently spits the liquid onto the ground. Looks like rabbit taste buds are way too sensitive for rich coffee bitterness. Suddenly, Sejun's eyes widen in surprise as he notices Poison Bee floating through the air, carrying a strange golden object behind it. Flying smoothly through the cavern, Poison Bee hauls a pristine, fully formed yellow honeycomb nest right toward the farm area. Waving his hand enthusiastically, Sejun calls out a warm greeting to Poison Bee, accompanied by the excited White Rabbit Squad. Poison Bee happily buzzes back, proudly hovering beside a grand, glowing golden beehive that sparkles in the light. Pointing up in total astonishment, Sejun gasps out in disbelief, asking if that incredible structure is actually an entire relocated beehive. Celebrating with high energy, Sejun dances around with the rabbits, ecstatic that Poison Bee is officially moving into the cave. No more traveling back home for dinner, now they're officially one big farm family. Right in the middle of their celebration, a sudden system chime echoes. A brand new force quest appears. Give 10 magic cherry tomatoes to the tower's manager. Reward? None. Refusal? Disappointment. Covering his mouth with a sneaky smirk, Sejun chuckles at the tower manager's obvious desperation. Ever since seeing Sejun's lucrative deal with Theo, the manager dropped those scary kill threats and started begging with sad guilt trips instead. Handing over a leaf bowl filled with 10 shiny cherry tomatoes, Sejun sighs and accepts the quest. A blue completion notification immediately pops up, stating the tower manager thanks him for his kindness. Crossing his arms with supreme satisfaction, Sejun smirks happily, feeling like an absolute boss now that even the almighty tower manager is bowing down to express gratitude. But a fraction of a second later, Sejun's brain finally processes what just happened and his jaw drops in total shock. Realization hits him like a freight train as Sejun slams his forehead against the stone wall, groaning in despair after realizing he just got completely played into giving away free high-grade crops for 0 rewards. Meanwhile, outside on the upper floor tavern, a heavy wooden mug brimming with foamy ale slams onto a dusty table. Sitting around a dimly lit table, 3 shady green goblins down their drinks. Dressed in a fedora and trench coat, Scarum growls aggressively, wondering why that stupid cat merchant hasn't returned yet. The secondary goblin chuckles slyly, bringing up that pushover cat who bought Scarum's useless junk last time. He compliments Scarum's tricky scamming skills, asking why he's so eager to track the cat down again. Leaning back with his ale mug, Scarum explains that the gullible cat spent all his savings buying garbage stock, but surprisingly hasn't crawled back to the Wandering Merchant Guild complaining about unsold goods. When the sidekick asks if he's worried the cat might actually return, Scarum puts on a fake virtuous act, sighing that because he's such a generous guy, he couldn't possibly turn his back on a struggling merchant. Scarum reveals his nefarious plan. He intends to treat the cat to a glass of milk, bait him with a fake business opportunity, and lend him coins at outrageous interest rates. With a dark, sinister grin, Scarum gloats about how the poor cat will work himself to the bone trying to pay back the loan, only for the compound interest to compound endlessly out of control. Scarum's eyes flare with red, malevolent energy as he cackles maniacally, declaring that the cat will become his helpless, lifelong slave until the day he dies. Man, this goblin is a walking comic book villain archetype. The goblin henchmen cheer in awe, praising Scarum as an absolute criminal mastermind and urging him to go hunt down that easy target as fast fast as possible. Waving his hand dismissively, Scarum boasts with utmost arrogance, reminding them that true predators never chase their prey recklessly when time is on their side. Tapping his fingers against a holographic blue display, Scarum decides to check the latest Wandering Merchant sales rankings while sipping his drink. Inspecting the leaderboards, Scarum proudly points at his name sitting at rank 999 with 45.2 tower coins, gloating that he finally broke into the top 1,000 sales ranks. His henchmen gasp in admiration over his impressive 999th position, while the low-tier goblin beside him groans in envy, complaining that he isn't even ranked on the board at all. Snicker laughing at his own greatness, Scarum remarks how profitable it is to scam naive fools. He swipes up on the screen to see which high-ranking merchants he's about to crush next. But as his eyes glance up the board, Scarum's face instantly freezes. Cold sweat pours down his cheek as his red eyes bulge out in complete terror. Flashing in bright glowing text right above him is rank 982, Theo, with 50 tower coins. Scarum shrieks out in absolute agony, unable to comprehend how a rookie cat beat his rank. The sidekick goblins whisper in pure shock, recognizing the cat's name on the board, while Scarum trembles violently in dark, chaotic fury. Slamming his heavy fist down onto the wooden table, Scarum's face twists into a nightmare scowl as he screams out, refusing to believe that pushover cat could ever sell out as garbage stock. Cut back to the cozy cave garden. The adorable orange cat Theo struts through the entrance with wide open paws, cheerfully singing out that he's back, nya? Striking a fabulous dramatic hero pose amidst the sprawling tomato bushes, Theo greets everyone, completely oblivious to Sejun staring at him in total disbelief. In a flash, Sejun grabs Theo by his chubby cheeks. Screaming in terror, Theo covers his ears, frantically apologizing and begging for mercy, promising he'll never run off to play on other floors again after selling out. Stopping in his tracks, Sejun narrows his eyes in confusion, asking what he means by playing around and exactly how many days he was fooling off. Theo meekly confesses that he played for 4 whole days, nya? Sejun's tone turns sharp as he scolds the cat, reminding him that a round trip to the 30th floor takes 10 full days. If he had 4 extra days to mess around, that means he finished his business way too fast. Sejun's internal gears spin rapidly as a shocking realization hits him. If Theo returned within 14 days, including 4 days of play, that means the entire stock of cherry tomatoes sold out the literal second he set foot on the floor. Talk about top-tier demand. Casting a pitch-black demonic shadow over his face, Sejun grabs Theo Clace, flashing a terrifying sharp-toothed villain grin. He threatens that if Theo doesn't reveal every single detail right now, he'll show him the true nightmare power of Party A. Poor Theo screeches in utter horror. Kneeling politely on the dirt with his paws neatly tucked in, a thoroughly intimidated Theo submissively bows his head, meekly reporting every single detail of his venture while Sejun and the bunny squad listen attentively. Sejun tilts his head in utter disbelief as Theo proudly hands over a heavy purple pouch, confirming that he really managed to sell out the entire inventory just by talking to the hunters for a few minutes. Peering into the pouch, Sejun pulls out a single gleaming golden coin, staring at the shiny currency with wide, fascinated eyes as the reality of their massive profit sinks in. Without missing a beat, Sejun plucks 2 gold coins from the pouch and hands them over, casually announcing that employee Theo did a great job earning his bonus. Theo immediately squawks in protest, asking whatever happened to his glorious title as Sales Cat Theo the Resourceful. Crossing his arms with a stern expression, Sejun bluntly informs the cat that taking a 4-day vacation mid-job warrants an instant demotion, but promises to restore his rank and raise his commission to 5% if he works hard on the next batch. Theo's face instantly lights up with burning motivation as he promises to give it his all. Curious about the cat's speech pattern, Sejun asks why he keeps adding cute verbal quirks to every sentence. Theo puffs out his chest with supreme pride, explaining that humans fall head over heels for cute feline mannerisms, so he intentionally adopted the accent to maximize sales. Talk about a master marketer. Throwing his head back, Sejun lets out a grandiose, villainous laugh, boasting that soon every single person in the tower will know the legendary name of the master cultivator. Confused by his master's dramatic outburst, Theo asks what he means by everyone knowing his name. Sejun smirks slyly, pointing out that the system explicitly lists the original grower's name directly on the stat display of every single magical cherry tomato. Sejun grins with supreme confidence, declaring that every hunter who inspects the crops will see his name loud and clear, solidifying his reputation across the entire floor. Hearing those words, Theo's eyes instantly shrink into pinpoint pupils as a wave of pure, unadulterated horror washes over his face. Internally screaming at the top of his lungs, the poor cat panics as a dramatic burst of red shock lines frames his terrified face. A detailed system notification card pops up displaying the magical cherry tomato stats, revealing a hidden rule. The system automatically redacts and scrambles the cultivator's name for beginner wandering merchants to prevent greedy high-tier traders from poaching their suppliers. Sweating bullets as Seijin glances down at him confusedly, Theo trembles in total dread, terrified that if Seijin finds out his name is being hidden, he'll be demoted straight down to an unpaid intern or a part-timer. Desperate to hide his massive mistake, Theo frantically waves his paws around, begging to take another load of tomatoes right now. Seijin chuckles, softly, telling the hyperactive cat to relax for a few days and collect his weekly salary first. Ignoring Seijin's advice completely, Theo darts over to the rabbit squad's wheelbarrow, aggressively shoveling tomatoes into his pouch at lightning speed, while the white rabbit squeaks in utter shock. Clasping his heavy supply bag tight to his chest, Theo swallows hard, determined to grind sales until he breaks the restriction and unveils Seijun's name. Flaming motivation blazes in the cat's soul as he vows to hit 1,000 tower coins and elevate his rank to a mid-level merchant as fast as possible. Watching the frantic orange cat sprint off into the distance, Seijin scratches his head alongside the black rabbit, wondering if his motivational speech actually worked a little too well. Meanwhile, back on Earth, the morning sun gleams brightly off the glass windows of a massive corporate skyscraper towering over the bustling city streets. Outside in the courtyard, a group of off-duty hunters chat over warm coffee cups, laughing off a rumor until one of them insists that the miraculous magical tomatoes are 100% real. Mid-conversation, a sudden notification tone buzzes from leader Dongshik's phone, prompting the burly hunter to pull out his device. A sweet text message from his daughter pops up on screen, showing a photo of her holding up 3 fresh cherry tomatoes, gushing over how amazing the diet effects are and begging her dad to buy more. Overwhelmed by pure fatherly emotion, tears pool in Dongshik's eyes as his rugged face melts into a sniffling mess of pure joy. Man, seeing a giant muscular hunter cry over a text message is peak wholesome content. Noticing their team leader sniffling into his coffee cup, the surrounding hunters ask what's wrong, only for Dongshik to proudly sob that his daughter, who used to be grumpy every day from dieting, just texted him that she loves him. Wiping away his tears, Dongshik bitterly regrets only buying 20 tomatoes during their last trip, while his teammate chuckles softly, wondering why girls are always so obsessed with slimming down. Another young hunter jumps in with a huge grin, showing off a picture with his new girlfriend, boasting that handing over a few magic tomatoes turned his casual fling into a committed relationship. His buddy gasps in pure envy. Instantly getting grabbed by his collar, the lucky hunter gets swarmed by desperate teammates offering to buy his leftover stash for 100,000 won apiece. Standing up with absolute authority, leader Dongshik crosses his muscular arms, sternly declaring that they cannot let this opportunity slip away. Shouting with fiery passion, Dongshik orders his squad to assemble the entire raid team immediately so they can charge straight to the 38th floor right now. Suddenly, a sharp high heel clicks loudly against the pavement as a confident female voice announces that the strike team is already fully prepped and standing by. Striking a fierce, stylish pose, Jessica and her 2 gorgeous female teammates flex in sleek tactical workout gear, leaving the male hunters completely speechless. Winking playfully, Jessica claims they're totally ready for the serious dungeon expedition, completely failing to hide the fact that they brought a massive bag of tower coins just to hoard cherry tomatoes. Pumping his fist high in the air, Dongshik rallies the entire group as the female team cheers enthusiastically behind him. Marching down the city street like a cinematic action hero, Dongshik vows in his heart that he will track down those magical tomatoes and become the absolute best father in the world. Dramatic text ignites across the screen, echoing his unstoppable determination to complete his mission no matter what hurdles stand in his way. Cut to the lush, sunny wilderness of the tower's 38th floor, where soft wind blows through ancient stone pillars and towering green trees. Trudging along the dirt path with a heavy backpack, a worn-out Theo groans softly, wondering how long it's going to take him to accumulate 1,000 tower coins. Realizing his current inventory cap forces him to make 10 exhausting round trips, the cute cat shakes off his fatigue, resolving to push through the grind and earn serious cash. Arriving at a grassy clearing surrounded by rocky pillars,
Theo shields his eyes, recognizing the exact spot where the human hunters previously set up camp. Hiding in the nearby bushes, a male hunter points toward the clearing, excitedly alerting his teammate that the legendary feline merchant has finally shown up. Slinking out of the tree line, Jessica and her teammate wave enthusiastically, calling out to the orange cat with huge smiles on their faces. Theo tilts his head in surprise as the hunter rushes over, holding out a pouch of coins and confessing that his entire group has been camping in the wild for 3 whole days just waiting for his return. Theo's jaw drops in shock as he tries to comprehend the fact that elite human hunters literally spent 3 days waiting in the woods just to buy his produce. Sensing a golden business opportunity, Theo raises his furry paw smugly, stopping the hunter right in his tracks before he can hand over the standard price. Flashing a sharp cat grin, Theo casually announces that due to overwhelming demand, the price of the magic cherry tomatoes has officially gone up. Talk about a ruthless little capitalist. The hunter gasps out in shock while Dongshik and Jessica walk up from behind, asking what all the sudden commotion is about. Nervous under his leader's gaze, the hunter timidly explains that the price increased, prompting Dongshik to step forward and sternly ask for the new rate. Puffing out his fluffy chest with absolute confidence, Theo proudly announces that the price is now 0.07 tower coins per piece. Internally closing his eyes with a nervous sweat drop, the cat squeaks in his mind, suddenly wondering if he jacked up the price way too aggressively. Without a single moment of hesitation, Dongshik slams a heavy pouch of coins onto the ground, demanding 200 pieces instantly. Theo's eyes bulge out of his skull in total disbelief. The surrounding hunters murmur in deep agreement, concluding that high-tier items should naturally cost more. Relieved that they managed to secure the stash before someone else bought it all. Tipping his woven basket upside down, Theo proudly shows off the completely empty interior, squeaking that every last one of the 1,500 magical cherry tomatoes sold out in record time. Even with the sudden price bump, hungry hunters gobbled up his stock without a single second of hesitation. Squeezing his heavy coin pouches tightly, Theo tilts his head as the leader of the raid team asks when the elusive feline merchant will grace them with his presence again. The sly cat blinks innocent green eyes, promising to return to this exact clearing in about 10 days. Dongshik nods in total agreement, concluding that 10 days gives his strike team the perfect window to wrap up their current Spider Guild quest before regrouping for another massive harvest. Pumping a leather-gloved fist into the air, leader Dongshik roars for his entire squad to double time it toward the dungeon depth so they can slaughter those cave spiders and collect their cash. Man, watching elite hunters treat a produce run like an S-rank raid boss encounter is peak comedy. Rubbing his furry paws together with a devious, toothy grin, Theo snickers to himself as he realizes he just secured a group of rich, high-spending, regular customers. At this ridiculous pace, reaching his target of 1,000 tower coins is gonna be a total breeze. Flashing a smug look as he tightens his green cloak strap, Theo resolves to rank up to a mid-level merchant so he can bypass system censorship, discover Sejin's true name, and claim his rightful spot as Sales Cat Theo. Suddenly, a gentle female voice interrupts his scheming thoughts from behind. Leaning down with open curiosity, Suha and her female teammates greet the fluffy orange merchant with bright, sparkling eyes. Theo turns around slowly, tilting his head in complete confusion as the girls inspect him up close. Whispering softly to her friend, Suha points a gloved finger toward the cat, asking if he looks eerily familiar to someone they know. Her teammate nods in agreement, admitting the resemblance is honestly uncanny. Puffing out his chest with an irritated huff, Theo sternly corrects her, squeaking that his name is Employee Theo, not Mr. Cat. Suha gasps softly, bowing her head to offer a sincere apology before introducing herself as Suha. Curiosity getting the better of him, Theo tilts his head, asking what on earth she meant by saying he looks like someone else. Suha chuckles awkwardly, admitting that he bears a striking resemblance to a cat she used to adore back on Earth. Raising his chin with supreme arrogance, Theo boldly boasts that she must be hallucination-prone because he happens to be the single most handsome feline in the entire universe. Turning on his heel, he begins to strut away, leaving Suha frantically digging through her shoulder bag to stop him. Reaching out her gloved hand with perfect timing, Suha holds out a bright red pouch right in front of the snobby cat's snout. Flashing a sweet, gentle smile, Suha offers the treat stick, asking the haughty cat if he'd like to try a bite of churro. Crossing his arms with utter disdain, Theo scoffed that he never eats cheap junk food, declaring that his refined palate accepts nothing short of premium grilled fish, only for Suha to casually slide the treat right
right into his open mouth. Talk about absolute disrespect for his dignity. Instantly, Theo's eyes widen into massive sparkling orbs as a wave of pure flavor shock hits his taste buds. Trembling in sheer culinary bliss, the poor cat internally loses his mind, swooning over how the savory, fishy cream melts effortlessly over his tongue. Clasping the empty red wrapper to his chest with burning desperation, Theo begs to know if she has any more of that divine nectar. Suha smirks slyly, fanning out a whole hand of colorful, different flavored treat sticks like a seasoned poker player. Reaching out both paws frantically, Theo begs for every single snack she has. Suha crouches down with her phone, offering a trade. He gets the entire haul if he agrees to pose for a quick commemorative photo with her. Scooping the fluffy orange cat into her arms, Suha holds up her phone camera as Theo happily throws up both paws into a cute peace pose. Gasp! Look at this sellout cat completely dropping his merchant pride for a 10-cent tube of liquid fish paste. Trotting away in pure bliss, Theo licks his lips contentedly while clutching his massive stash of cat snacks, while Suha waves goodbye with a big, fulfilled grin. Watching Suha scroll through her phone, her teammates chuckle softly, noting that bringing cat snacks inside a dangerous extra-dimensional tower was secretly a masterclass strategy. Softly gazing down at her illuminated smartphone screen, Suha smiles with genuine warmth, thoroughly enjoying the wholesome encounter. A crystal-clear photo displays on her phone, perfectly capturing Suha beaming alongside the adorable orange cat as he flashes his tiny paw beans to the camera. Water splashes high into the air as an energetic black rabbit paddles furiously across the surface of a crystal-clear natural pool. Standing knee-deep in the cool water, Sejun enthusiastically cheers on the black rabbit, guiding the little guy as he holds onto a hollow green onion leaf like an improvised kickboard. Up on the rocky shoreline, the White Rabbit Squad watches the intense swimming lesson with fascinated eyes. Underwater, a thick, tightly rolled green onion leaf plugs up a dark gap between two underwater boulders next to Sejun's bare foot. Sejun internally checks the plug, reminding himself that safety comes first, so no predatory cave piranhas slip through to ruin swim practice. Guiding the little bunny gently, Sejun tells Black Rabbit to let go of the green onion floaty and try doggy paddling on his own. He laughs softly, praising the rabbit's immense progress compared to his chaotic past trauma. A dramatic flashback memory hits Sejun's mind, a terrifying memory of the Black Rabbit face down in the water while giant razor-toothed piranhas circled beneath him after the hyperactive bunny jumped into the deep end out of pure level-up excitement. Back in reality, Sejun wipes a sweat drop from his forehead, chuckling that just remembering that near-drowning disaster makes his heart skip a beat. Meanwhile, Black Rabbit flexes his tiny arms on the rocks while the White Rabbits float peacefully on their backs. Stepping out of the refreshing water, Sejun stretches his arms lazily, deciding he needs a sweet, sugary treat to refuel after playing in the pool. He reaches into his black backpack, searching for his honey container. Pulling out a completely see-through plastic bottle, Sejun blinks in surprise, realizing he already chugged every last drop of the golden honey he harvested during his last trip. Looking up toward the shadowy cavern ceiling, Sejun spots the glowing golden hive, suddenly realizing that the poison bee hasn't descended once ever since she relocated her nest a few days ago. Gazing upward with squinted eyes, Sejun steps closer alongside Black Rabbit, noticing tiny glowing specks hovering around the golden honeycomb structure. A vibrant system card pops up on screen, displaying babies of poison bee as dozens of adorable fluffy mini bees buzz around their pristine golden hive structure. Scratching his chin in total wonder, Sejun marvels at how drastically the colony's population multiplied in such a short amount of time. He can't believe a whole army of tiny poison bees hatched without him even noticing. Feeling like a responsible neighbor, Sejun decides he can't just ignore this major milestone, resolving to go over and congratulate the hardworking mother bee on her new family. Turning his eyes toward his lush farm crops, Sejun realizes it would be completely rude to show up empty-handed for a housewarming visit. The camera zooms in on vibrant yellow tomato blossoms blossoming across green vines. Up inside the cozy honeycomb entrance, two tiny baby bees poke their round heads out, twitching their soft antennae as Sejun's voice echoes warmly from the cavern floor below. Holding up a fresh, fragrant bouquet of bright yellow tomato flowers, Sejun waves enthusiastically toward the high ceiling, calling out for Poison Bee to come down and greet her visitors. Smiling brightly with the rabbit squad at his side, Sejun calls out that he brought a lovely housewarming gift to celebrate her newborn babies. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts to sub-zero horror. The cute baby bees' eyes ignite with glowing red malice as dark purple shadow lightning crackles violently around their tiny bodies.
Swooping down from the ceiling like a swarm of mini fighter jets, the furious baby bees dive bomb directly towards Seijun. Seijun gasps in absolute shock, while Black Rabbit instinctively draws his wooden mallet, taking a battle stance. Charging forward with razor-sharp fangs bared, the baby bee leads the assault. Panicking hard, Seijun throws his hands out, screaming at the tops of his lungs that they're total allies, not enemies. Throwing his arm out to physically block Black Rabbit, Seijun desperately orders the fiery bunny not to swing his hammer, terrified that harming the newborns will trigger an all-out war with the mother bee. An extreme close-up frame captures the terrifying rage of the glowing red-eyed baby bee as it lets out a high-pitched battle roar, lunging straight for Seijun's face. Just inches from Seijun's nose, the entire swarm suddenly halts mid-air as a powerful, commanding voice echoes across the entire cavern. Slowly opening his terrified eyes, Seijun blinks in utter confusion as the aggressive mini-bees back off, making way for a magnificent, glowing shadow descending gracefully from the high ceiling. Pointing a trembling finger forward, Seijun's jaw hits the dirt floor in absolute jaw-dropping shock as he tries to process what his eyes are seeing. A majestic, breathtaking creature floats in the air, a gorgeous humanoid queen bee with luscious golden hair, halo-like antennae, a soft white fur collar, and a stunning hourglass silhouette cradling her newborn babies. Hold on a minute. Did this manhwa really just turn a monster bee into a top-tier anime waifu? The artist cooked way too hard here. Winking playfully with bright purple eyes, the breathtaking queen chirps a cute greeting as her official system card flashes across the screen. Queen Poisonous Honeybee. Floating gracefully down to eye level while holding her precious babies, the stunning queen bee gazes gently at Seijun, leaving the humble farmer holding his flower bouquet with wide, stunned eyes, while Black Rabbit drops his heavy mallet in total awe. Flashing back to the past, worker bees from the original colony used to spend their entire lives foraging for standard pollen, completely unaware of how special nectar could alter a bee's destiny. Meanwhile, high above in the tower's management room, the adorable mini black dragon frantically flips through the pages of his heavy handbook. Sweating nervously, the dragon scratches his head, muttering in frustration that there isn't a single rule written in the entire manual for a crazy anomaly like this. Closing the book with a quiet sigh, the little administrator turns toward a glowing crystal orb on the table. He resolves to just monitor the farm from a distance for now and ask his grandfather about it later. Glowing softly in the dim library, the crystal orb projects a crystal-clear live feed, displaying Seijun peacefully standing right beside the newly transformed queen bee and her buzzing babies. Back in reality, Seijun stands frozen on the gravel floor with his bouquet of yellow tomato blossoms, while Black Rabbit stands speechless, completely dumbfounded by the gorgeous creature floating before them. Tilting his head in complete disbelief, Seijun stammers awkwardly, asking if this stunning, elegant figure is really the exact same tiny poison bee he used to pet. The queen simply chirps back with an affectionate tilt of her head. Black Rabbit drops his jaw so low it practically hits his paws. Seijun rubs his eyes, struggling to comprehend how a tiny, fuzzy bug could undergo such a drastic makeover overnight. Winking playfully with her vibrant purple eyes, the queen bee strikes a super adorable idol pose. Seriously, the artist went all out with this design. They really turned a random cave monster into an elite-tier waifu. Gazing down at Seijun with wide, innocent eyes, the queen bee radiates pure affection, revealing the hidden backstory behind her miraculous transformation. A cozy memory panel reveals the humble beginnings. Every single time the little poison bee feasted on the delicious, nutrient-rich flower nectar grown in Seijun's farm, her tiny body absorbed the magic within the crops, her weight gradually increased, and her body began emitting an intoxicatingly sweet aroma that set her apart from ordinary worker bees. Up inside the main hive, the previous queen bee glared down with glowing crimson eyes. Feeling threatened by the young bee's growing magical power, the old queen grew deeply suspicious. But the reason for the change soon became undeniable. By consuming Seijun's magical crops, the little bee had gained the rare ability to lay her own fertile eggs. Knowing that two queen bees could never peacefully coexist in the same colony, the courageous little bee decided to leave her old nest behind and set out to make her own way in the world. Seeking out the safest sanctuary she knew, she flew straight to Seijun's cave, affectionately nuzzling his cheek while deciding to build her brand new home under his protection. While the hard-working white rabbits watered the crops down below, the little bee quietly tended to her new honeycomb, patiently preparing for her final evolution.
Deep inside her sealed honeycomb cell, the little bee curled into a tiny ball, enduring excruciating growth pains as intense magical energy reshaped her entire body. Suddenly, a shadowy carapace shattered with a violent crack. Glowing red eyes burned through the darkness as she broke out of her old shell. Bursting forth in a blinding flare of golden light, her form expanded as sparkling mana swirled all around her. Sitting on the honey-covered floor, she gasped softly, looking down at her newly evolved body in complete awe. Her transformation into the queen poisonous honeybee was finally complete. Back in the present, Seijun smiles warmly, holding out the bright yellow tomato blossoms as a heartfelt congratulatory gift for her incredible milestone. Seeing the beautiful yellow flowers held right before her, the queen bee's purple eyes flash with pure delight. Unable to contain her excitement, the overjoyed queen lunges forward, throwing her soft arms around Sejun's neck in a massive, enthusiastic embrace. Snuggling her face frantically against Sejun's cheek, she purrs in absolute bliss while Sejun laughs awkwardly, completely overwhelmed by her affection. Watching their mother celebrate, two tiny baby bees tilt their heads in curious delight, fluttering their soft wings with excitement. In a hilarious sudden wave, the entire swarm of mini baby bees dive-bomb straight onto Sejun's shirt. Sejun gasps out loud, completely covered in fluffy little bees sticking to his chest like adorable living magnets. Collapsing onto the dirt floor with a big, wholesome grin, Sejun cuddles with the queen bee and her newborns while the white rabbits play with the rest of the swarm. Look at this man living his best life. He started as a lonely, stranded farmer, and now he's the ultimate monster animal whisperer. A few days pass in peaceful tranquility. Bright sunlight beams down through the cavern roof opening while energetic rabbit squeaks echo through the air. Waking up inside his cozy sleeping bag, Sejun rubs his eyes groggily, asking what on earth is going on as the frantic white rabbit squad grabs his blanket and yank on his arms. Yawning lazily with his green eye mask pulled up, Sejun stumbles out of bed, complaining that he thought he'd finally get some peaceful sleep during this blue moon cycle. Suddenly, Sejun stops dead in his tracks. Right in the middle of his crop bed, a radiant purple glow shines through the dirt, revealing an oddly shaped vegetable. Crouching down alongside the curious rabbit crew, Sejun squints in realization, recognizing a carrot infused with the potent energy of the blue moon. He chuckles softly, thrilled that he gets to harvest it so quickly. Glancing sideways at the Straw Hat Rabbit jumping up and down in pure excitement, Sejun smirks playfully, teasing the little guy for dragging him out of bed just for this. Firmly wrapping his fingers around the thick green stem, Sejun takes a solid stance, panting lightly, ready to pull the mysterious crop out of the ground. With a satisfying pop, Sejun yanks out a massive glowing violet carrot, causing the entire rabbit squad to let out a triumphant cheer. Holding the glowing vegetable high in the air, Sejun marvels at its size, noting that it's as big as a travel tumbler. A sleek system notification card flashes across the screen, Agility Carrot. Reading the system card details, Sejun discovers that consuming this Blue Moon Agility Carrot permanently boosts agility by 0.05 points. Plus, harvesting an E-rank crop rewarded him with a massive 70 experience points. Tapping his chin thoughtfully, Sejun calculates his gains, realizing that harvesting higher ranked crops gives a huge bonus boost to both his level and job proficiency. Turning around with a gentle smile, Sejun crouches down and hand delivers the shiny purple carrot to the Straw Hat Rabbit, thanking the little guys for all their hard work on the farm. The white rabbits and black rabbits scoop up the glowing purple carrot together like a sacred artifact. Look at those sparkling eyes. You'd think they just unearthed the holy grail of vegetables. Stepping forward with supreme confidence, the white rabbit wearing a purple bandana draws his sharp farming sickle, striking a fierce martial arts pose. With perfect teamwork, the Straw Hat Rabbit tosses the heavy purple carrot high into the air. Moving like a lightning flash, the Sickle Rabbit unleashes an insane high-speed slicing combo in midair. Glowing blue slash lines carve through the air as the Agility Carrot is instantly diced into clean, perfectly uniform circular discs. The sliced carrot coins rain down gracefully from the sky, dropping right toward the waiting paws of the excited bunny audience. Every single rabbit catches their sliced carrot piece with flawless precision, holding their delicious treats up with proud, beaming smiles. Sejun claps his hands enthusiastically, praising the Sickle Rabbit for his incredible precision cutting and officially dubbing him the ultimate sickle chef. Sickle Rabbit proudly nibbles on his carrot coin with a satisfied puff of his cheeks, while Black Rabbit takes a big bite next to him, crunching away contentedly. Walking back over to his lush tomato vines, Sejun gently reaches out, plucking a vibrant, deep purple tomato off the stem, excitedly eager to see what amazing stat boosts his next Blue Moon crop will hold.
Crouching down among his flourishing green vines, Sejun carefully plucks a glowing purple cherry tomato straight from the stem. He marvels at the blue moon's magic, counting out a fresh yield of 5 rare crops right in the palm of his hand. Without missing a beat, Sejun opens up the system interface, offering one of the glowing purple tomatoes directly to the tower manager as a complete quest turn-in. A holographic prompt immediately flashes across his vision, confirming the quest is finished alongside a warm thank you message. Sejun smirks, openly bartering that if the manager's truly grateful, they better hand over another high-tier skill real soon. Another system notification pops up in front of Sejun's face, stating that the tower manager will think it over and decide on a reward later. Sejun's brow furrows as a cold sweat drops down his cheek, Sharpenil completely caught off guard by the system's evasive answer. Flabbergasted by the vague response, Sejun stammers in disbelief, demanding to know what on earth the manager means by thinking about it. Seriously, even the godlike administrator of this giant tower is acting like an indecisive corporate boss who keeps postponing your end-of-year promotion. Suddenly, a high-pitched, panicked feline scream echoes from behind. Gasp! Sejun turns his head in total shock, wondering what kind of chaos is unfolding on his farm now. Spotting the yellow tabby merchant crouching near the tomato vines, Sejun calls out to Theo, but the poor little cat is absolutely terrified, pointing its claws frantically at the air as a swarm of angry newborn poison bees hover over him with glowing red eyes. Theo screams for his life, begging Sejun to tell the tiny flying terrors to hold their fire. Stroking his chin in deep thought, Sejun analyzes the situation as the baby bees buzz threateningly around the cowering merchant. He realizes that since Theo was away on a trading run when the larvae hatched, the aggressive newborns don't recognize his scent and treat him like an invading enemy. Acting quickly to preserve peace, Sejun scoops up the chubby cat and holds him tightly against his chest. He presents Theo directly to the buzzing swarm, warmly explaining to the newborns that the little cat isn't a villain, but a cherished member of their farm family. Theo purrs softly, complaining that the affectionate cuddle tickles his fur. Unluckily for Sejun, holding a shedding cat right up to his face triggers an instant sneezing fit. Coughing up stray cat hair, Sejun spits frantically while Theo rubs against his leg, sweetly thanking his brother Sejun for saving his pelt. The moment those words leave the cat's mouth, Sejun's mood flips instantly. Reaching out with both hands, Sejun pinches Theo's fluffy cheeks and stretches them out, sternly reminding him that he's strictly an employee and shouldn't dare act like they're equals. Theo squeals in pain, crying out that Sejun literally just called him family a second ago. Dropping the corporate hierarchy hammer, Sejun puts his hand out and demands to calculate the profits from the recent cherry tomato batch. Theo sulks adorably, reaching into his dimensional pouch and handing over a heavy-tied leather coin bag. Sejun unties the pouch and peers inside, counting up a grand total of 75 shiny gold tower coins. He gives Theo a brief compliment for his hard work, but the sneaky cat grins mischievously, teasing that the best part is yet to come. Thrusting a second massive sparkling coin bag into the air, Theo beams with pure pride. He excitedly reveals that because human hunters were desperately waiting to buy Sejun's delicious crops, he secretly hiked up the price by an extra 0.02 tower coins per piece. Jumping up and down with spreading arms, Theo begs for validation, asking if he did an amazing job and if he can finally earn the prestigious promotion title of Sales Cat Theo. Meanwhile, Sejun just casually looks down at the heavy pouch without breaking a sweat. Sejun reaches into the coin bag, handing a couple of gold coins over as a performance bonus. He smiles gently while calling him Employee Theo, which completely shatters the cat's dreams. Theo stares at the small bonus in total dismay, whining about why he still hasn't unlocked his dream job title. Standing tall with crossed arms, Sejun coldly informs the cat that he's still miles away from a promotion and needs to grind way harder. While Black Rabbit gently pats the crying cat on the back to console him, Theo soaks on the dirt floor, lamenting how brutally hard corporate career progression is in this cave. Watching his employees suffer a minor existential crisis, Sejun turns his head away and smirks with an impossibly smug villain grin. He quietly chuckles to himself, revealing that he actually knew about the extra profit markup the whole entire time. A secret flashback panel reveals a previous system message from the tower manager warning Sejun that the cat was charging extra markup fees. Sejun chuckles sinisterly, praising the manager for being an
an elite informant and promising to offer another blue moon crop in exchange for more valuable insider intel. Look at this guy playing 4D chess with his own pet cat's commission rates. He really is the ultimate capitalist overlord of the tower. Suddenly, a strange, wet licking sound breaks Sejun's train of thought. Glancing down toward the ground, Sejun freezes as he catches Theo sitting cross-legged, eagerly squeezing a bright red pouch straight into his mouth. Theo closes his eyes in absolute bliss, frantically licking the squeeze treat like a cat possessed. Pure rainbow happiness radiates from his fluffy ears as he savors every single drop of the savory paste. Pointing a confused finger at the cat, Sejun asks what on earth that red packet is. Theo looks up with bright, innocent green eyes, casually answering that it's a famous human cat snack called choru. Sejun's eyes widen in utter shock. He yells out, asking where in the world the tower monster managed to acquire modern Earth cat treats. Theo probably explains that a female human hunter gave him a whole bag full of them just for taking a cute souvenir photo with her, casually revealing that while chicken flavor is decent, salmon is definitely superior. Staring blankly at the licking cat, Sejun's brain completely short-circuits. He mutters under his breath, trying to process the absurd reality that human hunters are actively bringing luxury pet snacks into a deadly monster dungeon just to pet a cute merchant cat. A mental breakdown panel explains the world mechanics. When normal humans are first summoned into the tower, any modern items they happen to be holding, like backpacks, laptops, green onions, and bottled water, get transported along with them, serving as initial survival trade goods on the first floor. Meanwhile, fully awakened hunters entering through official portals face a strict weight limit, allowing them to bring only up to 1 kilogram of outside items into the tower. However, when returning home to Earth, they can carry out unlimited dungeon loot without any restrictions whatsoever. Graphic details showcase specialized hunter gear such as solar-powered hunter phones equipped with photo apps, camouflage pouches of instant kimchi fried rice rations, and special tower-exclusive cigarettes designed for stressed-out climbers. Holding his elbow in deep thought, Sejun ponders the unbelievable truth that high-level hunters are wasting their precious 1 kilogram real-world weight allowance on choru squeeze treats just to bribe a cat. Suddenly, a light bulb explodes inside Sejun's head. He snaps his fingers with a sharp crack, realization striking him like a bolt of lightning. Rubbing his hands together with a devious, wicked grin, Sejun chuckles out loud, declaring himself an absolute tactical genius as an insanely lucrative new business scheme takes shape in his mind. Dark, sinister aura swirls around Sejun as he laughs like a classic anime villain. Theo sweats profusely, cowering in terror while clutching his churu packet, utterly bewildered by his boss's sudden villain arc. Seriously, look at Sejun's face. He went from a wholesome farmer to a full-blown black market kingpin in 3 seconds flat. Looking up with massive, tear-filled puppy eyes, Theo tremblingly holds out his precious treat, silently pleading for mercy as Sejun looms over him like a terrifying final boss. Sejun stares down with an unreadable, deadpan expression, his dark eyes locking onto the trembling cat with absolute authority. With a swift, high-speed arm swipe, Sejun snatches the churu straight out of the cat's paws, stone cold announcing that he's officially confiscating the treat. Theo lets out a dramatic, heartbroken scream. Desperate to save his beloved snack, Theo lunges forward, grabbing Sejun's t-shirt with his claws and yanking on it with all his tiny weight. He wails that he earned those treats fair and square by taking photos with humans, while Sejun shouts back at him to stop before his only shirt gets ripped to shreds. Holding the red packet high out of reach, Sejun gazes down at the crying cat clinging to his waist, sternly breaking down the exact legal technicalities of their initial business agreement. Sejun quotes special condition number 3 of their contract, reminding the cat that present party B is strictly forbidden from taking on external clients without present party A's explicit permission. He slams the gavel down mentally, declaring this unauthorized photo shoot a severe breach of contract. Theo gasps in horror, realizing he just committed illegal moonlighting. Seeing the cat completely crushed by guilt, Sejun softens his tone, crouching down and gently resting his palm on Theo's head. He smirks warmly, suggesting that instead of dwelling on the violation, they should discuss how to monetize these brand new human clients. Theo's eyes instantly burst into starry sparkles as he asks if he's officially restored to sales cat status. Sejun holds up a single finger, offering a temporary promotion. He'll grant Theo the official sales cat title for exactly 1 hour. He promises that if future human trades go well, he might even extend the title for multiple hours.
Theo cheers with immense joy, pumping his fluffy paws into the air. Reaching down with both hands, Sejun gently lifts the happy little cat under his armpits like a royal newborn baby. Sejun carries the cat over to a luxurious campfire setup. White rabbits fan him with palm leaves, roast fresh fish over crackling flames, and lay out bamboo shoots, treating the newly promoted sales cat like absolute royalty. Sejun smiles warmly, asking if the fire's ambient heat is to his liking. Sitting down beside his employee, Sejun carefully tears open the top of the churro stick, inviting the cat to lay back comfortably and enjoy his treat like a true VIP client. Theo stretches his body across Sejun's lap in complete surrender, happily licking the delicious paste as a white rabbit continues to fan him. Theo marvels in disbelief, wondering if holding the position of sales cat always comes with such insane executive perks. A hilarious close-up panel captures Theo in absolute culinary euphoria. Loud purring vibrates from his throat as he gobbles down the salmon tree, loudly declaring this to be the single greatest feeling in the entire universe. Sejun watches the spoiled cat with a fond grin, asking if the snack meets his high standards. Theo stretches out his paws dramatically, demanding that he wants a side order of freshly grilled fish to go with it. Sejun immediately leaning over the open fire to grab 2 skewers of perfectly roasted wrapped fish. He cheerfully promises to serve the grilled fish right away, catering to the cat's every single whim. As they relax by the warm fire, Sejun's curiosity gets the better of him. He crouches down and asks Theo how on earth a harmless little cat managed to climb all the way up to the dangerous 38th floor without getting slaughtered by high-level floor monsters. Reaching into his cloak with immense pride, Theo pulls out a shiny gold medallion, proudly showing off his official wandering merchant license. Holding the detailed bronze coin close to Sejun's eyes, Theo explains that this badge grants him immunity as a recognized merchant. However, maintaining the license requires paying an insanely expensive annual membership fee to the Wandering Merchants Association. An informative diagram illustrates the merchant ranking system, showing a rising arrow from beginner to high-level tiers. Theo explains that while higher ranks demand massive annual dues, they unlock absurd perks, such as access to protected association facilities across the entire tower. A hilarious flashback depicts a tiny dog wandering merchant holding up his shiny badge to a massive, terrifying green ogre. The giant monster completely ignores the little dog, strolling right past him without attacking. Theo proudly concludes that total monster non-aggression is the ultimate perk of being an official wandering merchant. Sejun crouches beside the crackling campfire, leaning towards his feline employee to ask if Theo can simply transport human hunters directly to this cave. Theo shakes his head with an emphatic refusal, explaining that while wandering merchants enjoy total non-aggression from dungeon monsters, regular hunters would be instantly attacked. He adds that merchants utilize a special merchant passageway accessible only with an official license. The cat continues clarifying that without using this secret passageway, traveling all the way down from the 38th floor in a brief 5 days would be completely impossible. Curious about their current location, Sejun asks what floor they're actually standing on, to which Theo innocently reveals that they are currently on the 99th floor. Wait, hold on. Did he seriously think he was right next door to floor 38 this whole time? Talk about being completely directionless. Sejun's mind freezes into an absolute blank slate as his eyes turn into lifeless black dots. Snapping back to reality, Sejun yells out in total, unadulterated shock. Theo tilts his head with bright, wide eyes, casually repeating that they are indeed on the 99th floor and asking if his boss really had no idea. A sudden wave of intense horror washes over Sejun's psyche as the terrifying reality of being stranded on the top floor crushes his mental sanity. Collapsing onto his hands and knees with a heavy thud, Sejun hits the ground while Theo panics and frantically asks what on earth is wrong with him. Look closely at him, collapsing on the floor like a defeated soul. The poor guy just realized his commute home is literally 99 floors long. Staring blankly at the dirt, Sejun desperately calculates in his head, realizing that since Theo made a round trip in just 10 days, he foolishly assumed this hidden cave was only a few floors away from human territory. Trembling in overwhelming stress, Sejun tries to force his brain to calm down, telling himself that knowing his exact floor number doesn't change his daily survival routine. Refusing to let his meal ticket stay catatonic, Theo leaps forward and grabs Sejun's face with his tiny paws, shaking him violently while screaming for him to wake up. Squishing Sejun's cheeks together until his face looks ridiculous, yells into his ear while Sejun stammers out the cat's name in dazed confusion. Releasing his boss's squished face, Theo points authoritatively toward the crackling fire. drawing attention to the sizzling skewers of fish. Wrapped in fresh leaves, the fish continue to roast slowly over the vibrant, crackling flames. Honestly, the food art in this manhwa looks so delicious, it's making me hungry right now. Squatting silently beside the warm fire, Sejin sinks into deep existential dread, realizing human hunters have barely breached the 40th floor after weeks of grinding, leaving him questioning if he'll ever escape this tower. Brushing off his manager's crisis, Theo puffs up his chest and bossily orders Sejin to cook the fish properly without burning it, reminding him that this is a direct command from the official sales cat. Turning his head with a flat, emotionless expression, Sejin coldly announces that Theo's temporary one-hour promotion has officially expired, leaving the cat gasping in utter disbelief. Theo's ears droop flat against his head as he lets out a sorrowful sigh, lamenting how painfully fast his executive power slipped through his claws. As Sejin glances over, his eyes suddenly lock onto the gleaming golden badge pinned to Theo's green cape. Sejin's imagination sparks a dramatic fantasy scenario where a group of injured, starving hunters huddle in a dark, dangerous forest, lamenting their lack of food and health potions. As one hunter buries his face in hopeless despair, a mysterious traveler steps out onto a fallen log, calling out to offer them relief. Dressed in traditional merchant robes with a massive backpack, Sejin strikes a heroic pose alongside sales cat Theo, proudly announcing cheap, life-saving goods for sale. Man went straight from having a breakdown to plotting a full-blown traveling merchant monopoly. You gotta respect the hustle. The desperate hunters gasp in awe, immediately recognizing the legendary tower farmer Park Sejun and his famous orange cat mascot, while Sejun smugly adjusts his hat. A chaotic frenzy erupts as hunters start throwing stacks of tower coins into Sejun's hands, begging for fresh cherry tomatoes and food while Theo tries to maintain order in the crowd. Back in the real world, a brilliant light bulb flashes in Sejun's eyes as he clenches his fist in determination. Leaning down eagerly, Sejun asks Theo if it's possible for a human like him to officially register as a wandering merchant. Theo looks up bewildered, asking if Sejun forgot that he's from the outside world. Theo brutally shatters his hopes with a serious expression, explaining that only native creatures born inside the tower are legally allowed to hold a wandering merchant license. A massive wave of dark, soul-crushing gloom instantly washes over Sejun's face as his grand business plan dies before it even starts. Shrugging his shoulders, Theo smugly tells his boss to give up on his absurd dreams, causing Sejun to shake violently with suppressed rage. The cat didn't even hesitate to obliterate his boss's dreams. Theo is ruthless. Suddenly, Black Rabbit leaps into the air and wallops Theo over the head with a massive fish, sending the cat running and screaming in terror. Completely losing his mental grip, Sejun grabs his hair with both hands and screams out an unrated curse word at the top of his lungs. Echoing across the vast underground cavern, Sejun shouts curses at the tower sky, letting out months of built-up frustration. The little white farmer rabbits freeze in place, holding their tiny watering cans and hose as they stare at their human master in complete stunned silence. Hovering near the blooming tomato vines, Queen Bee and her worker bee stop flying, gazing back at Sejun with wide, confused eyes. Far away in a luxurious tower library, an adorable black baby dragon munching on a candied fruit skewer suddenly pauses, wondering what that loud, distant noise was. Wait, hold on. Is that a dragon holding a candied hawthorn skewer? That is literally the cutest thing I've seen all day. A wide top-down view shows Sejun standing in the middle of the field panting heavily, surrounded by bewildered rabbits, confused bees, and a trembling cat hiding behind Black Rabbit. Standing precariously on Black Rabbit's head, Theo sweats nervously while complaining about how badly Sejun's sudden outburst scared him. As Sejun hunches over to catch his breath, exhaling a long, weary sigh, Sejun closes his eyes and mentally resets, reminding himself that he knew entering the tower would be a brutal struggle from day one. Pushing his shoulders back with renewed grit, Sejun resolves that throwing tantrums is useless and vows to live every single moment in this tower to the absolute fullest, while Queen Bee floats encouragingly by his side. Looking down with a calm, grounded expression, Sejun locks eyes with Theo and Black Rabbit, fully accepting his reality as a tower farmer. Meanwhile, high above on Earth, inside a sleek corporate office, two pristine red tomatoes sit on a porcelain plate as a smooth voice asks if these are the rumored magical items. Sitting behind a mahogany desk, an executive discusses the mysterious items that have recently gained massive popularity among high-ranking tower hunters, with a stylish female guest sitting across from him. Crossing her legs on the plush couch, the woman explains that her brother obtained the magical produce directly from an elusive wandering merchant inside the tower. Identifying
Identified as Jenny, the powerful CEO of Easter Pharmaceutical, she leans forward with a sharp gaze. Intense whisper, asking the executive if he can see the item's hidden status window.
The man holding the tomato, identified as Michael McLaren, vice president of Gagel Food Company, chuckles with condescending amusement at the idea of a magical cherry tomato.
Jenny scoffs with cold disdain, questioning if the man controlling nearly 40% of the global food market has completely lost his legendary business instincts. Whew, the corporate snark in this room is absolute top tier. She's tearing him apart without raising her voice.
Michael leans forward over his desk, flashing a smug, dangerous smile hiss as he warns her about the consequences of mocking so carelessly in his office. Unbothered by his empty threat, Jenny smirks and snaps her fingers with a sharp click. A brilliant blue holographic interface expands into the room, revealing the absurd stats of Sejun's cherry tomatoes, guaranteeing rapid fat dissolution and a massive permanent boost to human basal metabolic rate. Michael McLaren stares at the floating holographic display, sweating in sheer disbelief as the unbelievable physical transformation data flashes right before his eyes. Sitting calmly across from him on the plush couch, Jenny explains that although Easter Pharma couldn't synthesize the raw tower compound, their short-term laboratory findings exceed all expectations. Sinking heavily back into his high-backed executive chair, Michael asks Jenny why on earth she's sharing such a game-changing opportunity with him instead of monopolizing it herself. Jenny crosses her legs with supreme elegance, revealing her true motive. She wants Gagel Food Company's abandoned tower farming infrastructure. She's playing 4D chess with corporate assets while Michael is still trying to wrap his head around magic tomatoes. Michael's eyes widen as a drop of cold sweat rolls down his face, completely bewildered as to how she discovered his top-secret failed project. Standing tall with a sharp, commanding presence, Jenny asks if he doesn't want to prove his worth and win back the trust of his father, the ruling president of Gagel. She gently taps her fingers over the mahogany desk, pointing out that with the current chairman gravely ill, the board of directors will soon vote on a successor. Leaning forward over the desk with a confident smirk, Jenny offers him one of Sejun's glistening red cherry tomatoes, asking if it doesn't look completely irresistible. Flashing an opportunistic, greedy grin, Michael reaches out his hand to accept the miraculous red fruit. He pops the cherry tomato into his mouth and bites down hard, letting the sweet, rich juice burst across his tongue. Closing his eyes in total ecstasy, Michael exclaims that the flavor is unbelievably delicious and unlike anything he has ever tasted. Michael throws his head back and bursts into a booming villainous laugh right along with Jenny. Look at these two corporate elites having a full cackle session over a single cherry tomato. You'd think they just unlocked the secret to eternal life. Calming his laughter, Michael closes his eyes with a satisfied, contented smile spread across his face. Chewing happily with stuffed cheeks, Michael asks if she brought another one, but Jenny puts her hands on her hips and coldly reminds him that he ate her share, telling him to enter the tower and buy him himself. Meanwhile, back inside the cave, Sejun crouches in the dirt with a wooden stick, drawing a circle while writing down key priorities like understanding his surroundings and securing daily necessities. Looking up at his animal companions, Sejun explains that since they are going to settle in this cave long-term, they must systematically fix every inconvenience and gather proper survival supplies. Glancing up toward the open sky shining through the cavern hole, Sejun stresses that mapping out the external environment is crucial for their long-term safety. Sejun turns to Theo and asks if there are any dangerous monsters lurking near the cave entrance, to which the tiny cat stretches his paws and replies that none are nearby, though one monster resides a bit further away. Curious, Sejun asks what kind of monster it is, and Theo solemnly reveals that it's the Crimson Giant Bear. Sejun swallows hard in sudden dread, vividly recalling the terrifying blood-red bear monster that nearly mauled him on his very first day in the tower. Theo trembles with flattened ears, explaining how the terrifying beast glares at him whenever he passes by, making Sejun realize that stepping outside the cave remains far too dangerous for a fragile human. Looking over at his crop field, Sejun observes Queen Bee happily tending to thousands of yellow tomato flowers starting to bloom across the vine. Realizing that thousands of blooming flowers mean the poison honeybee population will explode, Sejun's brain sparks with a genius tactical plan. Man is building a full biological air defense system out of cute little stinging bees. Sejun envisions deploying a swarm of poison honeybees to constantly patrol the surrounding forest around the cave entrance, creating an automated perimeter defense against wild monsters. He further plans to have the bees carry sturdy ropes woven from onion leaves to tie around nearby trees, allowing him to easily climb up and out of the cave shaft whenever he wants. With a confident smirk, Sejun feels completely reassured that he will soon be able to explore the surface world in total safety. Standing up and dusting off his pants, Sejun looks down at Theo, announcing that he has a special high-level mission for him. Leaning forward with a single finger raised, Sejun asks sales cat Theo if he has what it takes to execute a top-priority commercial operation. Theo puffs up his chest and roars with absolute passion, raising his tiny paws in utter readiness. Cut to the 38th floor hunter encampment outside the secret merchant passageway. High up on a cliff top, Theo overlooks a massive tent city filled with human hunters. Peering down at the campsite, Theo notices a dramatic increase in human presence since his last trip, realizing various guilds are staking out the area to secure a permanent trading foothold. Shrugging off the dense crowd, Theo leaps off the cliff with a high-flying jump and performs a superhero landing right in front of two stunned hunters. As dust swirls around his paws, Theo proudly announces his arrival, causing the entire camp of hunters to gasp in excitement and sprint toward him. A massive armored hunter pushes through the crowd, holding a bulging bag of tower coins, bellowing that he wants to buy out every single magical cherry tomato on the spot. Members of the Phoenix Guild instantly confront the newcomer, shouting at him for cutting the line as swords are drawn in a heated standoff. Panicking at the escalation, Theo frantically waves his paws in the air, squeaking at the angry humans to stop fighting and listen to him. Look at this tiny orange cat trying to referee a gang war between fully geared level 40 hunters. Give this feline a raised podium. Chest puffed up with official authority, Theo loudly announces that starting today, his trading rules have officially been updated. The bickering hunters freeze in shock, staring down at the orange feline in total bewilderment. Theo proudly declares that he will sell a full batch of 500 cherry tomatoes exclusively through a competitive auction to whoever bids the highest price. Resting his paws on his hips next to a basket of glowing red tomatoes, Theo smugly tells broke hunters to leave, setting the opening bid at 35 tower coins. Cut back to Sejun sitting peacefully in his cave garden, reflecting on how demand for his produce on the outside world is surging far beyond his initial expectations. As the cute white rabbits haul wheelbarrows overflowing with cherry tomatoes, Sejun notes that hunters giving Theo expensive gourmet treats proved how intense the market competition has gotten. Taking a slow sip from his cup, Sejun chuckles with Black Rabbit, explaining that an auction is the ultimate economic tool to maximize profit when supply is limited. Drinking his beverage with closed eyes, Sejun feels satisfied that this bidding war will serve as the perfect stress test for Theo's true business acumen. Stretching his arms high above his head with a wide yawn, Sejun asks Black Rabbit if it's time to get back to farm work and prep for dinner. Suddenly, a glowing blue system notification pops into existence, displaying an urgent additional quest directly from the tower manager. Reading the prompt, Sejun sees the manager demanding a glass of fresh cherry tomato juice mixed with poison honey in exchange for a job skill, but Sejun casually declines, saying he's too busy farming right now. Multiple system screens flood his field of view, revealing the tower manager throwing an absolute toddler fit and insisting the reward skill is incredible. Crossing his arms with a deadpan expression, Sejun glares at the screen, asking if the manager wants to brag about skills or if they're just dying to drink fresh tomato smoothie. The omnipotent tower manager is throwing a full-blown meltdown over a glass of juice. You cannot make this up. The system screen pings once more, insisting that rules are rules and begging Sejun to trust him, leaving Sejun sighing as he finally walks over to squeeze some tomatoes. Sejun reminisces about how he squeezed 50 cherry tomatoes earlier when he had a sudden juice craving, happily sharing the sweet drink with his rabbit farmhands and Queen Bee. Squatting down near his harvested crops, Sejun gathers a massive pile of fresh cherry tomatoes, figuring this generous amount should be more than enough to satisfy the manager's request. Taking a deep breath, Sejun gets ready to craft the beverage and activates his raw physical power, performing a brute force juicing move that crushes the tomatoes flat. Panting slightly from the workout, Sejun calls over Queen Bee, asking her to lend a helping hand with the crucial special ingredient. Queen Bee hovers gracefully down, carefully extracting a single drop of rich, glowing poison honey directly from her mouth. Flapping her tiny wings with a bright smile, Queen Bee holds the glistening blob of golden honey between her paws like a precious masterpiece. Sejun watches happily as Queen Bee lets the thick honey droplet plop right into the bamboo cup filled with red cherry tomato juice. A sparkling system window pops up displaying the finalized item: cherry tomato juice with a drop of honey, a super rich, sweet and sour beverage packed with thrilling pulp bits. Holding out the cup toward the floating blue screen, Sejun submits the item. A notification immediately pings, stating the tower manager is hyperventilating with joy and flapping its wings in excitement. Sejun pauses for a second, catching that weird detail in the system log. Wings? He tilts his head in utter confusion, flustered. Cut to the secret chamber of the tower manager. It turns out to be an adorable black dragon happily gulping down the juice through a straw. Look at this legendary dragon squealing in pure cuteness over a cup of tomato smoothie. A system message flashes over Sejun's screen stating that the tower manager is showering him with praise because the juice tasted mind-blowingly good. Pleased with the reaction, Sejun reaches out his finger to press the floating blue prompt and claim his official quest reward. The blue window updates, revealing his new acquisition: special job skill, beekeeping level 1, automatically registering his owned poison honeybee hive. Sejun's eyes go wide in total astonishment as he reads the title: a specialized job skill centered entirely around beekeeping? Reading through the detailed skill perks, Sejun discovers that honeybees will no longer show hostility toward him, and he can now command them directly while boosting their egg-laying, foraging, and pollination speeds. Sejun pumps his fist with a triumphant grin. This completely solves his massive safety concern about being swarmed by wild poison bees the moment he steps outside the cavern. Looking up at the ceiling, Sejun wonders if the tower manager secretly monitored his internal worries and tailored this reward specifically to help him out. Meanwhile, inside the dragon lair, the adorable black dragon gazes into its glowing purple orb, listening to Sejun express his heartfelt gratitude. Swirling its straw around the bottom of the empty bamboo cup, the tiny dragon chuckles quietly, thinking that if Sejun is truly thankful, he ought to offer more. Resting its head on its paws, the dragon contemplates asking for another giant mug of that heavenly honey tomato juice. The dragon leans closer to the magical crystal ball as Sejun's voice comes through the feed again. Over in the cave, Sejun rubs his chin thoughtfully, clearing his throat to ask the tower manager a burning curiosity. Pointing his finger straight up, Sejun innocently asks if the tower manager happens to be a flying pig, picturing a cute winged pork chop floating in the sky. Did he seriously just compare a mythical dragon ruler to a flying pig? Talk about an instant death wish. Black Dragon's eyes instantly narrow into terrifying cold slits as an ominous aura erupts across the room. A flood of enraged blue system screen slams right into Sejun's face, screaming, "Stupid, fool, you're so mean and go to hell," as Sejun clutches his head in absolute panic. The aggressive system windows vanish into thin air, leaving a bewildered Sejun scratching his head, completely oblivious as to why the system had a full meltdown. Cut back to the intense auction at the 38th floor Hunter camp. Team leader Dongshik sweats in sheer dread, horrified that returning empty-handed will destroy his reputation as a great father. Raising his hand high into the air with desperate fury, Dongshik roars out a bid of 41 tower coins. His female teammate gapes at him in surprise, but Dongshik sternly explains that securing these magic cherry tomatoes is top priority, claiming they can pool funds from clients later. Another heavily geared hunter steps up without hesitation, bellowing a counterbid of 45 tower coins. The trading grounds erupt into a frantic bidding frenzy. Offers of 45.5, 50, 51, and 52 coins fly out from every corner, while Tiny Theo stands proudly next to his basket. Sweating bullets, Dongshik turns to his teammate, begging for extra cash, but she nervously winces, admitting she only brought a light purse since she just wanted a simple gift. Suddenly, a booming, arrogant voice echoes over the crowd, mocking 100 tower coins. A tall, slick man in an expensive tailored business suit steps forward. It's Vice President Michael McLaren. Pushing his hands into his suit pockets with a smug smirk, he casually drops a massive bid to buy out all 500 tomatoes in one move. Sales cat Theo doesn't even pause to blink. Flashing his tiny paw, he shouts, "Going once, going twice, sold, nya, 100 tower coins, nya." The surrounding hunters break into noisy murmurs, utterly stunned by the absurd display of corporate wealth. Dongshik stares in total disbelief, recognizing the bidder as Michael McLaren, the notorious vice president of Gaijel Food Company. Glancing over, Dongshik catches a sight of a familiar face standing right beside Michael's bodyguard unit, a young hunter named Chris. Marching up to him, Dongshik aggressively demands to know why Chris is hanging out with corporate execs when he's supposed to be off duty from the guild expedition team. Chris nervously scratches his hair, flustered, stuttering out that his CEO sister, Jenny, instructed him to personally guide Vice President Michael to the wandering merchant. Dongshik grinds his teeth in deep frustration, realizing that their guild is now forced to compete against big pharma and mega corporations with infinite budgets. Up on the grassy clearing, Theo cheerfully waves his paw at the crowd, announcing that only 2 auction batches remain and opening the next round. Standing beside his basket, the tiny orange cat calls out the starting price of 35 tower coins. Veins bulging on his neck, Dongshik shouts at the top of his lungs, 60 tower coins, throwing everything he has into winning this second batch. Michael McLaren casually glides forward with a cold, condescending smile, immediately shutting down the competition, 100 tower coins. Dongshik's jaw drops straight to the floor in complete shock as Michael flexes his unstoppable money cheat code. Host commentary opportunity. Man brought a sword to a wallet fight and lost instantly.
Out of his mind with desperation, Dongshik grabs his poor teammate by the armor collar and shakes him violently for coins, while Theo slams the deal shut. Sold, nya.
As Theo opens the final batch at 35 coins, Michael cuts off the entire crowd. Stop! 100 coins! In fact, I'll take all 1,500 tomatoes right now for 300 tower coins. Dongshik collapses onto his knees in total defeat, lamenting the brutal reality of pay-to-win life, while Michael's suited bodyguards hoist the heavy baskets of glowing cherry tomatoes. Smirking evilly as he admires the magic cherry tomato in his hand, Vice President Michael McLaren immediately orders his bodyguards to prepare for a trip down to the first floor of the tower, determined to secure the supply source directly. Meanwhile, back on the 38th floor trading grounds, 2 female hunters spot tiny Theo resting nearby and wave enthusiastically to greet the adorable feline merchant. Pointing his paw with bright, sparkling eyes, Theo recognizes the female hunter as the generous human who gifted him delicious cat treats before, though he hilariously scrambles to remember her actual name. Look at this ridiculously cute face! That glowing kitty smile is an absolute weapon of mass persuasion. Nobody on Earth could ever say no to that face. As Theo tilts his head trying to recall if her name was Buha, Suha chuckles inwardly, deciding it is probably best not to correct the little guy since he at least remembered her face. Pulling out a fresh stick of churro, Suha eagerly asks if she can snap another photo with him in exchange for the tasty treat, making Theo's ears perk up instantly. Surprisingly, Theo raises his paw and proudly turns down the snack, leaving Suha completely dumbfounded that a cat would actually decline a treat. Theo explains that instead of cat snacks, he wants human instant coffee sticks because they resemble churro packets, prompting Suha to search through her gear in confusion. Suha pulls out a yellow instant coffee mix packet to confirm, and Theo shouts in pure excitement, quickly asking if she happens to have any salt and pepper on hand as well. Both female hunters stand completely frozen, staring at the tiny merchant in utter bewilderment as they try to process why a cat is aggressively collecting kitchen seasonings. Setting down bottles of salt, pepper, and mix packets, Suha offers them up, causing Theo to break into a triumphant villain laugh as he accepts the items. Flashback reveals Sejun's clever instructions. Sejun promised that if Theo collected human commodities like coffee, salt, and pepper from photo takers, he would grant him extra lap cuddle time as a reward. Man is running a full-blown feline extortion ring. Wrapping her arms around the fluffy merchant, Suha snaps a super cute selfie, while Theo poses like an absolute professional model. Switching up her pose, Suha takes another adorable photo while Theo winks gracefully for the camera, knowing every photo earns him precious lap time with Sejun. Swiping through her gallery with a wide smile, Suha thanks Theo for the wonderful photos while the polite little cat bows back and bids her farewell. Before he can leave, Suha suddenly grabs Theo's front paws and squeals in utter bliss over how ridiculously soft his pink cat toe beans feel. Flustered by the unexpected paw grab, Theo quickly yanks his hands back, while Suha breathlessly apologizes, admitting she simply could not resist the urge. Feeling slightly guilty for touching him without permission, Suha hands over 3 whole sticks of churro as an apology gift, confusing the little merchant even more. Flapping his ears in shock, Theo asks why humans get so immensely happy just by touching a cat's feet, wondering if there's some magical secret behind it. Suha winks and explains that humans lack soft, squishy toe beans, so getting to squish a cat's paws is considered the ultimate stress-relieving luxury. Theo's eyes widen in utter realization as he absorbs this game-changing economic revelation. His paws are literally a gold mine. Looking down at his adorable pink paw pads, Theo realizes his toe beans are no longer just feet. They are legendary lucky charms that can grant him infinite bargaining power. Seeing how well the photo session went, Suha's female teammate steps forward with her phone, politely asking for a selfie since she was the one who provided the pepper earlier. Theo happily obliges, striking a dashing pose alongside her. He giggles while she snaps a bright memory photo. Just as a teammate finishes her sentence, Theo suddenly thrusts both of his fluffy paws right into her face without warning. Thrusting his pink pads outward, Theo generously commands her to touch his legendary toe beans right now. With an intense, heroic aura erupting around him, Theo demands that she hand over proper rewards in exchange for touching the ultimate beans of luck. Host commentary moment. Bro turned his feet into a pay-to-play theme park attraction. The teammate happily complies, handing over a massive pile of delicious packaged snacks and supplies, leaving Theo cackling hysterically like a tiny criminal mastermind. Laughing maniacally with his arms full of loot, Theo calculates that trading paw touches will easily secure him a full 24 hours of non-stop lap cuddling from Sejun. Suddenly snapping back to reality, Theo realizes he completely forgot about his secondary secret assignment from his master. Meanwhile, Suha finishes typing out her social media post, uploading her cute cat selfie tagged Wandering Merchant and Yellow Cat for the whole world to see. Smirking softly to herself, Gittle, Suha admires her newly posted picture, proud to have met the legendary wandering feline in person. Out of nowhere, Theo pops right behind her shoulder, startling Suha so badly that her heart nearly jumps straight out of her chest. Gasping in surprise, Suha asks why he hasn't left yet, but Theo ignores the question and deadpans, asking if she hails from a country called the Republic of South Korea. Stunned by his accuracy, Suha asks how he knew, and Theo smugly explains that he picked up a very distinct, familiar scent wafting off her armor. Looking up with massive, shimmering puppy dog eyes, Theo drops his voice and asks if she can lend him a crucial helping hand. Suha blinks in complete surprise, completely caught off guard by the cat's sudden serious request. Meanwhile, back inside Sejun's cave farm, a swarm of poison honeybees buzzes diligently among the bright yellow blossoms, actively pollinating his vast cherry tomato crop. Deep inside the cave, a poison bee hovers over a plastic bottle, regurgitating a drop of pure, glowing golden honey directly into the storage container. Multiple blue system windows flood Sejun's view, notifying him that collecting tomato honey juice has leveled up his beekeeping skill. Sejun crosses his arms with a satisfied grin. Observing the glowing beehive near the cave ceiling, Sejun notes that as the colony expands, his skill progresses naturally, though he wonders why Queen Bee has been hiding lately. Reviewing his skill details, Sejun notices his hive cap increased from 1 to 2, realizing that once the hive naturally splits, he can expand his honey production twofold. Glancing over at his filled honey bottle, Sejun realizes he will soon need proper storage containers to hold all the extra honey his bees are producing. Deciding to handle storage logistics later, Sejun squats down in the rich soil to begin harvesting his latest batch of fresh root vegetables. Turning toward the back of the cave, Sejun calls out to his loyal rabbit farmhands, announcing that harvest time has officially arrived. Holding up a giant radiant carrot, Sejun smiles warmly as system notifications ping, confirming he harvested an agility carrot while earning valuable job experience. Flashback to a few days ago after harvesting the blue moon carrot, Sejun proudly hoisted a massive carrot into the air while all the tiny farmhand rabbits cheered in absolute ecstasy. Passing out the giant carrots one by one, Sejun makes sure every single rabbit farmhand gets a massive juicy portion to feast on. A system box text reveals that the overall variety of edible crops grown inside the cavern farm has successfully expanded by another item. To Sejun's total shock, all the rabbits suddenly drop to their knees and bow their heads in deep, solemn gratitude while holding their carrots. Sejun chuckles nervously, asking if a simple carrot really warrants a royal bow. Talk about absolute loyalty to the farm boss. Sejun gathers his fluffy rabbit squad around a cozy campfire inside the cavern, distributing fresh carrots to each of them while holding one up himself. Inspecting the golden vegetable, a glowing blue system window pops up with a clean chime, confirming he has harvested an official agility carrot. The detailed system stat screen reveals that consuming this crop breaks down body fat while temporarily boosting agility. Talk about the ultimate gamer diet plan. Taking a hearty bite alongside Black Rabbit, Sejun marvels at how delicious it tastes, already envisioning how famous
guess these magic weight loss carrots will become once he sells them. Host commentary moment. Bro literally created a magic diet vegetable. Gym bros back on Earth are gonna lose their minds. Deciding not to waste any precious daylight, Seijun vows to finish his snack rapidly so he can lead the team in clearing out the remaining crop harvest. The tiny white rabbits work with heroic enthusiasm, loading up an adorable little wheelbarrow packed high with vibrant orange carrots. Even Bandana Rabbit gets in on the action, carrying huge bundles of fresh leafy greens back to the crop pile as the squad moves like a well-oiled machine. Squatting down in the rich soil, Seijun pulls crop after crop, building a massive mountain of carrots while Black Rabbit carries a heavy load on its back. Exhausted from the heavy lifting, Black Rabbit suddenly collapses flat on its belly, prompting Seijun to laughingly ask if the little guy is already burnt out. Looking closer, Seijun realizes Black Rabbit isn't actually passed out. It's sneaky munching on a harvested carrot while lying down. Seijun instantly calls out the sly little thief. As another rabbit tips over a loaded wheelbarrow, Seijun notices the storage vaults are completely full and suggests calling it a day. Host commentary moment. Seeing these tiny rabbits handle industrial farm labor is honestly the most wholesome thing in Webtoons right now. Just as he prepares to drop his tools, a sudden cascade of glowing system alerts floods his view with rapid chimes, declaring that he has officially leveled up. Stunned by the pop-up, Seijun stares in disbelief as the system announces he reached level 10, granted a bonus stat, and unlocked an official class job quest. Curious if Aileen rigged the system, Seijun asks the tower manager, only for a prompt to ping back confirming she had nothing to do with this automatic system event. The blue windows explain that level 10 triggers mandatory class advancement, requiring candidates to pass specific trials to gain new job traits and break their level cap. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Seijun ponders the situation, remembering rumors about class advancement trials from his time back on Earth. He recalls that combat hunters usually receive brutal subjugation quests like slaying 100-foot giant orcs or slicing through hordes of deadly slimes. Host commentary moment. Imagine expecting a cozy farming game and getting thrown into an orc boss raid. Thank goodness Seijun built differently. Holding Black Rabbit on his lap, Seijun opens his tailored farmer quest window, discovering his task simply requires expanding his total farmland by 50 square meters. Glancing across the vast, sprawling field layout of his cavern, Seijun grins confidently, knowing 50 extra square meters is an absolute walk in the park for his team. After tilling the fresh soil, a barrage of victorious blue system windows flash open, rewarding him with level 11, bonus stats, 10 tower coins, and a brand new job trait. Victorious, Seijun pumps his fist in triumph before instantly slumping onto the dirt alongside his completely knocked out rabbit workers. Checking his newly unlocked job trait, Seijun's eyes widen in delight as he sees he will now earn bonus experience points for every single square meter of rice paddy field he constructs. Completely drained from non-stop tilling, Seijun lies flat on his back in the soil, admitting he pushed his body past its total limits for the day. Host commentary moment. The man survived leveling up just to get defeated by good old-fashioned manual labor. Clutching his green blanket with a huge yawn, Seijun bids his fluffy farmhands goodnight, instructing everyone to rest up for tomorrow's work. Before heading into their burrow, the young rabbit siblings share a high five, celebrating another successful harvest day. But as the grown-up rabbit kids approach the cozy burrow entrance, Papa Rabbit steps out wearing his straw hat and strictly shakes his head. Suddenly, Papa Rabbit slams the wooden door shut with a loud bang, leaving all the young rabbits gasping in total shock. Desperate and teary-eyed, the rabbits furiously pound their little paws against the door, catching Seijun's attention as he turns around in confusion. Crossing his arms thoughtfully, Seijun realizes they've reached full adulthood and got kicked out of the nest to live independently. Host commentary moment. Papa Rabbit really pulled the classic "you're 18 now, get out of my house" move. Brutal Animal Kingdom parenting right there. Seeing their drooping ears and teary eyes, Seijun offers a warm smile and invites the whole squad to sleep alongside him on his soft makeshift bed. Wrapped in his warm green blanket on a bed of fresh grass, Seijun chuckles softly as the entire rabbit squad snuggles closely around his head and body. Feeling the gentle warmth of his fluffy companions, Seijun closes his eyes with a serene smile, whispered, grateful for the quiet peace of his cave home. High above, bright sunlight streams through the open cavern ceiling, bathing a cozy farm in a soothing morning glow. Meanwhile, down in the lush forest of the 38th floor, team leader Dongshik rests on a mossy boulder, sighing in exhaustion as he worries about getting nagged by his daughter. Suddenly, his female teammate approaches through the trees, accompanied by tiny Theo strutting behind her like an important VIP. Surprised by the unexpected visitor, Dongshik sits up, while the teammate
teammate explains that the famous feline merchant specifically came to speak with him. Raising his adorable pink paw, Theo politely asks if Dongshik is the leader of the Korean hunter squad, leaving the veteran hunter completely bewildered. Host commentary moment looks at Theo extending that pink toe bean of negotiation. Bro is about to drop a life-changing business deal on this poor tired dad. Tilting his head with sparkling green eyes and a cheerful chirp, Theo extends an official contract offer straight to the Korean team leader. Standing tall in his tiny green cloak, the miniature merchant beams with absolute confidence, ready to seal an extraordinary deal. Dongshik takes the ancient parchment paper, stunned that a high-ranking wandering cat is presenting him with a binding tower contract. Reading the handwritten text aloud, Dongshik's jaw drops as he sees an order to transfer 50 million won directly to the family of a man named Park Se-jun back in Korea. Handing over a heavy pouch of gold coins, Theo instructs Dongshik to reassure Se-jun's family that he is safe and thriving inside the tower. With a dramatic flourish, Theo drops a massive basket brimming with 200 radiant magic cherry tomatoes right onto the grass. Staring at the fortune of magical produce sitting at his feet, Dongshik trembles in utter disbelief, realizing what this massive reward means for his life. Host commentary moment. Bro just traded a quick phone call in Korea for 200 top-tier tower stat-boosting items. Talk about hitting a literal jackpot. Tears of overwhelming joy stream down Dongshik's face as he looks at his phone background, sniffling happily that he can finally provide the absolute best life for his beloved daughter. Wiping his tears, Dongshik curiously asks who this legendary Park Se-jun is, wondering if he's a top-ranking high-floor hunter trapped deep inside the tower. Theo sweats nervously flustered, vividly remembering Se-jun's strict instructions to never reveal to anyone that he is trapped on the forbidden 99th floor. Thinking on his feet, Theo bluffs that Se-jun is a heroic warrior who saved his life on the 40th floor, causing Dongshik's eyes to nearly pop out of his head in utter shock. Dongshik gasps in sheer amazement, while Theo puffs out his chest with smug pride, declaring that Se-jun is an enigmatic legendary master wrapped in absolute mystery. Dongshik falls into deep thought, marveling at how no recorded hunter in human history has ever surpassed the 39th floor, unaware that the legendary hero is currently sleeping on a bed of grass in a cave with fluffy rabbits. Realizing that Park Se-jun is an unaffiliated solo hunter, Dongshik's eyes light up with ambition. If his squad can stay in touch with this mysterious genius, they might eventually recruit him to the Phoenix Guild. On top of securing a top-tier hunter, his guild could secure exclusive distribution rights for these miraculous stat-boosting cherry tomatoes. Without a second thought, Dongshik offers a warm handshake, agreeing to seal the magical tower contract on the spot. Taking the specialized pen, Dongshik writes his signature cleanly across the ancient parchment to finalize their agreement. Glowing system notifications ping open above their heads, officially registering the binding contract into the tower's database. Gathering his heavy sack of gold and basket of magical produce, Theo reminds the hunter leader that the contract extends outside the tower, promising to return in 10 days for an update on Se-jun's family. Clenching his fist over the gold pouch, Dongshik vows dramatically that the Phoenix Guild will personally deliver the funds and peace of mind straight to Se-jun's parents in Korea. Meanwhile, back in the subterranean haven of the 99th floor, the young rabbit siblings are hard at work patting down thick earthen walls for their brand new huts. Holding Black Rabbit's tiny paw, Se-jun strolls over to inspect the progress, gasping in complete shock as he sees the completed structures already standing. Se-jun's jaw drops in pure amazement, overwhelmed by how ridiculously fast his fluffy companions build actual houses. Raising his hands in excitement, Se-jun cheers aloud, marveling at the adorable mud huts topped with sturdy green onion thatch roofs. A host commentary moment. These rabbits literally went from homeless turned outcasts to master architects in less than 24 hours. Minecraft players wish they built this fast. Puffed up with massive pride, Shovel Rabbit and Sickle Rabbit cross their tiny arms, proudly showing off their craftsmanship. Looking closer into one of the side cutouts, Se-jun notices a snug little nap nook lined with fresh leaves, wishing he had a cozy resting room like that for himself. Stroking their soft ears gently, Se-jun showers his tiny builders with heartfelt praise for their incredible effort. Raising his fist in the air, Se-jun declares it's time to throw a grand housewarming party, sending the entire rabbit squad into wild cheers. Gathering in a cozy circle on the dirt, the entire farm crew sets out fresh carrots, grilled fish, and cool beverages to kick off their celebration. Lifting his tumbler high, Se-jun leads a passionate toast to celebrate all the hard labor his performance friends put in for the farm. Carefully tilting his cup, Sejun fills Black Rabbit's custom container with rich cherry tomato juice, thanking the little guy for keeping their fish supply stocked. Sejun chuckles in delight as he holds up his own carved carrot cup, admiring how clever the rabbits were to hollow out vegetables into eco-friendly edible glassware. Glancing over his shoulder mid-drink, Sejun notices Papa Rabbit lovingly wrapping his arm around Mama Rabbit, pampering her with choice carrot slices. Suddenly, Papa Rabbit gives Mama Rabbit a sweet affection kiss on the cheek, leaving Sejun staring deadpan with his carrot stuck in his mouth, flustered. Host commentary moment. Bro is trying to enjoy a cozy group dinner and gets hit with secondhand public display of affection from giant farming rabbits.
Chewing his carrot thoughtfully, Sejun puts two and two together, realizing there was a very specific reason the parent rabbits suddenly evicted their older kids from the burrow.
Leaning down to Black Rabbit, Sejun playfully whispers that a whole new batch of baby siblings will be joining the farm very soon, leaving the little rabbit completely stunned. Before the conversation can continue, a bright blue light flashes across Sejun's eyes alongside a sharp chime. A clean system banner floats down, announcing to Sejun that the official seed store has finally opened its digital doors. Snapping his fingers in realization, Sejun grins broadly, remembering that today was the exact unlock date he had completely forgotten about. Tapping the glowing blue interface with his finger, Sejun eagerly opens the store page to check out what new crops are available. The catalog presents 3 unique purchases: 100 potato seeds for 5 coins, 100 strawberry seeds for half a coin, and 1,000 lettuce seeds for a fraction of a coin. Pumping his fist in victory, Sejun cheers at the sight of fresh lettuce, already dreaming of delicious meals. But his face instantly slumps into pure heartbreak as he realizes he has no grilled pork belly to wrap inside the lettuce leaves, forcing him to skip it for now. Host commentary moment. Rejecting lettuce because you don't have pork belly to wrap it with is the most authentic Korean food logic ever. Rubbing his chin indecisively, Sejun deliberates between the remaining potatoes and sweet strawberries, knowing he only wants to spend his hard-earned coins on the absolute best option. Pressing the potato seed option with absolute confidence, Sejun declares that pure carbohydrates are the ultimate fuel for hard manual labor. Rapid system alerts flood the display, confirming the deduction of 5 tower coins, awarding loyalty points, and setting a 30-day cooldown for the seed shop. The window flashes a polite thank you message before a massive, heavy burlap sack of seeds suddenly materializes directly out of thin air above his head. Looking up in total confusion, Sejun's eyes widen as he sees a giant shadow blocking out this cave ceiling. The massive burlap sack plummets straight down, hurtling directly towards Sejun's face as he lets out a startled scream. With a deafening crash, the heavy sack smashes into the dirt floor, kicking up a massive cloud of dust across the cavern. Collapsing backward onto his rear, Sejun wipes cold sweat from his forehead, gasping that the sudden delivery nearly crushed him alive. Furious at the terrifying noise that ruined their romance, Papa and Mama Rabbit stomp forward, angrily barking at Sejun for almost destroying their party. Chuckling sheepishly, Sejun reaches his hand deep into the open burlap sack to check out the quality of his new purchase. Pulling out a smooth, plump potato, Sejun beams with excitement, amazed by how healthy the tuber looks and eager to get it planted right away. Flexing his arm enthusiastically, Sejun hypes up his fluffy team, listing off all the steam-cooked potatoes, savory soups, and crispy potato pancakes they're gonna eat. Raising his fist toward the ceiling, Sejun announces that today is for resting, but tomorrow will be an all-out potato planting marathon, prompting all the rabbits to cheer together. Holding the smooth potato gently, Sejun smiles warmly, wondering to himself if tiny Theo is currently doing well on his business errand outside the cave. Meanwhile, far below on the lower floors, the sun shines brightly over the sprawling architecture of the Central Merchants District. Vibrant crowds of fantasy beast folk, elf children, and traveling merchants stroll through the lively, sunlit cobblestone plazas. Energetic wolf pups and catfolk citizens run playfully through the streets as shopkeepers call out deals to passing shoppers. Tucked inside a bustling cookware shop, Theo leans over a wooden counter, meticulously double-checking his checklist for blankets, spoons, and ladles. Holding up a shiny metal frying pan and a heavy cooking pot with sparkling eyes, the ambitious cat merchant beams with satisfaction at finding top-grade kitchenware. Host commentary moment. Theo is out here shopping for cookware like a dedicated cat mom preparing a dorm room. Look at how proud he is of that pan. Presenting his selected haul to the wolf merchant, Theo asks for the total price, prompting the shopkeeper to calculate the cookware items at a reasonable 1.6 tower coins. Holding out his shiny new cookware set, Theo stares at the shopkeeper with massive puppy dog eyes, shamelessly begging for a discount on his purchase.
The wolf merchant laughs heartily at the little cat's forward attitude, admitting he's never seen Theo around before and offering to generously drop the price down to 1.5 tower coins.
Refusing to back down, Theo widens his sparkling green eyes even further, begging with an irresistible pout for an even bigger price cut. Host commentary moment? Look at those massive anime eyes. Theo is using weaponized cat cuteness to destroy this poor merchant's profit margins. Crossing his arms with a dramatic groan, heavy groan, the shopkeeper insists that dropping the price any lower would leave him broke, claiming he physically cannot give another discount. Without a single second of hesitation, Theo turns his back on the counter and casually walks away, coolly stating he'll just go spend his coins somewhere else. Completely panicking as the sale walks out the door, the wolf merchant rushes forward, flailing his paws and begging the cat not to leave. Face-palming in defeat, the shopkeeper surrenders and agrees to 1.3 coins, but Theo instantly slaps his paw on a barrel, demanding 1.2 or he's walking out for good. Giving in completely, the defeated shopkeeper agrees to the rock-bottom price as Theo happily slaps his hard-earned coins onto the barrel. Host commentary moment. Theo literally held this shopkeeper hostage with a dramatic walkout. That's absolute legendary haggling technique right there. Whistling cheerfully with his new cookware packed, Theo scampers off into the street, leaving the dumbfounded wolf staring in awe at what an absolute master haggler he just dealt with.
As the shopkeeper glances back down at his wooden barrel to count his payment, something very strange catches his eye.
Staring in complete confusion, the merchant notices a damp, perfectly shaped, sweaty cat paw print left right beside the shiny metal coins. Around the corner, Theo slumps heavily against a brick wall, wheezing out loud, panting, as cold sweat pours down his fluffy face from the intense adrenaline surge. Puffing out his tiny chest with massive pride, the young feline wipes his brow and beams with absolute satisfaction. Raising both paws toward the sky, Theo cheers aloud in pure triumph, screaming that he finally bought something without getting completely ripped off. Host commentary moment. Bro is celebrating like he just won a world championship boxing match after buying a single frying pan. The growth is real. Suddenly, a vivid flashback sweeps through his mind, taking him back to the dark subterranean cave floor where his human master gave him ultimate wisdom. Striking a hilarious dramatic pose with a chalk marker, Seijin strikes a pose on a chalkboard, lecturing Theo on how to stop being an easily fooled idiot in the market. Pointing to his first golden rule, Seijin explains that the moment any merchant suggests a price, you must demand a discount no matter what. Continuing his intense lesson, Seijun outlines Rule 2. If they refuse, immediately walk away. And Rule 3, if they stop you, force them to lower the price 3 total times. Taking notes in a small notepad, Theo marvels at how perfectly Seijin's ancient haggling strategy worked in real life, realizing his master is a true genius. Strutting down the sunny cobblestone street, Theo giggles happily to himself, declaring that he is officially a master wandering merchant who can never be tricked again. Host commentary moment. Seijin literally taught a fantasy cat the art of aggressive thrift shopping, and now Theo thinks he's the final boss of capitalism. Stopping mid-stride, Theo catches the suspicious voice of someone nearby loudly advertising items originating from outside the tower. Peering down an alleyway, Theo spots a shady goblin merchant dressed in a long coat and fedora, pitching a metallic flask to a young cloaked customer. Rubbing his long green hands together with a sly grin, the sneaky goblin claims he's secretly trying to help newbie merchants level up their trade businesses. Hissing in sudden fury, Theo instantly recognizes the infamous goblin scammer Scarum, the very same crook who swindled him out of his hard-earned money in the past. Staring at the scene from behind a brick corner, Theo watches in disgust as the predatory goblin prepares to lock the gullible young traveler into a fake deal. Clenching his tiny fist in righteous anger, Theo vows that he will never stand by and watch another innocent beginner merchant fall victim to Scarum's evil lies. Host commentary moment. Theo entering a superhero vigilante arc to fight against middle management retail fraud is peak television. Marching straight into the alley with his cape fluttering, Theo lets out a furious roar, calling Scarum out by name and catching both figures completely off guard. Sweating nervously as the heroic feline approaches, Scarum stammers out Theo's name in sheer shock. Throwing a sneaky arm around Theo's shoulders, the goblin tries to play it cool, greeting his old victim like a dear friend and asking if he enjoyed his previous purchases.
Swatting the goblin's gross hand away angrily, Theo barks at him to back off before turning to the cloaked kid, warning them that this guy is an absolute fraud. Throwing his hands up dramatically, Scarum pretends to be deeply insulted, accusing Theo of stabbing his own savior in the back after getting such amazing discount prices. Grabbing the thermal flask directly from the young merchant's hands, Theo exposes the scam on the spot, explaining that it isn't magical at all. It's just a normal tumbler that slowly reduces heat transfer. Pointing an accusing claw straight at the scammer's nose, Theo declares that all of Scarum's products are utter garbage, sending the goblin flinching back in terror. Host commentary moment, Theo dropped actual thermodynamic physics logic to shatter a fantasy scam artist. Sajan's education system is unmatched. Sweat dripping down his green face, Scarum stammers out nervous excuses, claiming it was just an honest mistake and trying to usher Theo away for a private chat. Instead of falling for it, Theo turns toward the main street and screams at the top of his lungs for the city guards, reporting a dirty thief trying to cheat an innocent traveler. Realizing his scam is completely blown, Scarum points a bitter finger at Theo, growls at the cat, and swears vengeance before taking off. Tucking his fake merchandise under his arm, the goblin scrambles down the narrow back street as fast as his skinny legs can carry him. Dusting off his cape with a satisfied sigh, Theo reassures the young traveler not to trust shady crooks, prompting the cloaked stranger to bow deeply and ask for his rescuer's name. Puffing up his chest with supreme pride, Theo introduces himself as the great merchant Theo, leaving the mystery figure thoughtfully repeating his name. Waving his paw casually as he turns to leave, Theo warns the kid to stay alert against future scammers, while the cloaked stranger bows once more in deep gratitude. As soon as Theo disappears around the corner, the cloaked traveler slowly lifts their head, revealing sharp red eyes glowing beneath the shadows of their hood. Host commentary moment. Wait a minute, that sudden dark eye glow changes the entire mood. Who is this cloaked stranger? Whispering in a cool, authoritative voice into the empty alleyway, the mystery leader announces that the mission is complete and orders their team to reveal themselves. Hearing a sudden swift movement above, the leader looks up toward the rooftops as stealthy shadows leak down through the bright sky. Dropping onto the stone street in flawless superhero landings, 3 heavily armed canine undercover agents encircle their hooded commander. Pulling back their hood slightly, the leader scolds the squad sternly, demanding to know how a random wandering cat managed to breach their secure perimeter and ruin the operation. Kneeling nervously on one paw, a fluffy white dog agent sweat drops, stammering out that they held the 100-meter perimeter as ordered and have no idea where that cat popped out from. Pulling down his police cap in utter shame, another canine agent hangs his head low, admitting they have no valid excuses for the failure. Standing tall with a fierce, noble gaze, Agent Zareth maintains a razor-sharp posture while listening to the squad's report. Host commentary moment. Look at Agent Zareth's design. The Inspection Bureau doggos look insanely professional and sleek. Rubbing her forehead in total exasperation, Agent Zareth groans that months of careful planning to catch the notorious fraudster Scarum almost went down the drain, ordering everyone back to headquarters. Before leaving, Zareth glances over her shoulder, coldly assigning a brutal punishment of writing 100 formal apology letters, leaving the fluffy dog agent gasping in pure horror. Glowing with intense red eyes, Agent Zareth turns back with a fierce scowl, commanding her subordinates to hand over 100 written letters of apology to reflect on their massive operational failure. As Zareth turns her back and struts away, the 3 underling canine agents cling to each other in absolute terror, quaking in their boots over the brutal punishment. Walking briskly through the stone plaza, Zareth recalls how the Wandering Merchant Association had been flooded with scam complaints, leading her unit to finally track down the elusive goblin crook Scarum. Cost commentary moment. Look at Scarum's shady outfit with that fedora and trench coat. He really is the final boss of street corner scams. Zareth reflects on how she disguised herself in a blue cloak, posing as an easy target to lure Scarum into a string operation for an immediate on-the-spot arrest. But right at the critical moment of truth, Theo barged in like an absolute hurricane, completely blowing their undercover operation to shreds. Scratching her chin thoughtfully, Zareth realizes they'll have to adjust their entire strategy, double-checking if that chaotic cat's name was really Theo. Host commentary moment. Theo literally ruined a full-blown federal law enforcement sting operation, and he doesn't even know it. That cat is a walking disaster hazard. Unaware of the massive political storm he just created, Theo struts cheerfully through the sunny forest, munching happily on a fish without a single care in the world.
Meanwhile, back inside the quiet subterranean cave, Sejun kneels beside his loyal rabbit assistant, holding up a large potato to demonstrate proper planting techniques. Pointing his finger with precision, Sejun gives a quick lesson on slicing the tuber into 4 neat sections to maximize crop yield. Slicing through the air with lightning speed, Sickle Rabbit executes 2 flawless cuts across the potato before it even touches the floor. Host commentary moment. Sickle Rabbit just performed an anime sword technique on a raw potato! Give this bunny a samurai title right now! Gently pouring water from its tiny watering can, the cute rabbit carefully moistens the rich soil to make it ready for planting. Gently pressing the cut section facing downward into the soft earth, Sejun carefully secures the piece into its new home. Standing up with his hands on his hips, Sejun proudly asks the rabbit if it isn't completely blown away by his genius hack of turning 100 potatoes into 400 crops. Sejun chuckles softly, reminiscing about his past life when he idly watched agricultural life hacks on YouTube while eating cheap instant ramen in his tiny apartment. Suddenly, system windows flash brightly, announcing that Sejun created a 33 square meter potato field and gained 10 experience points. Host commentary moment? Bro is gaining actual level-up experience from YouTube tutorial hacks he watched while eating cup noodles. Real-life survival skills for the win. Turning around to address the gathered bunny squad, Sejun asks the little guys if they know what important step comes next before digging up sweet potatoes. Pointing toward the sprawling green sweet potato patch, Sejun explains that they must first carefully clear away all the thick surface vines and sprouts. The second Sejun mentions that planting those trimmed sprouts will create even more sweet potatoes, the rabbits collapse onto the floor in sheer dramatic agony. Huddling together, the sneaky black rabbit whispers intensely to its companions, plotting a clever scheme to get out of the extra labor. A series of system pop-ups confirm that planting sweet potato sprouts increases skill proficiency, proving Sejun gets all the stat benefits from doing it himself. Host commentary moment. Look at those little bunnies snickering behind Sejun's back. They're literally unionizing against forced agricultural overtime. Catching them red-handed, Sejun squats down with a sly smirk, asking if they seriously thought planting all those sprouts was going to be solely his responsibility. Clenching his fist with wild enthusiasm, Sejun boldly proclaims that he refuses to monopolize the absolute joy of farming, insisting teamwork makes the dream work. Hearing his relentless motivational speech, the exhausted rabbits slump their ears in total despair, realizing their lazy plan backfired completely. Accepting their fate, Sickle Rabbit and Overall Wearing Rabbit jump right into action, expertly trimming the thick sweet potato vines with sharp tools.
Huffing happily, a cute white rabbit pushes a bright blue toy wheelbarrow filled to the brim with freshly harvested green leaves.
Sweat pouring down its dark fur, the black rabbit hauls a giant bundle of sweet potato vines across the cavern floor with all its tiny might. Host commentary moment, check out this adorable bunny assembly line working together. This is the most wholesome forced labor camp in Webtoon history. Wiping cold sweat from his forehead with a deep breath, Sejun takes a step back to view the incredible result of their hard collective effort. A massive glowing status window pops up, confirming the creation of a massive 500 square meter sweet potato field. Standing over the vast field of neatly trimmed crops, Sejun and his rabbit squad marvel at the breathtaking sight of their thriving underground farm. System notifications suddenly cascade before his eyes, rewarding Sejun with 150 experience points, a full level up, and a bonus stat point. Overjoyed by the success, the tiny Straw Hat Rabbit raises its little paw toward the sky, squeaking out a high-pitched cheer of victory. Clapping its cute paws together with pure delight, the Overall Wearing Bunny breaks out into an adorable little happy dance. Host commentary moment? Wait, they're forming an actual bunny conga line? My heart physically cannot handle this level of pure cute energy. Wiggling their fluffy tails to the rhythm, all the rabbits line up in perfect formation, singing cheerful harvest songs as they dance across the field. Surrounding Sejun in a wide circle, the entire rabbit family performs a synchronized ritual dance of abundance while he kneels in absolute awe. Floating system notifications reveal that the white rabbits are performing a special ritual dance for a bountiful harvest, while the tower manager shouts about delicious roasted sweet potatoes. Feeling deeply energized by their passionate support, Sejun smiles warmly and prepares to dig into the rich earth with his hands.
The instant Sejun's fingers brush against the subterranean soil, an enchanting golden light bursts through the cracks in the ground. Glowing with blinding brilliance, a beam of heavenly golden energy shoots skyward, forcing Sejun and the bunnies to cover their eyes. Gasping out loud, Sejun and his tiny poison bee companion watch in utter amazement as the underground field transforms into a holy golden domain. A detailed item display panel appears, revealing a rare sweet potato pumpkin of the Suna Brilliant Mutant crop that grants cold resilience and burns body fat. Host commentary moment? A sweet potato that literally burns body fat and makes you immune to freezing weather? Modern dietary science just got completely destroyed. Reading the glowing text with wide eyes, Sejun stammers in complete shock as a title achievement notification pops up before him. Staring in absolute disbelief, Sejun screams out in total shock, realizing he just successfully spawned a brand new legendary crop reed inside the tower. A sleek black sedan slowly pulls into the apartment complex parking lot. Dramatic pause, bringing an unexpected guest straight to the residential district. Stepping out of the luxury vehicle, a well-dressed man in a sharp black suit glances up at the high-rise apartment building. Holding a neatly wrapped yellow gift package under his arm, the suited agent double-checks the address, confirming he has finally arrived at Sejun's family home. Meanwhile, back inside the mysterious subterranean realm, Sejun drops to his knees alongside his rabbit companions, gasp, staring in absolute wonder at the radiant golden crop gleaming on the soil. Glowing system notifications immediately flash before his eyes, confirming he earned the rare achievement of spawning a brand new crop variety, boosting his job experience and harvest skills. Host commentary moment, bro literally created a patent-pending magic vegetable by accident. His farming level is officially off the charts. A second set of system windows pops up with huge news, announcing that the tower has granted Sejun exclusive cultivation rights, meaning nobody else in the universe can grow this crop without his personal permission. Holding the golden sweet potato pumpkin of the sun in his hands, Sejun beams with excitement, realizing he holds a complete monopoly over this high-value magical produce. Deciding that saving the seed for future growth is far smarter than eating it right now, Sejun carefully reburies the golden tuber back into the nutrient-rich soil. Kneeling down beside his tiny rabbit assistant holding a miniature watering can, Sejun softly whispers encouragement to the buried crop, praying it multiplies into an entire field. Brimming with fiery motivation, Sejun throws his fist into the air, asking his hard-working rabbit crew if they're ready to dig up the rest of the sweet potato harvest. Working at record speed, Sejun pulls a massive bundle of heavy, plump sweet potatoes right out of the fertile ground, while his Straw Hat Bunny partner squeaks in celebration. Host commentary moment. Look at this adorable agricultural logistics team. The black bunny is literally carrying a potato in its mouth, while the white bunny operates a tiny wheelbarrow. After a long day of back-breaking labor, the team sets up a roaring campfire, skewering tasty fish and burying sweet potatoes in green leaf wrappings to roast over the crackling flames. Using a long wooden stick, Sejun gently nudges the leaf-wrapped tubers out from the hot embers, checking if they're cooked to sweet perfection. Crowding tightly around the steaming feast, Sejun and his little fur babies eagerly blow cool air onto the scorching hot wrappers. Peeling back the charred outer leaves, steam billows out to reveal a rich, golden, melt-in-your-mouth interior that looks utterly divine. Taking his very first bite, Sejun's eyes widen in pure bliss as he declares it delicious enough to die for, while the hungry rabbits drool uncontrollably. Host commentary moment. Look at those chubby bunny cheeks stuffed to maximum capacity. If eating sweet potatoes was an Olympic sport, these little guys would win gold. Chewing happily with sparkling eyes, the white rabbit lets out a satisfied sigh, utterly enchanted by the rich honey flavor of the campfire treat. Suddenly, the little straw hat rabbit starts choking on a giant bite. Fortunately, its thoughtful partner in an apron immediately pats its back while Sejun chuckles softly. Watching status pop-ups flood the room, Sejun smiles brightly as the tower manager impatiently wipes away drool, patiently awaiting their personal portion of the feast. Presenting a brimming bowl of 10 steaming roasted sweet potatoes, Sejun sends them through the magical system window, making the grateful administrator sing his praises. Settling down in front of a giant pile of freshly cooked crops, Sejun takes a deep breath, ready to dig into his own massive lunch feast. Turning his head towards Scythe Rabbit and the Black Bunny, Sejun politely asks if his reliable little samurai assistant can lend a hand with the next culinary project.
Post-commentary moment. Meanwhile, high up in the Grand Dragon lair, the magnificent Black Dragon is eating Sejun's sweet potatoes like gourmet fast food.
Munching happily on the hot golden snack, the legendary beast enjoys the comfort food inside its opulent library lair. Opening its gigantic jaw wide, the adorable dragon pops an entire sweet potato segment into its mouth in one smooth gulp. Looking down at the empty leaf plate with sad eyes, the giant scaled guardian whimpers softly upon realizing every last morsel is officially gone. Licking its lips longingly, the dragon glances over at that glowing crystal orb, wondering if asking Sejun for another batch would just be, too needy. Peering closely into the magical sphere, the dragon spots Sejun sitting on the floor, carefully arranging tiny yellow strips across spread-out palm leaves. Deep in the cave, Sejun and Scythe Rabbit collaborate on setting up an organized production line for drying thinly sliced sweet potato pieces under the air currents. Explaining the precise technique to his furred assistant, Sejun notes that flipping the slices once or twice during the sun-drying process yields maximum chewy goodness. Calling out for another fresh tuber, Sejun asks Scythe Rabbit to get its razor-sharp tool ready for action. Tossing a peeled golden sweet potato high into the air, Sejun watches as Scythe Rabbit leaps upward with wild enthusiasm. Executing a mind-blowing flurry of mid-air blade strikes, Scythe Rabbit transforms the whole potato into perfectly uniform strips in less than a second. Host commentary moment. Who needs an expensive food processor when your assistant Bunny has mastered the secret art of the anime sword slash? That precision is unreal. Picking up a perfectly cut piece, Sejun showers Scythe Rabbit with endless praise, leaving the cute little bunny squeaking with pride. System notifications suddenly turn crimson, revealing the tower manager is throwing a full-blown temper tantrum over Sejun supposedly wasting food. Sejun hastily defends himself, explaining to the angry administrator that he isn't discarding anything, but rather making a top-tier concentrated delicacy. Smirking with absolute confidence, Sejun asks the high-ranking tower official if they've ever experienced the heavenly taste of traditional dried sweet potato chews. Meanwhile, back on Earth, a hand reaches out to press the doorbell button outside a modest residential unit. Standing patiently in the hallway while holding his yellow gift bundle, the suited agent waits as a faint voice calls out, asking who's at the door. Politely leaning forward, the mystery visitor asks if this apartment happens to be the official residence of Park Sejun. Loud, frantic footsteps and clattering sounds echo from inside, proving the family inside is startled by the unexpected arrival. Host commentary moment. The brother literally sprinted across the living room like an Olympic athlete thinking Sejun finally came back home. My heart breaks for them. The door swings wide open to reveal Sejun's younger brother and worried parents, their eyes wide with intense hope before realizing it's a complete stranger in a suit. Inviting the sharp-dressed man inside, Sejun's mother kindly serves a fresh platter of ripe strawberries, blueberries, and juice. Apologizing for the modest hospitality, the mother bows politely, while the polite agent humbly insists that simple water would have been more than enough. Sitting across the living room table, Sejun's father speaks up with a heavy heart, gently informing the agent that Sejun has been missing for quite some time. Bowing respectfully, the visitor pulls out a sleek business card with both hands, officially introducing himself as Kim Dong-sik, the elite leader of the Phoenix Guild's 5th team. The moment Sejun's father reveals the sleek business card, Sejun's younger brother nearly leaps out of his skin, shouting in complete disbelief whether this man actually belongs to the legendary Phoenix Guild. Trembling with excitement, the younger brother holds the black card in both hands, wide-eyed as he confirms that Kim Dong-sik is indeed the elite leader of the Guild's prestigious 5th team. Smiling with genuine humility, Dong-sik remains politely kneeling on the floor, waving off the overwhelming praise while softly insisting his high-ranking position isn't as grand as they think. Look at this entire family hitting synchronized floorbows like they're meeting royalty. The dad literally told his wife to toss the cheap berries into the trash and fetch premium melons. Talk about emergency hospitality panic. Sitting across from the suit-wearing agent, Sejun's parents clutch their hands in deep anxiety, nervously asking if he knows whether their missing son is trapped inside the tower. Reaching inside his formal jacket, Dong-sik pulls out a crisp white envelope, calmly explaining that he traveled all the way to their home specifically to fulfill Park Sejun's personal request. With a smooth gesture, the guild leader gently slides the sealed envelope across the wooden coffee table, dramatic pause, placing it directly in front of the stunned family. Staring down at the white packet, the family's faces turn deathly pale, trembling with tear-filled eyes as a terrifying thought crosses their minds. Unable to hold back his grief, Sejun's father slams his fist against the table and bursts into tears, crying, sobbing that his ungrateful son left his living parents with nothing but a tragic final will.
Horrified by the dramatic misunderstanding, Dong-sik frantically waves his hands around, desperately shouting at the top of his lungs that it's absolutely not a last will and testament.
Host commentary moment. The emotional roller coaster in this living room is wild. The dad went from full funeral mourning to complete confusion under 3 seconds. Pulling the paper out of the envelope, the father's jaw drops to the floor as he stares directly at a bank check made out for a staggering 50 million won.
Dong-sik explains that Sejun felt deeply apologetic for entering the tower so abruptly and specifically commissioned this delivery to reassure his loved ones that he is safe, healthy, and thriving. Instantly throwing his arms into the air, the father lets out a roaring laugh, boasting to the entire room that Sejun clearly inherited his brilliant business mind. Wiping away her lingering tears, Sejun's mother gently inquires why her son couldn't return to deliver the funds himself, prompting Dong-sik to clarify that high-tier tower quests frequently bind hunters inside for extended periods. Leaning forward with sparkling eyes, Sejun's younger brother eagerly asks if he can address the powerful visitor as team leader, hoping to build a personal connection. Glancing back at the young man, Dong-sik arches an eyebrow in confusion, asking if the family genuinely had no clue Sejun had entered the tower 5 full months ago. Seedle nods somberly, revealing that after losing contact, they even contacted the South Korea Awakened Association, only to be informed that no hunter named Park Sejun existed in their official database. When Seedle wonders if hunters commonly operate under fake aliases, Dong-sik nods, promising to personally run an official inquiry through the Phoenix Guild's private network. Deep in thought, Dong-sik's mind begins racing as he connects the pieces. A mystery individual who entered 5 months ago with 0 official association records, yet somehow managed to reach the 40th floor completely solo. Host commentary moment. This agent thinks Sejun is some mythical anime main character solo clearing 40 floors of deadly monsters, while Sejun is literally in a cave wearing sweatpants feeding sweet potatoes to giant bunnies. The dramatic irony is off the charts. Suddenly, Settle breaks that silence, excitedly asking if the Phoenix Guild runs, gasp, get this, a special talent recruitment program for promising young prospects. Before the kid can finish his pitch, his father delivers a hilarious chop to the back of his head, scolding him for dreaming about easy glory while his elder brother works himself to the bone inside the tower. Clearing his throat, Dong-sik steps in to give a serious warning, noting that hunter work is insanely lethal and the association strongly discourages multiple hunters from the same household to avoid total family tragedy. Rising gracefully from the floor, the guild leader politely offers his farewells, while Sejun's mother insists on preparing a proper home-cooked meal to express their gratitude. Waving his hand with a warm smile, Dong-sik explains that he rushed straight to their apartment immediately after stepping out of the tower, meaning he must hurry home to see his own family. Stepping back inside his luxury sedan, Dong-sik sits behind the wheel and lets out a long, exhausted sigh, taking a moment to unwind after the intense visit. System light flashes blue right in front of his eyes, displaying a glowing notification that confirms the completion of his contracted quest. Closing his eyes with a satisfied smirk, Dong-sik feels a wave of relief wash over him as his officially registered task wraps up perfectly. Suddenly, his phone mounted on the dashboard starts ringing cheerfully, displaying the caller ID named My Happiness as a sweet girl's voice answers the line. Turning into an absolute doting father, Dong-sik's tough exterior completely melts away as he beams with a massive grin, sweet-talking his darling daughter on the phone. Accelerating up the residential boulevard, the proud dad happily announces that he's bringing home her favorite delicious treats right after work. Host commentary moment. Wait, cut back to the magical realm. Look at this absolute unit of an orange cat wearing a tiny green traveling cape while humming a tune and eating a roasted fish skewer. This feline is living its absolute best life. Deep inside Sejun's subterranean farm, a neat arrangement of trimmed carrot tops sits submerged in a shallow pool of water on top of a broad green leaf. Gasp, sprouting tiny white roots. Gently pressing a rooted carrot top into the rich, moist dirt, Sejun carefully secures the base to begin his next agricultural experiment. System windows immediately flash with blue light, announcing that Sejun successfully planted the carrot tops, boosting his sowing skill proficiency and pushing it to level 2. A handy visual guide breaks down that simple regrowing technique, soaking leftover carrot tops in water for a few days until new green sprouts emerge before transferring them into rich soil. The educational breakdown continues, showing that while eaten carrot roots won't regrow underground, letting the top leafy stems mature allows beautiful white flowers to blossom and yield fresh seeds. Resting his head on his hand while kneeling beside his tiny rabbit partner, Sejun admires the blooming white carrot flowers, reflecting on how deeply satisfying it feels when daily hard work produces unexpected rewards. Interrupting his peaceful moment, a bright system window pops up, revealing the tower manager is eagerly messaging to ask if the dried sweet potato snacks are finished yet. Chuckling softly, Sejun stands up alongside his Black Bunny assistant, promising to check on the progress of their sun-dried batch right away. With both the white rabbit and black rabbit perched on his shoulders, Sejun walks on over to the drying station located near the cave entrance. Looking down at the spread-out palm leaves, Sejun smiles brightly upon seeing dozens of sliced golden sweet potato strips perfectly dried under the circulating air currents. Reaching down with 2 fingers, Sejun picks up a chewy, semi-translucent golden slice to inspect its overall quality. Holding the dried snack up high, Sejun grins at his eager rabbit companions on his shoulders, asking if they're ready to conduct an official taste test. Bringing the golden piece to his lips, Sejun takes a firm bite into the chewy, sun-cured sweet potato slice. Host commentary moment? Boom! Pure culinary ascension. The artist literally gave them anime sparkle eyes and floating paradise backgrounds. When a snack hits this hard, you know it's legendary tier. System information panels materialize, confirming the item details for dried sweet potato. Gasp! Roasted tubers, sun-dried for 24 hours to lock in concentrated honey sweetness and an addictively chewy texture. Sejun happily stuffs another handful into his mouth when poof, a red system prompt appears, warning him that the tower manager is asking if he forgot someone very important. Looking down at an enormous bowl stacked high with golden sweet potato chews, Sejun blinks in utter astonishment as the tower manager demands he immediately finalize the quest and send over their giant portion. Kneeling beside his backpack, Sejun asks the tower manager to wait a second, pointing out that sending premium snacks in a makeshift scallion bowl just doesn't feel right when he has a much better idea. System prompts pop up with the manager impatiently demanding the food sent immediately, but Sejun chuckles softly, assuring them that his custom packaging will only take a moment. With the dramatic flourish, Sejun presents a beautifully tied clear gift bag filled with golden sweet potato chews, triggering an alert system box from the astonished administrator. Post-commentary moment, look at this guy using his former side hustle skills to give cave-dried sweet potatoes luxury gift wrapping. Sejun's customer service mindset is operating on an absolute masterclass tier. Sejun explains that sealing the bag in custom packaging not only looks neat for their first tasting experience, but also locks in moisture so the chewy texture lasts significantly longer. Holding the lovely gift package out towards the glowing interface, Sejun waits patiently while the system window responds with an eerie silence of 4 dots. Asking if they're actually going to accept it, Sejun finally receives a hesitant, formal system notification stating the tower manager accepts his gesture with thanks. Crossing his arms while sitting back on the dirt floor, Sejun sighs nervously, worrying that his extra effort came off as playing around with precious food. Cut to the tower manager, a giant cosmic black dragon clutching the tiny tied snack bag in its massive sharp talons with blushing cheeks and sparkling eyes. Host commentary moment. Wait, stop the video. The ultimate supreme ruler of this terrifying multidimensional tower is an adorable giant dragon having an internal squeal session over cute packaging. The contrast is unreal. Squealing internally with pure delight, the colossal dragon shakes with joy, panicking over how something so ridiculously cute could ever be eaten. Unaware of the dragon's breakdown, Sejun munches on sweet potato chews alongside his bunny crew, puzzling over how 40 dried tubers vanished within a single afternoon. Suddenly, Queen Bee comes buzzing rapidly into the cavern, calling out as Sejun turns around to see what caught her attention. Hovering down gently, Queen Bee smiles as she places a glowing golden pollen sphere directly into Sejun's outstretched hand. System chimes ring out announcing Sejun acquired a corn pollen bundle, which gives a nice little boost to his level 2 beekeeper skill proficiency. Looking over at the dense cornfield towering behind him, Sejun marvels at how rapidly the stalks matured and bloomed bright golden tassels without him even realizing. Stroking his chin in thought, Sejun deduces that because corn plants lack traditional nectar flowers, the diligent worker bees adapted by harvesting nutritious pollen bundles instead. Examining the tiny golden sphere, Sejun considers taking a bite, noting that humans frequently eat natural pollen as a high-value health supplement. Without hesitation, Sejun pops the small
pollen bundle straight into his mouth. Beaming with a massive grin, Sejun exclaims that it tastes like sweet candy with a subtle bitter kick, eagerly thanking Queen Bee for the delicious treat. Inspired by his delight, Queen Bee lets out a proud cheer as a formation of worker bees comes swooping down from the cornfields. Oh, commentary moment. Talk about immediate royal service. The worker bee squad literally showered Sejun's hands in golden pollen snacks. These bugs treat him like a beloved farming deity. Right on cue, a familiar, energetic yell echoes through the cavern entrance as sales cat Theo comes flying through the air, announcing his grand return.
Halting midair with a nervous sweat drop, Theo's big green eyes lock onto the giant buzzing insect hovering right beside Sejun.
Queen Bee zooms up close, staring directly at the newcomer with an intensely curious, wide-eyed gaze.
Screaming in sheer terror, Theo scrambles backward, while Sejun stretches out his arms to reassure the cat that everyone here is allies. Queen Bee flies over with a friendly squeak to present a pollen treat, prompting Theo to lean forward with cautious sniffs.
Inhaling the fine dust, Theo lets out a sudden sneeze and rubs his wet nose directly onto Sejun's t-shirt, making Sejun yell in panic since it's his only top. Striking a triumphant pose with both paws held high, sales cat Theo boasts that he executed every assigned task and completely sold out all their agricultural stock. Crouching down eagerly, Sejun asks if his message reached his family, prompting Theo to pull out the glowing blue System Quest panel. Reading the prompt confirming contract quest completion, Sejun feels a heavy weight lift from his shoulders knowing his family received his warm regards and 50 million won. Theo pumps his fists, assuring Sejun that tower contracts are absolute ironclad guarantees and promising to drop by the human realm personally to inspect them soon. Letting out a gentle exhale, sigh, Sejun admits how deeply it bothered him leaving his parents and younger brother Seedall without saying goodbye when he got trapped. Looking over at his diligent rabbit helpers harvesting ripe tomatoes, Sejun smiles warmly, wondering what insane faces his family would make if they knew he became a subterranean farmer. Host commentary moment. Look at Sejun imagining his annoying younger brother mocking his title while his dad gives expert plant tips. The artistic representation of his family dynamic is so grounded and relatable. Nostalgia washes over Sejun as he thinks of his mother, remembering how she always served an entire feast centered around her famous piping hot kimchi stew. A vivid memory image fills his mind, depicting his entire family sitting happily together around a dinner table loaded with kimchi stew and roasted pork belly. Gazing up at the bright blue sky shining through the top cavern opening, Sejun softly whispers how terribly he misses his family. A tiny furry paw gently taps Sejun's leg, breaking him out of his quiet melancholy. Looking around, Sejun finds all the white rabbits, Black Bunny, Theo, Queen Bee, and the worker bees gathered in a cute group, cheering at him with bright faces. Tears well up in Sejun's eyes as he pulls Black Bunny and Theo close, declaring that every single one of them is his cherished family right now. Theo puffs out his chest proudly, breaking out the financial ledger to reveal that after paying quest fees and courier costs, he brought back over 200 tower coins. Theo plops a heavy leather pouch into Sejun's lap, leaving Sejun dumbfounded as Theo explains that hungry buyers started bidding prices sky high on their own. Reaching deep into his magical travel bag, Theo dumps out a pile of metal pans, pots, and iron items directly onto the dirt floor. Sejun beams in excitement, holding up a brand new frying pan, while the rabbits playfully wear iron pots as helmets and inspect wooden dinner bowls. Inspecting a sturdy iron pot, Sejun reads its rank D system panel, puzzled, noting its wood-wrapped handle but wondering why the manufacturer line reads undisclosed. Glancing down at the remaining pile, Sejun's eyes catch sight of a curved wooden sheath lying on the ground.
Gasp! Host commentary moment. Hold the phone. Is that an actual weapon? Look at Sejun's sparkling eyes. After months of fighting monsters with rusty sickles and farm tools, my man finally unlocked a real combat dagger. Noticing question marks across the dagger's description box, Sejun asks Theo where he got it, learning Theo bought it from a blacksmith's discount mystery lottery corner. Checking that his stats meet the level 10 and strength 5 requirements, Sejun grips the handle to unsheath the blade, considering giving it a quick test run. Suddenly, a glowing red warning box flashes directly in front of his face, as the tower manager frantically warns that using unappraised mystery items could trigger catastrophic danger. System windows materialize with a crisp tone, confirming that the tower manager offers to appraise the mystery dagger, but immediately demands all of Sejun's dried sweet potatoes as a forced exchange quest. Side
Sijin annoyance, calling out the manager's shameless blackmail since the system literally claims the administrator isn't doing this out of greed. Yelling in frustration, Sejin points out how absurd it is when a system prompt explicitly exposes the tower manager wiping away drool over the thought of sweet potato snacks. Realizing it's far too risky to wield an unappraised weapon that could carry a curse, Sejin lets out a quick exhale and offers the dagger up to the glowing blue interface. Gasp moment. Look at this corrupt system administration at work. The tower manager is essentially running a high-tier food extortion racket inside a cosmic dungeon? System chimes ring out confirming quest completion, instantly swapping the plate of sweet potato chews for the newly appraised blade in Seidun's hand with a flash of light. Examining the item card, Sijin reads that it's Kane's training short dagger, a B-rank weapon forged from black iron and mithril by a dwarf blacksmith, boosting all dagger skill proficiency speed by 5%. Eyes wide in utter shock, Sejin gasps as he realizes that having a named owner attached to the weapon officially classifies it as named equipment. Squeezing the grip, Sejin remembers that back in the human realm, named equipment fetches a baseline starting price of over 100 million won due to its extreme rarity. Turning his head in disbelief, Sejun stares at Theo chatting casually with the rabbits, wondering how on earth a roaming cat merchant scored such an insanely valuable weapon from a budget discount lottery booth. Sitting back with a sly smirk on his face, Sejun reevaluates his furry companion, chuckling softly as he admits Theo might actually be a hidden genius behind that naive pushover exterior. Host commentary moment, Sejun went from treating Theo like a goofy pet to realizing this cat is carrying the financial luck of a gotcha god. That contrast is hilarious. Theo's soft pink paw pads glisten under the cave light, radiating an aura of incredible fortune that leaves Sejun totally mesmerized. Meanwhile, deep within the lush green forest outside the cave, bushes begin rustling softly as a mysterious red fluffy creature slinks through the foliage. Twitching its dark nose, the little red bear cub carefully sniffs the air, sniff sniff, picking up a faint, mouth-watering aroma drifting through the trees. Turning its round, fluffy head with a confused tilt, the adorable bear cub lets out a soft, tiny grunt, completely fascinated by the unknown scent. Back inside the cavern, Theo happily licks a tube of cat treat paste, while Sejun grips his new dagger, ready to test its edge on the nearby scallion field. Striking a dynamic low blade stance, Sejun focuses his eyes, channeling his concentration into Kane's dagger with absolute seriousness. In a flash of motion, Sejun cuts through the dense green stalks, sending crisp blue arc trail slicing cleanly through the air. The thick green scallions slice off like butter, landing onto the dirt floor with perfectly smooth cut surfaces. Standing tall while wiping blade residue away, Sejun proudly shows off his skill to his little farming helpers, prompting the white rabbits to break out into enthusiastic applause. Theo looks up from his snack, asking if Sejun likes the dagger, earning an instant thumbs up from Sejun, who praises the cat for bringing home such a fantastic piece of gear. Reaching out to give Theo a warm head pat, Sejun calls him an amazing cat, causing Theo to puff out his chest and demand to be addressed strictly by his official title, Sales Cat Theo. Swatting Sejun's hand away with a haughty cough, Theo warns Sejun to watch his manners next time while trying to play it cool. Host commentary moment, look at Sejun squishing Theo's toe beans like stress balls. The way this man instantly transforms into a hopeless pet owner the moment cute paws appear is so relatable. Kneading Theo's soft front paws, Sejun gushes over how cute they look, completely ignoring Theo's flustered protests as the cat stammers in confusion. Sitting comfortably on the ground with Theo resting in his lap, Sejun sweetly offers to give the cat an extra pack of treat paste, making Theo's eyes widen with delight. Throwing his paws into the air with a maniacal laugh, Theo gloats internally that all humans are powerless puppets when faced with the absolute majesty of his adorable golden paws. Puffing out his belly proudly, Theo boasts that his front paws possess magical fortune, urging Sejun to hand over the extra treat without wasting another second. Narrowing his eyes with a thoughtful tilt, Sejun stares directly into Theo's smug face, suddenly feeling like something about this cat's sudden arrogance is extremely fishy. Grasping Theo underneath his armpits, Sejun lifts the lightweight cat high up into the air, carefully inspecting his posture. Gently placing Theo back onto all fours on the dirt ground, Sejun leaves the cat looking up in total confusion as the royal treatment abruptly ends. Standing up with hands resting firmly on his hips, Sejun smiles down at Theo, calmly announcing that his 1-hour official title as Sales Cat Theo has officially expired.
Clinging frantically to Sejun's pant leg, Theo desperately begs for an extension. Firmly, Sejun shuts him down with a stern refusal. Frustrated that his title was revoked so fast, Theo digs through his travel bag with a determined growl, declaring he will activate his ultimate secret weapon to secure more time. Theo aggressively dumps a fresh pile of items straight onto the dirt floor, telling Sejun to behold his incredible haul. Host commentary moment? Hold on, look at Sejun's face. Is that actual table salt and seasoning packets? Forget magic weapons. Finding real salt in the survival dungeon is basically unlocking royalty status. Crouching down with trembling hands, Sejun shakes a few fine grains from a tiny glass shaker onto his palm, while Theo lets out a loud yawn, explaining he got them as photo rewards. Lowering his head, Sejun hesitantly touches his tongue to the white crystals on his palm, bracing himself for the taste test. Sparkling lights erupt behind Sejun as pure ecstasy washes over his face, shouting in sheer joy that it's real, genuine, salty salt. Taking a deep whiff of a black pepper container, Sejun marvels at the rich, spicy aroma, while the rabbits watch in sheer awe as seasoning finally enters their cave kitchen. Leaning in close with a smug grin, Theo asks if bringing back real human seasonings earns him 2 full hours as sales cat Theo, while Sejun clutches the spice bottles like holy relics. Scooping Theo up into the air, Sejun spins around in circles with a booming laugh, declaring he can be sales cat Theo for a full 24 hours while the rabbits celebrate in the background. Morning sunlight streams through the top cave ceiling opening as gentle smoke drifts up from Sejun's cooking fire into the clear blue sky. Seasoned salmon fillets sizzle over hot coals as Sejun generously shakes white salt crystals across the rich orange fish meat, threading juicy grilled salmon cubes and fresh green scallion pieces onto wooden skewers, humming a cheerful tune, eagerly anticipating a legendary breakfast feast. Smoke billows softly across the cavern floor, warming up the cave while bundles of freshly harvested scallions dry neatly on dirt mounts. Wiping their sleepy eyes, the white rabbits pop out from their cozy underground burrow entrances, drawn outside by the irresistible smell of savory food. Turning around with a bright, welcoming smile, Sejun greets his furry farming crew, urging everyone to take a seat around the fire while food is hot. Presenting an extravagant breakfast spread of roasted bamboo shoots, sweet potato chews, cherry tomatoes, and grilled salmon skewers, Sejun beams with pride over his culinary masterpiece. Host commentary moment. Look at those cute rabbits staring at a Michelin star breakfast feast in the middle of a dirt cave. Sejun really elevated cave living into a luxury resort experience. Handing out freshly prepared food skewers to his furry farming helpers, Sejun thoughtfully explains that he seasoned the grilled salmon pieces separately with salt and pepper, so everyone can pick whatever matches their taste buds. The white rabbits nibble on their food before instantly gagging from the spicy black pepper, while Black Rabbit happily munches on its seasoned skewer, earning a pleased nod from Sejun as it lets out a joyful chirp. Turning his head toward the sleeping area, Sejun notices sales cat Theo completely passed out on his plush bed of fresh grass, snoring softly while resting up from yesterday's intense traveling. Host commentary moment. Look at Theo stretching out like a lazy sunbathing house cat. No matter how legendary your gacha luck is, you still can't escape the urge to hit snooze 5 times. Gentle shaking wakes Theo from his deep slumber as Sejun crouches beside him, presenting a steaming skewer and asking whether he prefers salt or black pepper seasoning on his breakfast. Flashing a sharp hiss, Theo bristles his fur in total disgust, furiously screaming how Sejun dares insult the divine natural flavor of fresh fish with artificial human spices. Shrugging off the drama, Sejun enjoys his savory seasoned skewer, while Theo happily gobbles down an unseasoned whole grilled fish on Sejun's lap, purring in pure bliss as Black Rabbit snacks right beside them. Transitioning over to the lush crop fields, Sejun gets straight to work harvesting ripe cherry tomatoes alongside his hardworking white rabbits, using his newly acquired Keynes' training dagger to snip the stems cleanly. Slicing through a heavy vine with the sharp mithril edge, Sejun effortlessly harvests a brilliant cluster of glowing orange cherry tomatoes without damaging the surrounding leaves. System chimes ring out in rapid succession as floating notification cards reward Sejun with bonus job experience and confirm that his harvesting skill proficiency surged,
emerged thanks to the dagger's passive training bonus. Host commentary moment. This dagger isn't just a combat sidearm, it's literally an X-doubling cheat code for farm work. Talk about getting top-tier return on investment from a lottery weapon. Thrilled by the immediate productivity boost, Sejun proudly hands a fresh vine of ripe cherry tomatoes over to Theo, telling the cat to store them away in his travel bag. Plopping down onto the dirt floor with his bag, Theo pouts with a grumbling scowl, questioning why a high-class traveling merchant like himself is being forced to perform manual labor. Gasping in dramatic disbelief, Sejun places a hand over his chest and loudly reminds Theo that as the official chairman of the farm, even he works in the dirt every single day. Staring up with wide eyes, Theo stammers in shock upon hearing Sejun's executive title, quickly asking if a chairman holds a higher status than a sales cat before Sejun instantly confirms it.
Sparkles practically shoot from Theo's eyes as a brand new ambition takes root, enthusiastically promising to double his efforts now that he understands corporate hierarchy.
Host commentary moment. Theo's internal monologue is pure evil mastermind energy. This cat isn't working for pay. He's planning a full corporate takeover just to claim monopoly rights over Sejun's lap. Rubbing his paw pad slyly, Theo gloats to himself that once he climbs the ladder to become chairman, Sejun's hands and knees will belong exclusively to him before announcing his bag is packed and ready for trade. Giving his furry partner a thumbs up, Sejun instructs sales cat Theo to restock on essential supplies at the market and hit the blacksmith's lottery booth again, determined not to waste Theo's god-tier luck. Waving his fluffy pink paw high in the air, Theo lets out a cheerful farewell call, promising to return with another legendary haul before marching out toward the cave entrance. Sejun stands at the bottom of the cavern floor, cheerfully waving goodbye as Theo deftly scales up the high stone gap into the sunlit forest above. Letting out a soft exhale, Sejun wipes sweat from his forehead and decides to clean up the remaining cherry tomato crop before taking a well-deserved afternoon nap. Cutting down another batch of tomatoes, Sejun stares in total bewilderment as system chimes ring out, awarding him an absurd 90 experience points for just 6 tomatoes. Opening the item status panel, Sejun reads that these magical cherry tomatoes have upgraded to D rank, doubling their fat-burning effectiveness, boosting mana regeneration, and extending shelf life to 60 days. Inspecting the glowing vine in his hand, Sejun marvels at how every single stat is nearly doubled, realizing that D-rank crops are vastly superior in both nutritional power and taste. Gasp moment. Hold on. Look at Sejun connecting the dots. Upgrading his own personal farmer rank automatically buffed his entire harvest quality. That's a massive passive power spike. Kneeling amidst the lush green vines while the rabbits cart around full wheelbarrows, Sejun realizes that his promotion to a D-rank tower farmer permanently raised the baseline rank of every crop he touches. Sighing regretfully, Sejun wishes he had realized this before Theo left so they could sell D-rank produce for premium prices, but decides to celebrate instead by inviting the rabbits to feast and nap together. Walking along the sunny woodland trail outside, Theo trudges forward with a droopy tail, feeling an unexplained sense of tragic loss, without knowing he just missed out on D-rank tomatoes. Meanwhile, deep within a grand ancient treasure vault piled high with gold coins and glowing chests, a dark, majestic silhouette stands framed against a massive archway. Positioned prominently on a stone pedestal, an exquisite ice statue depicting the black dragon shines under magical spotlights, crafted from rare ice fragments from the Blue Penguin Kingdom. Suddenly, a massive dragon tail swings through the air with shattering force, completely smashing the priceless ice sculpture into thousands of glowing shards. Carefully lowering a tiny, ribbon-tied bag of Sejun's dried sweet potato chews, the dragon gently sets the snack onto the vacant stone pedestal. Host commentary moment. This mighty dragon literally pulverized a high-tier artifact just to display a bag of dried sweet potatoes like a holy relic. The tower manager's food priorities are completely unhinged. Admiring her prized culinary treasure, Aileen the Black Dragon chuckles softly, boasting that the vault's permanent preservation spell will keep her beloved snack fresh forever without needing to eat it immediately. Wanting to see what her favorite human farmer is up to, Aileen conjures a floating crystal ball, channeling her arcane power into the orb as it glows with brilliant purple light. Peering into the crystal orb, Aileen smirks down at a mini projection of Sejun peacefully sleeping, mockingly noting how helpless he looks before deciding to scout the surrounding area for potential threats. Suddenly, Aileen's confident smirk vanishes into absolute shock. Her eyes widening in alarm as she spots something unexpected approaching the cave opening. Back inside the quiet cavern, Sejun lies completely spread-eagled across a flat resting boulder, fast asleep, while cute white rabbits snuggle on top of his chest and arms like tiny living blankets. Red system alert boxes suddenly flash right in front of Sejun's sleeping face, screaming at him to wake up immediately and breaking his peaceful slumber. Groggily rubbing his eyes, yawn! Sejun sits up in confusion as the system text urgently warns that the tower manager insists this is absolutely not the time to be taking a nap. Turning his gaze upward toward the bright sunlit ceiling opening, Sejun squints into the glare, noticing a mysterious furry shape perched right on the upper rocky ledge. Gasping in shock, Sejun gasps out if a wild monster has discovered their hideout, while Black Rabbit perks up its ears and glares aggressively toward the overhead gap. Up on the stone cliff, the red baby bear cub tilts its round fluffy head in total confusion. Quang? Startled as a giant blue system window appears right in its face, yelling, "Go away!" Panic sets in as the startled bear cub loses its footing on the crumbly ledge, sending rocks and loose dirt tumbling down the cliffside. Seeing the tiny creature lose its grip, Sejun forgets all about potential monster danger, leaping off his rock bed and sprinting across the cave floor with hands outstretched. The adorable red fluffy cub tumbles head over heels through the empty air, falling straight down into the dark cavern interior. Leaping forward at the absolute last second, Sejun safely catches the falling cub right against his chest, cradling the fluffy creature securely in his arms. Host commentary moment. Look at Sejun's face. He sprinted like an Olympic athlete expecting to catch a stray puppy, completely unaware he just intercepted an apex predator cub midair. Holding the soft red bundle up to eye level, Sejun blinks in utter bewilderment as a glowing system card materializes above the cub, officially identifying it as a baby crimson giant bear, while the adorable creature blinks its huge purple eyes right back at him. The fluffy red cub tilts its tiny head with a confused quang, staring wide-eyed at Sejun after being caught midair. Sejun cradles the soft crimson bundle in his hands, completely astonished as the system confirms this small creature is indeed a baby crimson giant bear. A terrifying mental image of a monstrous adult crimson giant bear flashes through his mind, depicting a hulking apex predator with massive fangs and feral eyes. Comparing the horrifying adult beast to the tiny cub in his palms, Sejun can't help but marvel at how ridiculously small and adorable bear babies are when they first hatch. Host commentary moment. How does a 10-foot terrifying apex predator start out looking like a plush stuffed animal you buy at a theme park gift shop? Suddenly, system chimes ring out as floating text reveals the tower manager urgently inquiring why Sejun went out of his way to catch a dangerous monster cub. Sejun defensively shoots back that he couldn't just let a falling baby splat on the ground. Blue system notifications flash repeatedly, conveying Aileen's strict orders to throw the bear cub out immediately before its protective mother comes tearing the cave apart searching for it. Lowering the cub down to the dirt floor, Sejun hesitates, torn between system warnings and his natural protective instincts. Watching the tiny cub wobble around on clumsy paws toward the curious rabbits, Sejun mutters that it's far too small to survive out in the wild alone, deciding it's much safer to keep it secure until the mother arrives. Host commentary moment. Sejun's stray animal rescue instinct completely overrides basic survival logic. This man sees a literal monster cub and immediately goes full stay-at-home dad mode. Another system card pops up with an urgent warning, claiming crimson giant bears are gluttonous beasts that will eat every single piece of food in the cave. Sejun scoffs, dismissing Aileen's panic as a massive overreaction to such a tiny baby. Unaware of the corporate drama above, the little red cub throws its arms wide in pure joy, quang, giggling, bouncing excitedly right beside Black Rabbit. Black Rabbit pats the baby bear's head with the gentle paw, making the happy cub beam with a bright, rosy-cheeked smile. High above the crop field, Queen Bee and her worker swarm zip through the air with rhythmic buzzing sound, pollinating flowers while the crop field buzzes with peaceful energy. Spotting the glowing queen bee floating nearby, the enthusiastic bear cub toddles over with open arms, trying to catch her attention. Host commentary moment. Look at the queen bee's face. She looks like a high school fashionista being approached by a muddy toddler. Feeling threatened by the sudden approach, the queen bee and her guards instantly glow with aggressive red mana, glaring down with sharp eyes that startle the poor cub. Quang? Terrified by the hostile swarm, the little cub sprints straight back to Sejun with tears in its eyes, screaming out for protection. Quickly stepping in front of the cub, Sejun gently raises a hand toward the defensive bees, reassuring everyone that the baby cub isn't an enemy. Sejun scoops up the crying cub to wipe away its overflowing tears, gently explaining that the bees were just startled because it rushed at them.
Host commentary moment. The artist went all out on the emotional puppy dog eyes for this cub. You physically cannot hate this little guy, even if he's a potential crop-destroying nightmare. Turning toward the floating queen bee, Sejun politely asks if she can spare a small favor for their new little guest. Understanding his request, Queen Bee channels a droplet of glowing golden honey into her furry hands. Sejun carefully hands the sparkling lump of fresh honey over to the bear cub, inviting the excited baby to taste the sweet treat. Watching the cub happily munch on the honey alongside the friendly white rabbits, Sejun chuckles softly, "Kuh, natural honey." Host commentary moment. Winnie the Pooh logic is officially canon in this tower. Just give a monster bear some honey and you've secured a friend for life. Reaching up with sticky paws, the satisfied cub lets out a happy chirp asking for seconds, while a silent blue system panel hangs awkwardly behind Sejun's head. System chimes chime loudly as Sejun blinks in sudden confusion at a massive blue quest window materializing right in his face. The system panel reveals an uncompromising mandatory quest demanding Sejun expel the cub immediately for a job skill reward, warning that rejection will result in total starvation. Sensing the tower manager's rising fury radiating through the cave as a dark purple aura, Sejun angrily shouts back at the ceiling, demanding to know why Aileen is picking a fight with an innocent baby over food. Host commentary moment. The tower manager is straight up projecting her own food greed onto a tiny bear. Aileen is low-key jealous that someone else is getting fed free snacks. Floating text explains that the tower manager is merely trying to eliminate potential threats to her designated farmer, but Sejun huffs in frustration, reminding her that the cub only fell into the cave because that giant system alert startled it in the first place. The system chime rings out again as Aileen reluctantly admits it was an honest mistake while stubbornly ordering Sejun to obey her instructions without argument. Gently hugging the soft red cub against his chest, Sejun sighs sadly, recalling how people back in his human life also dismissed his presence as a mistake when he unexpectedly got pulled into the tower. Ignoring the persistent blue system warnings popping up around him, Sejun stubbornly remains seated on the dirt floor, holding the cub tight and refusing to throw it out into the wild. Host commentary moment. Sejun's emotional trauma turned into pure dad strength defiance. He is willing to take on a literal dragon manager's wrath just to keep this stray safe. Queen Bee and the hardworking white rabbits gather around in quiet silence, watching Sejun stand his ground against the invisible authority above. Floating midair, the bees tilt their tiny heads as the entire cavern falls into a dramatic standoff between farmer and system manager. Finally, a softer system chime rings out as Aileen surrenders with a grudging notification panel telling Sejun to just do whatever he wants. Exhaling a breath of relief, Sejun strokes the cub's fur, muttering that Aileen was acting ridiculously possessive over food, before promising to return the cub once its mother comes calling. Smiling warmly, Sejun tells the cub that the scary system warnings are gone, only to notice the little bundle has gone completely limp in his hands. Looking closer, Sejun chuckles softly upon realizing the exhausted cub fell fast asleep mid-conversation, letting out tiny bubble-blowing snores. Host commentary moment. This cub survived a 50-foot drop, a bee attack, and a dragon's cosmic threat, only to pass out instantly from a full belly of honey. That's absolute legend behavior. Carefully placing the sleeping baby onto a lush bed of fresh green leaves, gentle smile, Sejun decides to let the cute guest stay overnight until morning. Glancing up at the soft daylight shining through the high cavern ceiling, sighs contentedly, Sejun stretches his arms, ready to turn in for a cozy afternoon nap himself. Collapsing onto the comfortable bed of leaves, Sejun lets out a heavy yawn before instantly dropping into a deep, drooling slumber. Sprawled out flat across the grassy floor, Sejun sleeps like a log, completely unaware of what's happening around the quiet cave. Behind the sleeping farmer, the red bear cub quietly creeps away on soft paws, stealthily approaching the rabbit storage burrows with hungry eyes. Opening its squeaky wooden door, Black Rabbit steps outside with a sleepy yawn, scratching its stomach while rubbing its eyes. Suddenly, Black Rabbit's jaw drops in absolute terror. Gasp, its red eyes bulging as it witnesses a total catastrophe unfolding right in front of the food vault. Host commentary moment. Look at Black Rabbit's face. That is the universal expression of a homeowner walking into the kitchen at 3 a.m. to find a raccoon tearing through the fridge. Loud crashing and crunching noises echo through the cavern, instantly jarring Sejun out of his deep sleep. Sitting up groggily while rubbing his eyes, Seijin looks around the empty leaf bed, suddenly realizing the red bear cub is missing.
Hurrying over to the storage village, Seijin finds the entire rabbit crew stomping their feet and screaming frantically, "Piak, piak," with steam practically blowing out of their ears.
Gasping in horror, Seijin's eyes widen as he beholds the total destruction lying before the crop pit. Chopped carrots, snapped sweet potatoes, and shredded leaves lie scattered all over the ground like a war zone. The heavy woven leaf cover protecting the main crop stash has been torn wide open. Sitting right in the middle of the underground food stash, the gluttonous red cub happily crunches on a giant raw carrot chunk. Quang? Turning around with a mouthful of stolen crops? Host commentary moment, Aileen's system warnings were 100% accurate. The tower manager wasn't being jealous, she was given a legitimate pest control advisory. This bear is a walking black hole for produce.
Seijin stands frozen in total disbelief while the furious rabbits bang wooden mallets against the dirt floor, demanding instant justice against the cutest food criminal in the tower. Seijin surveys the scattered remnants of his harvest while Black Rabbit repeatedly whacks the chubby red cub over the head with a wooden mallet. Sweating nervously, Seijin calculates that a third of their sweet potatoes and carrots are totally wiped out, though the little rascal didn't touch a single cherry tomato. Host commentary moment. Black Rabbit has given this baby bear the full whack-a-mole treatment. You can't even blame him after seeing a third of their hard-earned winter stash swallowed whole. Anger fumes from the rabbits as Black Rabbit squeaks out furious reprimands, "Pyak, pyak," demanding instant retribution while Seijin quickly pulls the heavy red cub away from the angry mob. Lifting the red cub off the floor with a strained huff, Seijin freezes in shock upon noticing the baby feels dramatically heavier than yesterday. It was barely the size of a rabbit 24 hours ago, but now it's grown into a hefty toddler-sized beast. Realization strikes Seijun like a lightning bolt as he stares at the glowing system text hovering over his crops. He completely forgot that tower food accelerates biological growth at insane speeds. Looking down at his ruined stash, he realizes with horror that he should have listened to the tower manager's urgent warning from the start. A loud system chime rings out as a new message panel materializes, revealing Aileen's frustrated explanation that crimson giant bear cubs are monstrous gluttons capable of devouring over 100 kilograms of food every single day. Seijun yells up at the ceiling in sheer panic. Host commentary moment, 100 kilos a day? That's not a pet, that's a mobile biological black hole. Aileen is up there hitting Seijun with a massive "I told you so." Hanging his head in total shame, Seijun sheepishly apologizes to the ceiling, admitting he foolishly assumed Aileen was just being greedy over snacks rather than giving actual advice. A blue system panel flashes back with a chime, politely accepting his apology while instructing him to fix the mess. Another blue system notification chime sounds, displaying an urgent priority directive ordering Seijun to immediately expel the gluttonous baby bear out of the cavern before it eats them out of house and home. Holding the cute red cub securely in his arms, Seijun stares at the floating blue quest panel with a troubled expression, anxiously wondering how on earth he's supposed to hoist a heavy bear cub through the sky-high cavern ceiling. Seijun looks up toward the distant cave opening above, where bright blue sky and lush green leaves frame the massive vertical exit drop. Gathering durable vine rope, Seijun carefully wraps and ties a snug green harness around the bear cub's fluffy chest, ensuring the little guy is firmly secured for the high-altitude lift. Giving the knot a firm pat, Seijun reassures the cub that the harness is safe, while Queen Bee and the industrious worker swarm gather around to assist with the rescue mission. Host commentary moment. Look at Seijun going full safety engineer. He built a custom climbing harness out of literal garden vines in under 2 minutes. Standing below the cavern shaft, Seijun raises his hand and shouts up to the rabbits positioned at the top edge of the pit, asking if everyone is ready to begin the lift. Raising his arm with high enthusiasm, Seijun yells out a loud counting command, signaling the team to start pulling with all their strength. Flying in tight formation, the worker bees buzz rhythmically, using their tiny hands to guide the thick vine rope straight up through the rocky pit. At the top of the cavern cliff, Black Rabbit and the entire bunny crew plant their feet firmly on the grass, grunting as they haul the heavy vine rope backward inch by inch. Shouting upward with pride, energetically, Seijun keeps the cadence going, encouraging the hard-working rabbits as they steadily hoist the heavy load up the stone shaft. Cheerfully raising his fists in victory, Seijun watches the red cub gently lift off the cavern dirt, floating skyward like a fluffy red balloon. Host commentary moment, this looks like a medieval elevator powered purely by bunny union labor and magic bees. The team synergy in this cave is unmatched. Dangling high in midair, the cute bear cub kicks its legs back and forth, quing,
Quing, wiggling with curiosity as it slowly ascends toward the sunlight.
Reaching up toward the hovering cub, Seijun hands over a glowing lump of sweet golden honey directly into its tiny paws, making sure the baby leaves with a full belly. Smiling warmly at the cute baby bear, softly Seijun gently tells the cub that it's time to head back out to the wild and rejoin its mother. Waving his hand toward the ascending cub, Seijun bids a heartfelt farewell while Queen Bee floats nearby, watching the little guest reach the cave entrance. Clutching the sparkling lump of golden honey tightly against its chest, the happy red cub beams with a wide-smiled chuckle, Quang! Waving goodbye as it steps onto the upper ground. A bright blue system panel chimes loudly, announcing that Seijun has successfully completed the mandatory quest and acquired the new job skill, Seed Gathering Level 1. Sitting cross-legged on the dirt floor while Queen Bee rests on his shoulder, Seijun praises his tired rabbit squad, warmly thanking everyone for their incredible teamwork in returning the cub home safely. Suddenly, a loud rumble echoing from Seijun's empty stomach breaks the peaceful silence, reminding everyone that their main food supply was completely devoured. Host commentary moment. The post-mission reality hit hard. The cub got a free belly full of honey, and now poor Seijun is sitting in a pile of trampled stems with zero dinner left. Turning toward his loyal bunny companions, Seijun chuckles weakly, looking over at their remaining agricultural options with a tired smile. Rows of vibrant green tomato vines stand tall in the garden patch, overflowing with clusters of bright, juicy cherry tomatoes untouched by the greedy cub. Before Seijun can even reach for a tomato, the entire cave suddenly shakes as the rabbits freeze in total terror, staring upward with wide, bulging eyes. Peeking over the edge of the high cavern hole, the little red bear cub happily waves its paw. Quang! Letting out a joyful chirp from above. A colossal shadow covers the entire cavern as a gargantuan crimson giant bear mother looms over the pit, glaring down with glowing red eyes, while her tiny cub sits right beside her massive razor-sharp claws. Host commentary moment. Oh no! The boss final form just appeared. Mama Bear looks like she's about to turn this cavern into a total demolition zone. Seijun's face turns completely pale blue as cold sweat drips down his forehead, muttering a panic curse under his breath. Trembling with intense fear, Seijun yells out in total confusion, demanding to know why on earth the terrifying Mama Bear came straight to his cave opening. Staring up at the monstrous predator hovering overhead, Seijun sweats profusely as terrible thoughts run through his head, convinced the giant beast is here to turn him into a quick afternoon snack. Seijun imagines a terrifying fantasy of the giant mama bear picking him up like a tiny rag doll, roaring viciously about seeking vengeance for kidnapping her precious baby for an entire day. Clasping his trembling hands over his face, Seijun panics in absolute agony, crying out dramatically to his parents and his pet dog back home as his life flashes before his eyes. Host commentary moment. He's literally calling out to his dog Sadal in his final moments. Seijun's dramatic internal monologue is peak comedy when he's facing minor inconveniences. Dropping straight onto his knees in the dirt, Seijun desperately clasps his hands together, weeping hysterically, begging the giant bear for mercy by claiming he tastes terrible because he only eats raw tomatoes. System alerts flash brightly with a crisp chime as Aileen translates the giant monster's vocalizations, surprising Seijun with the news that the mama bear has absolutely no intention of attacking him. Reading the floating system message with wide, bewildered eyes, Seijun blinks in total confusion upon learning that the giant mother bear only came here because her cub demanded more of that delicious honey. Looking down into the pit, the massive crimson giant bear lets out a soft, deep rumble growl, while the baby cub bounces enthusiastically beside her head. A system panel chimes again, translating an unbelievable proposition. The crimson giant bear promises to act as a permanent guardian for the surrounding territory in exchange for a steady supply of sweet honey. Host commentary moment. Talk about the ultimate trade deal. A drop of sweet honey bought Seijun an S-tier raid boss as a personal bodyguard. Winnie the Pooh economics win again. Lowering her colossal red arm into the cavern shaft with a slow, heavy drag, the giant mama bear gently rests her giant paw flat on the dirt floor right in front of Seijun. Realizing they just gained the strongest ally in the area, gasp, the white rabbits throw their arms up into the air, hopping up and down with wild celebration. Beaming with a massive, thrilled smile, Seijun enthusiastically agrees to the contract, promising to supply all the sweet honey the bear family desires. Stepping onto the massive, soft leather pad of the giant bear paw, Seijun kneels comfortably on the fur like a royal passenger taking a throne seat. Smoothly raising her giant arm, the mama bear lifts Seijun straight up out of the dark underground cave into the bright open air above. Gazing down from the towering height of the bear's paw, Seijun looks over his expansive underground farm patch, softly thanking his flourishing crops for keeping him alive during his long stay below ground. Bathed in warm, golden sunlight beaming through the sky, Sejin wipes a soft tear, a heartfelt smile gracing his face as he prepares to finally step out of the isolated pit. Blinding white light flashes brilliantly as Sejin shields his eyes with an arm, crossing the threshold from the gloomy underground cavern into the vibrant outside world of the tower. Opening his eyes in total awe, "Wah!" Sejin gasps softly at the breathtaking sight of endless blue skies and drifting white clouds stretching across the horizon. Standing tall atop the colossal mama bear's giant paw high above the lush green wilderness, Sejin gazes out over the magnificent, vast fantasy landscape of the tower's true world for the very first time. Host commentary moment. Look at this cinematic view! After dozens of chapters stuck inside a dark dirt hole eating raw tomatoes, our boy Sejin finally made it to the surface world. The real adventure starts right now. Standing atop the colossal mother bear's giant paw, Sejin stares out at the wide world in complete shock, asking himself if they are truly standing on the surface level of the tower. Shading his eyes against the blinding sky, Sejun spots a towering beam of brilliant blue light piercing through the clouds far across the distant mountain range.
Ding! A bright blue system panel chimes in midair as Aileen explains through the notification interface that the mysterious distant light beam is actually a floor waypoint. Realizing the immense value of that light, Sejin's eyes light up with pure joy. If he can just reach that waypoint crystal, he'll finally be able to travel between floors and escape the tower. Host commentary moment. After living like a subterranean caveman eating raw tomatoes in the dirt, our boy finally sees a ticket home. You can literally feel his excitement radiating off the screen. Thinking carefully while standing high on the mother bear's giant leather pad, Sejin scratches his chin, wondering how on earth he's supposed to reach that distant pillar. Stepping off the giant paw onto the green grass, Sejun politely thanks the mother bear while admitting to himself that his human legs could never survive walking through that endless wilderness alone. Holding the cute red cub securely in his arms, Sejun looks up at the massive crimson giant bear and politely asks if she could carry him all the way to that light beam. The mother bear lets out a low rumble as a blue system notification chimes to deliver bad news. The crimson giant bear completely refuses his request. Host commentary moment. Bro tried to order an S-tier Uber, but the driver immediately canceled the ride. You can't really blame her though. Walking across entire floor territories is a massive drag. Carrying the little red cub over his shoulder, Sejun gazes out toward the rugged mountain pass, realizing dangerous monsters must be lurking along the way. Blue system message flashes brightly, clarifying that the Crimson Bear's territory only extends to the surrounding forest, while fierce beasts rule the open wilderness beyond. Nodding in understanding, Sejin turns around as Queen Bee buzzes gracefully overhead, while Black Rabbit hauls Sejin's heavy black backpack out from the cave pit. Reaching down to take his bag, Sejun warmly thanks Black Rabbit, who proudly raises its tiny white paw, letting out an energetic cheer. Gasp! Before Black Rabbit can even catch its breath, the ecstatic red cub lunges forward and wraps its arms around the bunny in a tight bear hug. Host commentary moment. Look at Black Rabbit's face. He went from a hardcore dagger-wielding dungeon hunter to a stuffed toy in 2 seconds flat. Smiling warmly, Black Rabbit gently pats the baby bear's fluffy head, happily accepting the adorable bear hug. Slinging his heavy black backpack over his shoulder, Sejun suddenly remembers something important, realizing he still has plenty of sweet honey left to share with his guests. Pulling out a clear plastic bottle filled with sparkling golden honey, Sejun offers a treat, causing the cub to instantly drop Black Rabbit onto the grass. Pouring the liquid gold directly onto the baby cub's cupped paws, Sejun watches as the little guy's eyes sparkle with absolute delight. Gwang! Licking its sticky paws clean, the happy baby bear munches away while the towering mother bear leans down, sniffing the sweet aroma with great curiosity. The system panel chimes as Aileen translates the mother bear's thoughts. She praises the rich flavor and explains her baby hasn't been growing properly due to a severe lack of food in the wilderness. Host commentary moment. Wait a minute. If this cub hasn't been growing well, why did it eat Sejun's entire farm down to the roots? That's a bottomless pit, not a baby bear. Sejun sweats nervously as he recalls how massively the cub grew after devouring his entire harvest, chuckling weakly at the memory of his completely emptied crop storage. A system message chimes, noting that sweet-smelling honey is especially vital for the cub's growth, making Sejun turn to praise a blushing Queen Bee for her incredible harvest. Looking up at the colossal mother bear, Sejun gently asks if she has been starving herself today, knowing from previous system notes that giant bears require huge
amounts of food to survive.
A system panel chimes with a heartbreaking translation. The devoted mother bear has been starving for 3 straight days while searching tirelessly for her missing baby.
Pointing his finger with absolute determination, Sejun refuses to let a heroic mother go hungry, striking a bold pose and commanding Black Rabbit to prepare for an emergency cooking mission. Striking a stylish chef stance while brandishing a hunting knife and a frying pan, Sejun proudly announces that it's time for Chef Sejun to showcase his true culinary mastery. Host commentary moment, look at Sejun going full Gordon Ramsay in the middle of a fantasy forest. He went from a terrified farmer to a Michelin star chef real quick. Splashing into the clear river stream, Black Rabbit wildly smashes massive underwater fish with a heavy wooden mallet while holding a burning bamboo torch overhead. Wearing a purple bandana, the industrious White Rabbit chops fresh giant carrots into perfect slices at light speed using dual sickles. Tossed directly into a blazing wok over roaring flames, thick salmon fillets, carrot rounds, and fresh cherry tomatoes sizzle together in rich oils. Bubble-filled orange broth simmers smoothly, sniffs bringing out the mouth-watering aroma of fresh fish and garden-grown vegetables. Lifting a wooden ladle to his lips, Sejun takes a warm sip of the rich, steaming soup to taste test his latest masterwork. Beaming with immense pride, Sejun raises his ladle high in victory, declaring the dish complete as his loyal bunny assistants cheer enthusiastically beside him. A glowing system notification flashes over a glorious spread, a gigantic pot of fish, tomato, carrot stew served alongside perfectly charred salmon skewers. Letting out a loud gasp, growl, the mother bear stares at the feast with wide eyes while the little cub drools uncontrollably at the divine smell. Host commentary moment. The detail on this food art is absurd. The artist is seriously trying to make the entire audience order hot pot at 3 in the morning. Presenting the hot meal, Sejun encourages the mother bear to eat her fill so she can nurse her cub, while the baby bear immediately dives face first into the delicious stew. Just as Sejun relaxes with a warm smile, a massive reddish shadow suddenly wraps around his vision. Could you gasp, catching him completely off guard? A gargantuan furry arm swoops down from above, scooping up Sejun and the startled rabbits into a massive cuddle. Roaring with overwhelming gratitude, Kuwang, the mother bear, crushes Sejun and the bunnies into a suffocating bear hug as Sejun screams out in total agony. A system notification translates the bear's heartfelt thanks, while inside her magical crystal ballroom, Eileen lets out a relieved sigh. Phew! Sitting in her opulent dragon library, the cute black dragon manager, Aileen, reveals she has been watching over Sejun's cave through her orb to ensure the monster bear wouldn't turn hostile. A flashback reveals Eileen stepping in to act as an intermediary, sending system messages to pass the mother bear's request directly to Sejun. Resting her chin on her hand, Aileen smiles brightly, admitting she never expected Sejun's cooking skills to turn a terrifying raid boss into an affectionate family friend. Rubbing her dragon claws together with a sly smirk, Aileen chuckles over her brilliant plan. If Sejun expands his farm outside, she gets way more delicious food, plus free bodyguard security for the entire floor. Host commentary moment. Aileen is playing 4D chess with these monster contracts. She gets free gourmet meals and automated floor security without lifting a single claw. Striking a proud dragon pose, Aileen praises herself as the ultimate genius dragon of the tower, laughing gleefully to herself. Meanwhile, high above in the tower, the camera shifts to the grand headquarters of the Wandering Merchant Inspection Bureau. Walk and sound effect as a canine officer walks along the stone pathway. Inside an office, a fox inspector reviews an official criminal record file featuring Theo the cat merchant, noting his origin as Granner Village and a suspicious top-floor trade access. Sitting at his ornate wooden desk, Inspector Zareth strokes his chin thoughtfully, noting that Theo's weak personality shouldn't allow him to succeed as an elite merchant. Staring intently at the paper, Zareth wonders how on earth a rookie cat merchant could possibly secure such a massive volume of rare sales. A cute white puppy secretary enters the office carrying an official clipboard, politely addressing the head inspector as Sir Zareth. The secretary reports on a recent high-level burglary at Great Landlord Grid's warehouse on the 55th floor, warning that stolen contraband has started leaking onto the black market. Host commentary moment. Hold on. Is Theo actually tied to a multi-floor warehouse heist? Our favorite greedy cat merchant might be running a full-blown black market operation. Donning his dark blue cape with a smooth sweep, Zareth heads out to investigate the crime scene, while his puppy assistant politely wishes him good luck on the mission. Narrowing his sharp red eyes, Inspector Zareth adjusts his dark blue hood, vowing to uncover every hidden secret surrounding Theo the cat merchant. Zareth swears on his personal honor as an elite operative of the Wandering Merchant Inspection Bureau that he won't rest until he exposes Theo's mysterious operation. Meanwhile,
Blissfully unaware of the investigation, Theo stands in a bustling market alley, happily eyeing delicious grilled skewers at a food stall. Back on the 99th floor, Sejun greets his massive house guests as the mother bear lets out a gentle rumble quang while her tiny cub waves enthusiastically. Host commentary moment. Look at that giant mom bear. She went from a terrifying dungeon boss to a cozy neighborhood guardian in less than 24 hours. Sitting down at the bottom of the pit, Sejun waves his arm toward the mother bear, asking if she can pull him up while noting 3 days have passed since their grand deal. Reaching up toward the colossal leather pad, Sejun carefully places a massive wrapped leaf package onto the mother bear's open palm. Sejun politely asks the giant bear to enjoy the packed lunch while patrolling the territory, receiving an appreciative grunt from the towering beast. Waving farewell, Sejun, the baby cub, and his loyal rabbit companions watch as the mother bear lumbers off into the lush forest to begin her daily security patrol. Turning his attention to the surrounding grounds, Sejun inspects the wide-open terrain around the cave entrance, planning to convert the rugged surface into an expanded farm. Squatting beside Black Rabbit, Sejun grimaces at the tough conditions, realizing the hard surface is a nightmare compared to the soft, fertile dirt inside his subterranean cave. Picking up a handful of sharp gravel, Sejun sighs heavily while explaining to the worried bunny that the dry, stony ground makes growing tender crops almost impossible. Host commentary moment, Sejun is facing every real-life gardener's worst nightmare, trying to plant premium crops in literal concrete gravel. Good luck tilling that with a plastic shovel. Suddenly, the entire ground vibrates violently, catching Sejun completely off guard as he glances back in pure shock. Charging across the plain like a living bulldozer, the energetic red cub slides on its furry belly, completely plowing up the dry soil. Cooing! Watching the little bear effortlessly till the soil while the rabbits haul off displaced rocks in tiny wheelbarrows, Sejun cheers wildly at his unexpected heavy machinery. Handing a freshly baked sweet potato to the ecstatic baby bear, Sejun pats his fluffy head, lavishing praise on his new furry plow operator. Watching the little cub devour the treat, Sejun breaks into a nervous sweat upon realizing the baby bear has rapidly grown nearly as tall as him in just a few days. Host commentary moment, wait a minute, this cub is growing at a terrifying rate. In 2 more weeks, Sejun won't be feeding a baby, he'll be living with a full-grown Godzilla bear. Carefully pressing a sprouted sweet potato into the newly softened dirt, Sejun begins his outdoor planting campaign. A barrage of blue system windows flashes overhead, confirming increased sowing proficiency as Sejun plans to clear space for high-value cherry tomatoes later. Hearing intense scratching noises nearby, Sejun turns around in total confusion, Little cub trots over with a proud smile, happily munching on the exact sweet potato Sejun had just buried. Kuang? Pointing his finger in utter outrage, Sejun yells at the clueless cub, screaming that they're trying to cultivate crops, not go on a buried treasure hunt. Face-palming in pure frustration, Sejun groans aloud as he stares at the completely ruined field, realizing he has to dig up and reorganize the whole plot from scratch. Host commentary moment, you can't even be mad at the little guy. He literally thought Sejun was playing a game of hide-and-seek with sweet potatoes. Slumping onto the ground with dark, gloomy lines hanging over its head, the heartbroken baby cub sulks in deep regret while Black Rabbit hops over to inspect the drama. Realizing he needs to teach the cub basic farming rules, Sejun strokes his chin while Black Rabbit vigorously hops around, chatterbarking instructions at the teary-eyed bear. Meanwhile, up on the bustling 38th floor, Theo stands proudly on a wooden stage, raising his paw as he kicks off a massive auction for 1,800 magical cherry tomatoes. High-ranking guild hunters pump their fists in the air, aggressively screaming out massive bids as the competitive price shoots up past 27 tower coins. Slagging his hammer down, Theo cheerfully announces the winning buyer while the frantic crowd lets out a roaring cheer. Counting his heavy bags of coins, Theo pouts slightly, grumbling that today's profits were lower than last time while wishing another gullible pushover would appear. Host commentary moment, look at this greedy cat calculating his profits. Theo is out here running a full monopolized produce cartel across the entire tower structure. Approaching from behind, Kim Dongshik of the Phoenix Guild greets Theo, asking if the merchant verified their previous transaction contract. Coughing into his fist nervously, Dongshik asks Theo to inform Sejun that he contacted Sejun's family back home to reassure them that Sejun is alive and well. Tilting his head in curiosity, Theo asks why Dongshik didn't join the cherry tomato bidding war today, making the veteran hunter smile softly. Holding up a sleek black smartphone with a beaming smile, Dongshik warmly asks if they can take a selfie together, admitting his young daughter is obsessed with cute cats. Stretching out his furry paw for payment, Theo demands reward, prompting Dongshik
Donkshik to hand over a small pouch of authentic red pepper powder. Without a single second of hesitation, Theo dumps the raw red pepper powder straight onto his tongue, completely ignoring Donkshik's horrified warning cry. Launching 50 feet straight into the sky with a desperate screech, "Nya!" Theo explodes into pure agony from the blistering spice. Host commentary moment. Bro ate pure Korean gochugaru raw like it was catnip. He literally achieved human rocket propulsion through pure spice power. Screaming at the top of his lungs, Theo's agonized cries echo across the entire mountain ridge as his mouth burns with the fiery heat of 1,000 suns. Sometime later, a polite deer clerk hands over a renovated leather pouch, announcing that Theo's merchant bundle upgrade has been successfully completed. Waddling away from the counter while fanning his tongue, Theo whimpers softly about his stinging mouth as the clerk calls for the next merchant in line. Strapping the newly expanded purple bundle onto his back, Theo giggles happily upon realizing he can now carry hundreds of additional cherry tomatoes. Rubbing his paws together with an insanely smug, evil smirk, Theo envisions amassing 1,000 tower coins, rising to mid-class merchant rank, and forcing Sejun to kneel before his supreme cute authority. Host commentary moment. Look at this cat's villain arc. He goes from crying over spicy pepper powder to plotting world domination and total corporate enslavement of his boss in 2 panels. Sniffing a delicious aroma wafting through the air, Theo stops in his tracks, turning his head toward a bustling side street. Gazing into a cozy food stall, Theo spots a fox vendor grilling mouth-watering skewers over glowing hot coals. Drooling uncontrollably at the sight of steaming hot fish cakes? Theo licks his lips, deciding he must soothe his burning tongue with a hot delicacy. Trotting up to the grill, Theo orders a skewer, but his jaw drops when the vendor politely demands a steep price of 1 tower coin. Flashing the most ridiculously cute puppy dog eyes imaginable, Theo holds up his tiny skewer, boldly demanding a special discount. Strolling down the cobbled street with a victory strut, Theo happily munches on his discounted skewer, boasting about his legendary haggling mastery. Suddenly, Inspector Zareth steps out from a side shadow, greeting Theo with a smooth smile as the startled cat stops dead in his tracks. Pointing his paw in immediate recognition, Theo blabbers out that Zareth is the famous pushover who almost got totally scammed by Scarum. Dark shadow lines fall over Zeroth's hooded face as he forces a tight, sinister grin, burning with inner rage over being called a pushover while formally introducing himself. Host commentary moment. Theo literally called an undercover federal inspector a pushover to his face. This cat has zero filter and absolutely no survival instincts whatsoever. Feigning politeness, Zareth offers to treat Theo to a rich meal under the pretense of repaying him for past help, quietly setting up an interrogation trap. Turning away without a second thought, Theo flatly refuses Zareth's offer, declaring that he's far too busy to waste time sitting around chatting. Desperate to keep the conversation going, Zareth quickly suggests grabbing a simple cup of tea, but Theo dismisses him instantly, complaining that he can't stand hot drinks. Zareth tries enticing him with an exclusive luxury dessert spot that takes years to get reservations for, but Theo huffs that he hates sweets too, calling Zareth ridiculously persistent. Oh, host commentary moment. Theo is shutting down every single bribe like a seasoned undercover agent. You can't tempt this cat with tea or pudding when there are tower coins to be made. Gritting his teeth in frustration, Zareth fumes internally over how impossibly stubborn this cat is, realizing he needs to completely alter his strategy before Theo slips away. Dropping dramatically onto the hard cobblestones, Zareth lets out an exaggerated cry, begging Sir Theo to hear him out as Theo turns around in total shock. Staring at the bowing fox in total confusion, Theo asks why on earth he's suddenly throwing a dramatic public tantrum in the middle of the street. Clasping his paws together with teary eyes, Zareth tearfully claims that he recently became a rookie wandering merchant and desperately lacks basic business skills. Haha, host commentary moment. Look at Zareth dropping his pride and acting like a helpless amateur, an elite government inspector performing Oscar-worthy theater just to tail a cat merchant? Lowering his head respectfully, Zareth praises Theo for instantly exposing Scarum's wicked scam and saving a total stranger purely out of warm consideration. Looking up with wide, pleading eyes, Zareth begs the amazing and legendary Sir Theo to take him on as an apprentice and teach him the ways of true commerce. Hearing himself referred to as a great and legendary wandering merchant, Theo's mouth pops open while his ears twitch in pure delight. Puffing out his fluffy chest with an incredibly smug grin, Theo crosses his paws and condescendingly agrees to teach the rookie a few trick lessons. Host commentary moment. Theo's ego is so fragile that 3 generic compliments made him completely forget his golden rule of ignoring strangers. Smirking sinisterly beneath his hood, Xerath celebrates his tactical victory, boasting in his mind that his shameless begging technique has never failed a single time. Awkwardly gesturing for Xerath to get up, Theo mutters that bowing in public is embarrassing as curious passersby begin staring at them. Dusting off his robes, Xerath asks where they are heading, and Theo proudly announces that they are visiting Smithy Alley to purchase something special. Tilting his head in mystery, Xerath ponders what high-tier equipment or rare crafting materials Theo could possibly be targeting at a blacksmith shop. Host commentary moment. Xerath is overanalyzing every move like Theo is a grandmaster chess player, completely unaware that Theo operates on pure feline impulse. Strutting forward with total confidence, Theo leads the way while Xerath trails behind, wondering how elite the items inside must be. Stopping outside a dusty shop sporting a faded 50% discount sign, Theo loudly knocks on the wooden door, asking if the master is inside. Stepping inside the dimly lit workshop filled with rusted weapons and dusty suits of armor, both travelers look around the cluttered room. Glancing at the piles of unappraised junk covered in cobwebs, Xerath quickly realizes this place is just a clearance store for useless bargain items. Approaching the counter where a cat blacksmith reads a newspaper, Theo asks if everything listed under the front sign truly costs 20 tower coins. Gasp! Host commentary moment. Xerath is standing there expecting a masterclass in high-stakes trading, and Theo literally dragged him into the fantasy equivalent of a thrift store clearance bin. Folding his paws smugly, Theo chuckles mysteriously, telling Xerath that he'll understand his genius strategy once he sees it with his own eyes. Outside on the cobblestone avenue, diverse tower citizens and animal merchants go about their daily routines under the bright sky. Further down the marketplace, an armored wolf warrior examines fine iron-forged shields displayed outside a rival armorer's stall. Back inside the junk shop, Xerath picks up a shiny curved dagger from a display tray, remarking on how surprisingly pretty and well-crafted it looks. Pointing toward the shiny weapons, Xerath mentions that there are plenty of decent items around, but Theo dismisses them all as trifling garbage. Host commentary moment. Look at Theo acting like a billionaire luxury art collector inside a dollar store. The sheer audacity of this cat is unmatched. Lowering his newspaper slightly, the veteran cat shopkeeper explains that all unappraised items can be forged or cleaned up if they just pay the flat fee. Slamming his tiny paws onto the wooden counter with full impact, Theo aggressively yells at the owner to give him a massive discount. Standing on his hind legs with fierce determination, Theo demands an immediate price drop with complete and utter confidence. Turning his head in absolute bewilderment, Xerath stares at Theo as if the feline merchant has completely lost his sanity. With his jaw practically dropping to the floor, Xerath screams inside his head, entirely unable to comprehend what he's witnessing. Host commentary moment. Xerath's brain just completely short-circuited. He came here to uncover an illegal syndicate and ended up watching a cat scream for a discount on a 20-coin bargain item. High-tension, dramatic text flashes across the screen, echoing Xerath's utter disbelief that simple, aggressive haggling is Theo's grand merchant technique. Completely unbothered by the owner's calm demeanor, Theo continues pounding the desk while shouting for an immediate price slash. Beneath his hood, Xerath freaks out internally, wondering how anyone could have the nerve to ask for a discount in an already discounted junk store. Glancing over his paper with deadpan eyes, the blacksmith surprisingly relents, offering to sell the item for 18 tower coins instead. Refusing to back down, Theo leans across the counter with open paws, screaming for an even lower price. Host commentary moment. Theo is relentless. Give him an inch and he'll demand an entire marathon's worth of discounts. Pounding the counter repeatedly, Theo boldly demands 13 coins, promising to become a loyal repeat customer if the master grants his wish. Bursting into a heart-chuckling laugh, the shopkeeper admits it's been a while since he had this much fun, agreeing to lower the price to 13 coins, while Theo cheers in triumph. Turning around with a triumphant smirk, Theo boasts about his legendary victory, while Xerath forces a fake smile and compliments his master's skill. Clapping his paws together awkwardly, Xerath smiles on the outside while internally groaning that Theo was literally just acting like a stubborn child. Host commentary moment. Zareth is losing his mind trying to analyze Theo's tactics. It's not grand strategy, Zareth. It's just pure, unadulterated feline shamelessness. Trying to redirect the topic, Zareth asks Theo what incredible item he actually came into this junk shop to purchase. Trotting over to a dusty wooden crate tucked away in the corner, Theo eagerly rummages through the clutter. Raising his arms in pure excitement, Theo pulls out a massive, battered straw hat and proudly declares his intention to buy it. Staring in absolute horror at the oversized woven headwear, Zareth shouts in disbelief, asking if he's genuinely planning to spend money on that trash. Pointing at the flimsy straw hat, Zareth angrily argues that it offers zero defense, serves no magical purpose, and is objectively a useless zonk item. Host commentary moment, Zareth is giving a full logical critique of a straw hat while Theo is looking at it like it's the holy grail of headwear. Peering over his counter with a menacing glare, the cat blacksmith sternly asks Zareth if he has some kind of problem with the merchandise sold in his shop. Trembling in pure terror, Zareth bows repeatedly to apologize, while Theo scolds him for being an embarrassing nuisance. Sulking with heavy dark lines under his hood, crying internally, Zareth wonders why he was the one who had to apologize when he was completely right. Hugging the giant straw hat close to his chest with a bright smile, Theo beams with absolute satisfaction over his new purchase. Highlighting his internal thoughts, Theo recalls Sajin's exact instructions telling him to buy whatever he liked with his leftover allowance. Gasp. Host commentary moment. All of this madness was because Sajin gave his cat an allowance shopping spree. Theo bought a giant straw hat just to flex on his boss back at the cave. Waddling down the cobbled alleyway while proudly hauling his oversized straw hat, Theo leads the way while a thoroughly defeated Zareth trudges behind him in silence. Theo casually turns to Zareth, stating that he has taught him all of his secrets and is heading back now. Surprised by how quickly his crash course ended, Zareth blinks in confusion, asking if he is genuinely leaving already. Giving the fake rookie a gentle pat on the shoulder, pridefully, Theo proudly claims that his grand merchant techniques have been fully passed on. He wishes Zareth luck in becoming a legendary trader, while Zareth sweats nervously under his hood. Swung dramatically through the air, Theo raises his giant straw hat and bids farewell with a cheerful cheer. Zareth awkwardly nods along, thoroughly bewildered by the cat's bizarre behavior. Watching the feline strut away, Zareth calculates his next move, realizing that trailing Theo any further in broad daylight would look completely suspicious. He decides that retreating for now is his smartest tactical choice. Host commentary moment. Zareth literally spent an entire hour watching a cat buy a discount hat, and now he thinks he conducted a high-level surveillance operation. Before he can turn around, Zareth's eyes suddenly widen in pure shock as a strange realization flashes through his mind. Whirling back toward the feline merchant, Zareth stares intently at the giant straw headwear nestled under Theo's arm. Skipping down the cobblestone road while singing a cheerful melody, Theo walks off completely oblivious to the inspector's burning gaze. Zareth zooms in on the massive woven straw hat held tightly in Theo's paws, analyzing its distinct shape and texture. Host commentary moment. Wait, don't tell me this random clearance hat actually has a secret backstory? If this dollar store hat turns out to be a divine artifact, I'm quitting. A sudden memory flashes in Zareth's brain, recalling a confidential Target dossier listing a mysterious, high-value straw hat artifact. Sweating bullets, Zareth chuckles nervously to himself, desperately denying the insane possibility that Theo somehow stumbled upon a legendary item by sheer luck. Meanwhile, back inside the quiet underground cave, tiny seed pods rattle softly as carrot flower heads are threshed into a wide green leaf bowl. Sitting on the dirt floor, Sejun carefully collects the fallen seeds, noting that the carrot flowers bloomed far quicker than he anticipated. He plans to split the batch, planting half inside his cave farm and the rest up on the sunny surface. Host commentary moment. While Theo is out playing Grandmaster Merchant in the city, Sejun is down in the dirt doing actual honest labor. Secondary thought captions reveal that Sejun needs to cut carrot storage portions in half to accommodate the baby bear's massive appetite, especially since the rabbits were starting to tremble in fear over running out of food. Interrupting his farming thoughts, a pair of rabbits roll a miniature wheelbarrow brimming with fresh fish towards him. Sejun looks up in surprise, asking if it's already time for lunch. Standing up with his trusty knife resting at his hip, Sejun decides to whip up a batch of hot fish soup. He asks Sickle Rabbit to assist in cleaning the catch, while noticing Mother Rabbit seems to have lost her appetite, prompting him to pick some fresh cherry tomatoes to cheer her up. Slicing a ripe cluster from the vine with a sharp snip, a blue system window pops up announcing that Sejun has harvested 10 well-ripe magical cherry tomatoes simultaneously. Suddenly, multiple system notifications chime in quick succession. The pop-ups alert him that his harvesting experience and proficiency have leveled up, granting him brand new abilities under Harvest Level 4. Host commentary moment, Sejun levels up his farming stats faster than an anime protagonist training in a hyperbolic time chamber. System text displays the full skill breakdown for Harvest Level 4. Slightly unripe or overripe fruits become optimal for harvesting, and there's a rare chance that harvested crops gain a full level boost. Holding his shiny harvesting blade, Sejun grins at the prospect of gathering higher tier crops, chuckling to himself about how delicious his upgraded tomatoes will taste. Inspecting the glowing blue window closely, Sejun wonders if other farming skills unlocked bonus passive perks upon reaching level 4. Host commentary moment. The guy is literally turning subsistence farming into a fully optimized RPG speedrun. High-pitched squeaks echo from across the cave field as the bunny crew calls out to him, prompting Sejun to hurry up so he doesn't keep his hungry companions waiting. Garnishing a warm bowl of soup with fresh herbs, Sejun proudly admires his finished culinary creation. Setting the steaming wooden bowl down onto a smooth rock table, Sejun serves the clear fish soup directly to the pregnant mother rabbit and father rabbit. A glowing system item window details the dish, clear fish soup, crafted with Sejun's utmost care for mother rabbit, featuring slow-simmered fish, carrots, and green onions for a deeply refreshing broth. Smiling warmly at the expectant parents, Sejun encourages mother rabbit to eat well for the baby's health, telling father rabbit to focus entirely on caring for his wife while the rest of the crew handles the farm duties. Host commentary moment. Sejun isn't just a farmer anymore. He's running a full-service subterranean wellness spa for bunnies. Gently feeding his wife a spoonful of warm broth, Father Rabbit looks on lovingly, while Black Rabbit chirps happily, excited to welcome new little siblings soon. A booming roar echoes down from the cave entrance, signaling that the baby bear Kwang has arrived right on schedule. Sejun looks up with a bright smile. Slinging a large woven container onto his back, Sejun gathers the rabbits, delegating cave crop maintenance to Cart Rabbit and Sickle Rabbit before heading up to feed their fluffy friend. Tying off a sturdy vine rope around his waist, breathes in, Sejun prepares to haul himself up the vertical shaft. Checking the knot with a firm tug, Sejun signals that everything is secure and ready for liftoff. Looking up toward the sunlit opening, Sejun shouts at the top of his lungs for Kwang to pull him up. Grabbing the thick green vine with both paws, the adorable red baby bear cheers happily as he begins hoisting his human friend. Straining his mighty little arms, Kwang uses the overhead rock structure as a leverage point, pulling the rope with impressive monster strength. Gliding smoothly upward past the cave walls, Sejun waves goodbye to the little rabbits watching from below. Host commentary moment, who needs high-tech elevator machinery when you have a baby bear with the physical power of a hydraulic crane? Recalling a few days prior, narration explains how Sejun and Mother Bear set up a manual pulley system using a giant boulder, turning morning ascents into a routine commute. Every morning begins with Kwang arriving at the cliff, hoisting Sejun to the surface in exchange for a delicious homemade breakfast. Flashback panels reveal Sejun originally asking Mother Bear for a simple rock to tie a vine to, only for the behemoth bear to casually lift a massive mountain boulder over her head. Sejun sweats nervously, realizing the absurd power scaling of the tower's 99th floor. Arriving safely on the grassy surface, Sejun pats Kwang's head lovingly, praising the little bear for pulling him up faster than yesterday. Opening his woven food basket, Sejun playfully asks if Kwang rushed the pulling process out of affection or pure greed for food, while the drooling bear stares intently at the treats. Host commentary moment. Look at those sparkling eyes. There is zero thought behind them, only pure, unadulterated sweet potato hunger. Handing over a leafy package, Sejun introduces roasted sweet potatoes to Kwang, mentioning how the tower manager threw a sulky tantrum last night when Sejun saved a batch for the bear. Kwang's eyes light up with starry excitement, mouth drooling uncontrollably at the sight of his very first cooked sweet potato. Chomping down greedily, the baby bear devours the warm potato in seconds, while Sejun frantically tells him to slow down before he chokes. Rummaging through the empty container, Kwang notices only a single roasted sweet potato remaining, letting out a disappointed squeak. Suddenly, a light bulb moment strikes the little bear's brain. Gasp! His eyes opening wide with an absurd, brilliant plan. Clutching the last sweet potato tightly, Kwang leaps across the clearing, landing near a patch of soft dirt. Digging feverishly into the soil with his tiny claws, Kwang kicks up dirt while Sejun and Black Rabbit watch in utter confusion. Carefully placing the roasted sweet potato into the freshly dug hole, Kwang pats the dirt flat with a proud grunt.
Realizing what the bear is doing, Sejun gasps in disbelief, asking if Kwang genuinely believes planting a roasted sweet potato will make a whole tree of cooked potatoes grow? Host commentary moment. Kwang really thought he'd discovered an infinite food duplication glitch in real life. Unable to contain himself, Sejun collapses onto the grass, rolling in tears of laughter, joined by the rabbits who giggle hysterically at the bear's adorable stupidity. Wiping away his tears, Sejun gently breaks the tragic news that cooked food cannot grow in dirt, causing Kwang to instantly freeze in dramatic shock. Sejun chuckles softly, promising to cook him plenty more tomorrow. Still wiping away tears of laughter, Sejun relaxes on the soft grass while catching his breath, chuckling about how long it's been since he had such a hearty laugh. Before he can even stand up, a strange blue monster head drops out of nowhere with a loud thud right next to him, turning his playful mood into instant panic. Sensing a sinister threat lurking nearby, a dark atmospheric aura washes over the field as Sejun and his bunny companions freeze with wide, terrified eyes. Looking over at his anxious rabbit crew, Sejun gulps nervously while realizing their combat instincts are nowhere near ready for the floor's dangers, declaring that they need immediate supplemental training. Ha! Host commentary moment. The man just survived an unexpected monster drop, and his immediate response is to assign extra homework for bunnies. Meanwhile, Kwang sits on the dirt with a sad, pouting face, his tiny tummy letting out a loud rumble as he utters a disappointed squeak. Deep beneath the surface, poison worker bees hum around their grand golden hive, tending to their majestic underground kingdom inside the cave. Bathed in soft rays of sunlight filtering through the stone walls, Queen Bee sits quietly in her private chamber, lost in deep contemplation. Cradling a delicately wrapped cocoon, Queen Bee gazes tenderly at the precious package in her arms while chirping softly to herself. Host commentary moment. Even in a dangerous tower floor, the local wildlife has more family drama and emotional storytelling than most daytime TV soap operas.
Back above ground, an intense battle aura surges into the air as Kwang unleashes a massive fiery bear spirit behind him, facing off against Black Rabbit, who grips a wooden hammer. Standing his ground with sharp, determined eyes, Black Rabbit raises his hammer in a martial arts stance, chirping a fierce battle cry. Unbothered by the dramatic dynamic pose, baby bear Kwang lets out an excited squeak, lunging forward with wide-open paws. Black Rabbit dashes forward with lightning speed, unleashing a flurry of strike combinations aimed straight at the bear's chest. Heavy impacts echo across the field, but Kwang's thick fur absorbs every single blow like a giant fluffy sponge. Host commentary moment. Black Rabbit is out here pulling off anime-level combos while Kwang treats the whole fight like a massage session. Opening his massive paw, Kwang reaches out in a swift counterattack, startling Black Rabbit mid-swing. Instead of crushing his opponent, Kwang scoops Black Rabbit into a giant, affectionate bear hug, smothering his face with happy licks while Black Rabbit squeaks in surprise. From across the clearing, Sejun crouches in silence, watching the chaotic pair tumble across the grass together. Sweating nervously at the absurd sight, Sejun wonders if the two are actually training or just goofing around, right as a white bunny rolls up with a wheelbarrow filled with carrot cups. Spotting the freshly prepared carrot cups filled with tomato juice, Sejun brightens up, thanking the thoughtful rabbit as he grabs a refreshing drink. Host commentary moment. The rabbit community literally set up an automated refreshment delivery service just to keep their human boss happy. Taking a long, satisfying gulp of fresh tomato juice, slurp, Sejun enjoys a quiet break while poison bees fly near the cave shaft in the background. Watching the winged creatures buzz through the ambient sunlight, Sejun assumes the poison bees are simply out on standard perimeter patrol. Turning to bid them farewell, Sejun suddenly blinks in confusion as Queen Bee herself swoops down toward him, surrounded by her royal guard. Flapping her wings gracefully, Queen Bee hovers close with a leafy green package in her paws, prompting Sejun to ask why she left her chamber while spawning. Extending her tiny arms, Queen Bee gently hands the green bundle directly into Sejun's open palm. Sejun looks down completely bewildered, asking what she's giving him. Lowering her head, Queen Bee offers a polite bow of gratitude towards Sejun before preparing to take flight again. Host commentary moment. The Queen Bee literally just walked up to him like a royal diplomat delivering a top-secret package. Spinning around in an elegant airborne turn, Queen Bee and her worker escorts retreat back toward the safety of the cave. Curious about the mysterious present, Sejun carefully peels back the outer layers of the green leaf wrap. Revealing a glowing white cocoon inside, a blue system notification instantly pops up. The window details that it's the cocoon of the poison bee queen, formed after a caterpillar accidentally ingested royal jelly, with 10 days remaining until it hatches and imprints on the first person it sees. Sejun gasps in utter astonishment, staring at the system window as he repeats the unbelievable name of the item.
Piecing the puzzle together, Sejun realizes that since Queen Bee only recently established her throne, the current beehive power remains fairly weak.
A detailed structural diagram illustrates how birthing a second queen inside an underprepared hive would force an early split, severely weakening their already small population. Looking down at the delicate bundle, Sejun realizes Queen Bee entrusted her precious child to him to keep the colony safe. Host commentary moment. Sejun went from being a stranded farmer to a full-blown adoption agency for mythical insect royalty? Overjoyed by the incredible gift, Sejun leaps into the air, pumping his fist with a loud cheer, startling the nearby rabbits. Clenching his fist with burning enthusiasm, Sejun promises to work extra hard to help the baby queen grow into a grand poison bee. Staring softly at the glowing white shell cradled in his hands, Sejun smiles warmly, eagerly anticipating the day the little queen finally hatches. Meanwhile, further down the dirt path, sales cat Theo skip-hops joyfully, humming a cheerful tune under his breath. Prancing along with his cloak fluttering behind him, Theo boasts excitedly about finally nearing Sejun's cave base. A mischievous grin spreads across his feline face as Theo envisions making Sejun bow before him so he can flex his ultimate authority as the top CEO cat. Host commentary moment. Look at that greedy little face. Theo is 10% cute cat and 90% unhinged corporate capitalist ambition. Arriving near the rocky perimeter, Theo suddenly halts in his tracks, catching sight of a strange red figure resting by the entrance. Demanding to know who's trespassing at the cave entrance, Theo shouts out as baby bear Quang turns around with a curious tilted head. Theo's eyes lock onto Quang's jaw, spotting Sejun's familiar black backpack clamped tightly inside the bear's mouth. Trembling in sheer horror, Theo points a claw at the backpack, screaming in panic over why Sejun's bag is outside. Falling heavily to his knees in utter despair, gasping, Theo cries out, jumping to the worst possible conclusion that the red beast devoured his human master. Slapping his paws onto the dirt, Theo groans dramatically, lamenting how his dark, pessimistic instincts are always terrifyingly accurate. Host commentary moment. Theo jumps straight to a murder mystery scenario in under 3 seconds flat without checking a single fact. Clenching his paws until his sharp claws extend, Theo recalls feeling a sinister bad omen ever since stepping onto the 38th floor. Tears stream down his feline cheeks as Theo wails into the sky, mourning that his cherished lifestyle as sales cat Theo has been crying. Overcome by wild, tearful vengeance, Theo leaps into the air with sharp claws drawn, screaming that he will avenge Sejun's precious lap. Right in the middle of his dramatic leap, Sejun steps out from the rocky side holding a long bamboo shaft, greeting Theo with a surprised smile. Mid-air, Theo notices Sejun alive and well, twisting his body like an expert acrobat to land gracefully on all 4 paws. Changing directions instantly, Theo launches himself straight at Sejun's face with an enthusiastic hug, knocking Sejun backward. Latching onto Sejun's head like a frantic furry facehugger, Theo cries out, frantically checking if the monster bit him, while a thoroughly confused Sejun asks what in the world is wrong. Still clinging to Sejun's leg, sales cat Theo frantically shakes him, squeaking in utter disbelief, asking how in the world Sejun survived getting out of the cave without broken knees. Sejun wobbles dangerously, yelling at the hyperactive cat to let go before they both crash down. Ignoring the warning, Theo scrambles right up Sejun's chest, grabbing him by the jaws while loudly demanding to know what is up with the giant crimson beast wandering around outside. Sejun just stares back with a dry, helpless face, telling the panicked feline to calm down and ask his questions one by one. Beyond their little camp, the vibrant green canopy of the mountain forest stretches across the horizon under a clear blue sky. Pointing toward the massive red bear sitting nearby, Sejun introduces the little guy as a crimson giant bear cub named Quang, casually explaining that he simply tumbled into the cave and they became fast friends. Host commentary moment. He tumbled into the cave and we became friends is officially Sejun's default excuse for acquiring high-tier fantasy pets. As the bunny crew gathers around to listen, Sejun pats Quang on the shoulder, explaining that in exchange for the bear's mother guarding the surrounding perimeter, he promised to keep the little cub fed with endless supplies of honey and snacks. Wiping a nervous tear from his cheek, Theo lets out a small sigh, admitting he truly believed Sejun had been turned into bear food. Sejun chuckles softly, agreeing that anyone seeing this giant cub's massive frame would easily assume the worst. Resting his chin on his fingers, Sejun tilts his head thoughtfully while staring at the blue sky, noting that calling the little guy Crimson Giant Bear over and over is way too long, deciding it's finally time to give him a real name. Turning back toward the resting bear, Sejun asks Theo if he can act as a translator and asks the cub what its actual name is. Theo nods obediently, while Quing simply tilts his cute head, letting out a soft Quing sound. Host commentary moment. Theo went from an elite interdimensional corporate merchant to Sejun's personal toddler interpreter in under 5 minutes. Turning back around with a totally serious expression, Theo raises a paw to report that the bear cub's name is literally just Bear Cub, since the little guy has no concept of personal names yet. Sejun brightens up instantly, asking the bear if he should give him a sweet temporary name since a magnificent idea just popped into his head. Quing blinks his glossy purple eyes, tilting his head with a curious squeak. Theo tilts his head, asking what grand title Sejun has conjured up, while Sejun strokes his chin with a sly smirk, boasting that he came up with an absolute masterpiece of a meme. Quing bounces on his paws, eagerly rubbing his hands together in anticipation. Pointing a dramatic finger toward the sky, Sejun proudly declares that the cub's official new name will be Quang. Host commentary moment, the absolute narrative peak of Sejun's creativity, naming the bear after the exact sound it makes every 3 seconds. Laughing merrily, Sejun pats the cub's head, explaining that since he constantly cries Quang Quang all day long, it's literally the most fitting name in the entire universe. Quang just sits there staring back in complete silence. From behind them, Theo, White Rabbit, and Black Rabbit stare at Sejun with deadpan, unamused eyes, completely flabbergasted by their master's absolute lack of creative naming skills. Theo raises a paw in sharp critique, scolding Sejun for having zero naming sense, prompting a thoroughly offended Sejun to gasp loudly in utter shock. Refusing to admit defeat, Sejun swoops in to tickle Quang under the chin, insisted that it's a great name, and asking the little bear if he loves it too. Host commentary moment, Sejun is aggressively seeking validation from a baby bear just to prove his cat wrong. Rolling onto his back in the grass, Quang bursts into uncontrollable giggles, flailing his chubby paws in total joy, as Sejun proudly cheers that he knew the cub would love it. Interrupting the tickle fight, Theo plants his tiny paw right onto Sejun's forehead, demanding that his human master pay attention to the real business at hand. Digging into his purple merchant bag, Theo pulls out a hefty pouch crammed full of coins, proudly announcing that he successfully completed every single delivery mission and sold all the farm produce, eagerly asking how much lap time that earns him. Sejun takes the pouch with a wide smile, doing the quick math and revealing that combined with his leftover balance, Theo has earned a whopping 38 hours of lap time. Theo leaps into the air with a triumphant squeak, demanding immediate Churu payment as the rabbits unload the rest of the coin bags. Host commentary moment, Theo is literally grinding corporate sales quotas just to purchase subscription-based human lap privileges. Cradling the golden cat in his arms like a pampered prince, Sejun opens a fresh packet of Churu treat, coaxing his top sales cat to feast while Theo purrs in absolute luxury. Close up on Theo's blissful face as he licks up the creamy treat, floating on cloud 9 from the pure deliciousness. Out of nowhere, Quang's massive pink tongue swoops in from the side, taking a massive lick off the Churu packet right alongside the cat. Theo freezes mid-bite, his eyes widening in total shock as he slowly turns his head, catching Quang drooling heavily right above him. Host commentary moment, Quang just committed the ultimate felony in cat society, stealing a feline's sacred Churu. Theo completely loses his cat mind, shrieking in wild rage over how a giant bear dared to put its tongue on his sacred Churu and step onto the chairman's lap. Sejun frantically holds the screaming cat in the air while Quang collapses onto his paws, crying big watery tears. Overcome by emotional distress, Quang throws a massive, room-shaking temper tantrum, sobbing his eyes out at the top of his lungs. Suddenly, the surrounding sky darkens as a massive seismic tremor shakes the ground, causing Sejun to drop Theo in terror while staring back toward the forest. Deep inside the distant green canopy, a colossal pillar of pink-red energy crashes down with explosive force, sweeping away trees in a massive shockwave. Host commentary moment. The mother bear heard her baby crying and literally dropped a tactical orbital strike on the floor. Cutting through the clouds like a hypersonic missile, a massive crimson blur tears across the sky straight towards Sejun's campsite. Sejun and Theo clutch each other in sheer petrified horror, their jaws hanging wide open as they stare up at the incoming doom. Landing with a ground-shattering thud right in front of the crying cub, Mother Bear's colossal frame towers over the entire clearing. The massive shockwave
shockwave blasts Seijun onto his rear while Theo cowers behind him, shaken like a leaf. Host commentary moment, Theo went from shouting, "I will avenge you," to hiding behind Seijun's ankles real quick. Unleashing a dark purple aura that completely engulfs the field, Mother Bear flares her glowing red eyes, letting out a terrifying demonic roar that echoes across the entire mountain. Seijun breaks out into a cold sweat, clutching his face in sheer despair while Theo curls into a ball, squeaking out a single terrified curse. Deep within the swirling dark smoke, Mother Bear narrows her purple eyes, bearing massive razor-sharp tusks glistening with sinister intent. Standing directly beneath the beast's giant crimson leg, Theo looks like a tiny speck of dust compared to the overwhelming titan staring down at him. Host commentary moment. The sheer scale difference in this panel is hilarious. Theo is literally smaller than one of her toenails. Shaking uncontrollably from ear to tail, Theo timidly raises his tiny paws, offering a terrified stuttering greeting while introducing himself as Theo, the wandering cat merchant. Frantically holding up his golden merchant badge, Theo trembles while trying to explain that there was just a tiny, harmless misunderstanding between him and her precious baby. Unimpressed by the cat's corporate credentials, Mother Bear opens her gigantic, saliva-dripping maw wide open right above Theo's head. Swooping down with terrifying speed, the giant bear opens her jaws wide, ready to swallow the tiny merchant whole. Host commentary moment. Showing a merchant badge to an enraged apex predator mom is peak capitalist delusion. Diving right into the line of danger, Seijun throws his arms up to shield Theo, yelling "Quang! Quang!" at the top of his lungs to signal that they're all on the same team. Bursting into hysterics, Theo covers his eyes with his paws, crying out a desperate, tearful apology while promising never to fight with the baby cub ever again. Seijun waves his hands frantically in front of the giant snout, explaining that it was just a tiny verbal argument and absolutely no harm was done to her adorable baby. Pausing mid-strike, Mother Bear snorts a massive plume of white steam from her nostrils, closely examining the frantic human and his trembling cat. Host commentary moment. The mother bear is genuinely considering whether eating the local farmer is worth losing her baby's unlimited honey supply. Satisfied that her cub is completely unharmed, Mother Bear turns her massive fluffy tail around, slowly lumbering back into the forest with heavy, booming steps. Collapsing onto his knees, Seijun clutches his chest in relief while admitting he thought they were done for, right as Theo sits on the ground, hiccuping repeatedly from severe emotional trauma. Reaching down with gentle hands, Seijun comforts the sniffling feline, telling him to take deep breaths, as a teary-eyed Theo hiccups a sweet thank you for stepping in to defend him. Scooping the traumatized cat into his arms, Seijun cradles Theo like a newborn infant, softly apologizing for not explaining the mother bear's protective nature sooner while the rabbit crew gathers around. Host commentary moment. Theo went through a full near-death experience, a legal debate, and a therapeutic breakdown all in under 2 minutes. Sitting on Seijun's knee, Black Rabbit leans forward and gently licks Theo's tear-stained cheek to offer sweet bunny comfort. Surrounding the golden feline, all the rabbits swarm in for a massive group cuddle session, licking Theo's fur until the happy sales cat bursts into tearful, ticklish giggles. The chaotic scene transforms into pure wholesome energy as the entire rabbit crew swarms Seijun with aggressive snuggles, prompting him to giggle uncontrollably while holding Theo close. Sitting a few feet away, Quang drops his chubby head, uttering a tiny, melancholic squeak while watching everyone cuddle without him. Oh. Unable to resist the adorable warmth, the baby bear slowly waddles forward, gazing up with big glossy eyes as if asking for permission to join the snuggle pile. Reaching out with his giant pink tongue, Quang gives Theo a gentle apology lick right on the head, making the golden cat tear up happily and officially declare them best friends. Host commentary moment. Theo went from filing a death threat against this bear to forming a lifelong blood brotherhood in under 30 seconds. Holding his tiny paws together, Theo sniffles softly while making one tiny request, imploring his new giant bear friend to please never eat his churro treats again. Wiping a tear of relief from his cheek, Seijun lets out a big, satisfied yawn, chuckling that as long as everyone stays friends, all the drama is completely forgiven. In perfect harmony, Seijun, Theo, Quang, and every single bunny open their mouths wide to unleash a massive synchronized group yawn. From behind a nearby rock wall, 2 white rabbits pop their heads up with a curious squeak, peeking over to check on the exhausted squad. Spotting the purple merchant bag resting on the grass, the Straw Hat Rabbit hurries over while his apron-wearing buddy trots close behind. Reaching inside the magic bag, the little bunny triumphantly pulls out a brand new straw hat with an eager, proud smile.
style.
Marching happily across the field, the bunny carries the oversized hat over to Sejun while the rest of the crew gathers around. Host commentary moment, the rabbits are treating Sejun like an NPC that desperately needs a hat equipment upgrade. Using Kwang's massive plush body as a giant living sofa, Sejun stretches out comfortably while Theo and all the bunnies collapse into a deep, peaceful group nap.
Close up on Sejun resting his head against the bear's warm fur, while Theo slumbers peacefully right on his chest, totally out cold.
Watching their human master sleep, the two bunnies exchange bright, proud smiles as they prepare to do their sacred duty. Gently placing the straw hat right over Sejun's face, the thoughtful bunny shades his master from the bright afternoon sun.
Under the warm golden sunlight, the whole group recharges their energy in complete bliss, snuggled together in the quiet green meadow. Host commentary moment. Look at this visual artwork. This panel looks like an official cozy anime wallpaper.
Protected under the shade of his new straw hat, Sejun lets out a soft breath, wearing a gentle smile as he dreams peaceful dreams.
Meanwhile, far beyond the mortal world in the vast cosmic expanse, floating astral ruins glow under swirling purple stars. High atop a celestial stone temple, gigantic shadowy dragons tower over an ancient altar crackling with intense blue arc lightning. Channeling massive blue mana into a colossal crystal spire, an elder dragon elf frantically strains his magic hands, desperately trying to force the gateway open. With a violent, blinding flash, the ancient crystal rejects the spell impact, blasting energy back in total failure. Gritting his sharp teeth in sheer fury, the long-haired elder dragon Kaiser Fertani screams out in frustration over why the tower portal refuses to open. Stepping forward with a calm, composed stride, another noble dragon elf named Anton Fertani softly urges his elder to keep a cool head. Whirling around with fiery rage, Kaiser shouts that keeping calm is completely impossible when he can no longer monitor Aileen's condition inside. Host commentary moment, when Dragon Grandpa starts throwing temper tantrums across dimensions, you know the stakes are personal. Clutching his forehead in intense agony, Kaiser admits it has been over 10 years since her last severe mana seizure, and despite finally procuring her life-saving medicine, the portal has mysteriously shut down. Gesturing toward the silent crystal, Kaiser worries aloud that since even the tower's emergency protocol is non-responsive, they are completely blind to what's happening inside. Looking back at his father with a steady gaze, Anton points out that the silent emergency system actually proves Aileen hasn't suffered a seizure yet, meaning they still have time. From above the stone platform, two massive black dragons lean down, their glowing blue eyes shining as they remind Kaiser that all Freitani dragons share this burden together. Anton turns to face the giant beasts, acknowledging that every single dragon present gathered here out of pure concern for Aileen's well-being. High above the clouds, titanic black dragons circle the colossal spire, where the tower manager's cabin sits right at the heart of all supporting mana. Host commentary moment, the dragon lore reveal here is insane. The entire tower literally runs on dragon tier middle management. Anton explains that dragons normally take turns residing in the cabin to absorb power, but every dragon selflessly surrendered their turn just so sick little Aileen could rest there.
Surrounded by towering dragon silhouettes, Anton reminds Kaiser of the immense sacrifices and dangerous expeditions every dragon undertook just to stabilize Aileen's broken dragon heart.
Glancing side by side at the Elder, Anton reiterates that every single dragon in the realm holds the exact same deep love for the little girl. Kaiser turns his stern gaze back to Anton, reminding him that simple words of comfort won't change their current powerlessness. Closing his eyes with unwavering faith, Anton replies softly that he remains calm precisely because he understands the situation better than anyone. Looking straight ahead, Anton declares with quiet pride that Aileen is his precious daughter. Standing tall before his father, Anton asserts his complete trust in Aileen, declaring that his daughter is undoubtedly fighting her condition with everything she's got. Softening his tense glare, Kaiser lets out a heavy breath, agreeing to trust his son's judgment for now. Turning toward the hovering titans, Kaiser raises his voice, ordering the Fertani dragons to stand by in patient readiness until the tower reopens. The massive dragon lords nod their giant horned heads in silent respect, agreeing to guard the portal. Swooping through the starry night sky, the magnificent beasts take up defensive positions around the floating celestial altar. Looking back at the blue stone, Anton notes that her predicted seizure date has already passed, wondering if something good has shifted inside Aileen's dragon heart. Kaiser gazes at the glowing crystal with a mix of hope and anxiety, quietly hoping his son's theory is true. Clasping his clawed hands together, the elder dragon whispers a tearful prayer for his beloved granddaughter's safety. Host commentary moment. Look at tough dragon grandpa melting into a worried mess. Family love transcends species.
Cut directly inside the tower manager's cozy cabin, the tiny dragon princess Aileen throws back a bunch of fresh cherry tomatoes, shouting yum in complete joy.
Lounging lazily on a massive pink beanbag pillow, Aileen reads a book while purring contentedly like a happy kitten. Holding a shiny red tomato in her tiny claws, Aileen marvels at how the upgraded D-Class rank has made the flavor insanely rich and potent.
Chewing happily on the sweet produce, she notes that while she used to need a whole mouthful to taste anything, just a couple of Sejun's magical crops are enough now.
Suddenly, a powerful, radiant pulse bursts from her chest, causing her dragon heart to glow with intense crimson light. Surmising a sudden surge of heat, Aileen sits up abruptly in shock, dropping her book as she gasps out in complete surprise. Back inside the quiet tower manager's cabin, Aileen stares in stunned silence, realizing her dragon heart just beat for the very first time in over 200 years. Glowing with ethereal purple light, her ancient core gently pulses, slowly absorbing fresh, raw mana back into her miniature dragon body. Gasping out in utter disbelief, she realizes that according to her usual agony cycle, her body should have suffered a severe mana seizure days ago. Glancing toward the floor, her wide eyes lock onto the basket of glossy red cherry tomatoes Sejun sent her. Host commentary moment. Wait, don't tell me. The key to saving a high-tier ancient dragon wasn't a legendary potion, but basic farm produce? Lifting a tiny tomato between her claws, Aileen suddenly recalls that Sejun's crops carry a special trait that slightly increases the eater's permanent mana pool. Examining the shiny fruit, she marvels that these miraculous crops weren't just delicious, but were actively repairing her shattered dragon heart this entire time. Flapping her small black wings in pure excitement, Aileen bursts into hilarious squeaky giggles, totally overwhelmed with pure happiness. Striking a heroic pose, the proud black dragon loudly proclaims that at 200 years old, she has finally found the one human she wants to protect. Host commentary moment. Look at her acting like a tiny anime protagonist. The Dragon Realm spent 10 years crying over her health while she's out here declaring her eternal devotion to a farmer. Clasping her paws together, her eyes shine with deep affection as she solemnly vows to safeguard Tower Farmer Park Sejun with everything she's got. Leaning over her glowing crystal ball, she smugly chuckles to herself, thinking Sejun should feel incredibly honored to have a grand dragon looking out for him. Smirking with sharp little fangs, Aileen peers inside the orb, suddenly noticing Sejun sleeping soundly with an unappraised high-tier item resting right on his head. Back on the grassy meadow, Sejun slowly opens his sleepy eyes, reaching up to rub his face under the shade of the oversized straw hat. Before he can even stretch, a bright blue status window pops up ridiculously close to his nose, completely blocking his vision. Throwing his head back in sheer horror, Sejun screams out, "Ah!" because the hovering screen is literally glued to his eyeball. Host commentary moment. That is peak UI design flaw right there. Imagine getting a system pop-up stuck 2 millimeters from your retinas.
A system message reads out loud, revealing that the tower manager sternly wants to know if she ever gave him permission to wear unappraised items so recklessly.
Sitting upright while cradling the sleeping bunnies on his lap, Sejun lifts the straw hat off his head, looking around in utter confusion. Turning the woven hat over in his hands, Sejun wonders aloud how on earth a random straw hat ended up sitting on top of his sleeping face. Trotting across the grass with a happy squeak pick, a cute white rabbit carries Theo's magic merchant pouch over, causing Sejun to realize the item came directly from Theo's bag. Gently shaking the golden feline resting in his arms, Sejun softly whispers for Theo to wake up, but the lazy cat just grumbles "Nyah" and buries his face deeper to keep sleeping. Shaking his head with an affectionate smile, Sejun lovingly teases the lazy little sales cat for being an absolute master of taking round-the-clock naps. Opening his menu screen, Sejun inspects the item details, excitedly curious to see what kind of stats his new straw hat provides. The initial item window displays Farmer Straw Hat as a grade D item granting Mother Earth protection, but it carries a strict level 20 requirement that prevents Sejun from equipping it. Host commentary moment. Typical RPG mechanics, giving you awesome gear early on just to lock it behind an impossible level requirement. Right on cue, a system notification appears with Aileen instructing Sejun to hand over the straw hat immediately so she can appraise it for him. Accepting the instant request, the Straw Hat vanishes from Sejun's hands in a blinding beam of light as the quest completes. High up in the manager's room, the woven hat materializes right inside Eileen's tiny claws with a soft spark. Twirling around on her heels, Aileen proudly puffed out her chest, giddy to show off her superior dragon appraisal magic. Channeling brilliant Azure mana from her hands, Aileen casts her highest tier appraisal skill onto the floating straw hat. Wrapped in a vibrant sphere of blue light, the mysterious hat absorbs her dragon mana, unraveling its hidden ancient attributes. Watching the magic spell finish, Aileen's eyes widen in absolute shock as the true name of the legendary item is revealed to her. Host commentary moment, look at her face. You know an item is ridiculous when even an ancient dragon looks like she just hit the cosmic lottery. Down below, blue system messages flood Sejun's screen, stating that the tower manager is ecstatic and congratulating him on obtaining such an incredible piece of gear. A new system quest pops up, asking Sejun to formally promise that he will present his crops filled with Blue Moon energy to Aileen during the upcoming Blue Moon event. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Sejun notes that since the terrifying Blue Moon is approaching soon and his farmlands have expanded, fulfilling this requested promise will be an absolute piece of cake. Suddenly, 2 extra system windows pop up, stating that Aileen Furtani demands a pinky promise and explicitly revealing her full name so he knows how honored he should feel. Scratching his cheek awkwardly, Sejun murmurs aloud that she really didn't need to formally announce her full dragon name just for a simple promise. Flashing in bright red text, the system furiously reports that the tower manager is stomping her tiny feet in anger, demanding to know if he wants his hat back or not. Host commentary moment. Aileen throwing an angry toddler foot-stamping tantrum through official system pop-up text is pure comedy gold. Clasping his hands together in dramatic panic, Sejun hastily bows down, shouting, "Yes, yes, Aileen Furtanim! It is my absolute greatest honor to know your magnificent name!" Raising his right hand with his pinky extended, Sejun formally declares his vow to deliver every single crop infused with Blue Moon energy directly to Aileen Furtani. Pausing mid-sentence, Sejun smiles warmly at the air, softly asking if this counts as their very first official promise together. Inside the cozy cabin, Aileen gazes into her crystal ball, staring directly at Sejun's extended pinky finger reflected in the glowing light. Softly pressing her claw against the glass, Aileen wears a tender, sweet smile, whispering back, "Yeah, our first promise." The system screen flashes with golden light, announcing the quest complete and awarding the true artifact, Straw Hat of St. Patrick of Earth. Materializing out of glittering magic particles, the upgraded straw hat floats down gracefully into Sejun's open hands. Reading the detailed stat screen, Sejun learns that this legendary hat belonged to St. Patrick, the legendary farmer who saved millions, and is officially one of the 10 artifacts in the entire Black Tower. Sejun's jaw completely drops in sheer amazement as he screams out, "One of the 10 artifacts?" in absolute disbelief. Host commentary moment, hold up, Theo randomly brought back a top 10 world-ending tier artifact inside his basic merchant bag? That cat's luck stat is broken. Scanning through the text, Sejun notices that all level and stat restrictions disappeared entirely, replaced solely by a class requirement for farming-related professions. Carefully placing the woven straw hat back onto his head, Sejun notes that the artifact's true rank automatically adjusts based on the wearer's current job level. Status windows chime instantly, confirming his occupation as Tower Farmer D and boosting the artifact's overall grade straight to D class. A massive waterfall of notifications floods the screen, Gasp lifting skill restrictions one by one and unlocking Mother Earth Protection Level 3, Farmer's Body Level 2, and Wishing for a Good Harvest Level 1. Checking the upgraded stats, Sejun sees his base attributes permanently increase while granting a massive 50% crop yield surge during good harvests. Pumped up with overflowing confidence, Sejun pumps his fist, realizing these overpowered skills are exactly what he needs to transform the barren wasteland outside into a thriving paradise, happily praising Theo's lucky golden paws. Swept up in pure joy, Sejun tightly squeezes his golden sales cat against his chest, happily shouting that Theo is the absolute pride and joy of his farm. Unable to contain his affection, Sejun buries his face into Theo's tiny cat legs, showering his furry little paws with enthusiastic kisses. Groggily opening his wide green eyes, Theo blinks in complete bewilderment, flustered, embarrassed, asking what on earth Sejun thinks he's doing to his paws. Striking a grand pose, Sejun officially promotes
promotes Theo, declaring that he gets to act as the supreme sales cat Theo for an entire week. Theo's jaw completely drops as he realizes his working shift just got upgraded from 38 hours to a whole 7 days. Host commentary moment. Look at Theo's face. Man thinks he just won the Employee of the Month award when he basically just got assigned a 7-day work week. Sejun scoops up the golden feline and spins him around in the air, lovingly teasing him while Theo cheers along in complete excitement without even understanding why. Lifting Theo high into the brilliant blue sky like a tiny furry king, the proud cat thrusts his paws into the air, loudly announcing his grand title to the entire world. Gentle sunlight filters down through the open cave ceiling, casting a peaceful glow over the quiet underground farmlands. Nearby, the white rabbit sits contentedly on the dirt floor, quietly nibbling on a small wooden stick. Host commentary moment. That white rabbit is living the ultimate low-stress lifestyle. Zero thoughts, head empty, just chewing a stick. Sitting right beside him, the black rabbit fidgets nervously, rapidly tapping its front paws together while staring toward the underground burrow. Restlessly sitting on a large rock with Theo resting on his lap, Sejun's legs shake uncontrollably from pure anxiety, sending continuous shocks through the poor cat. Theo's whole body vibrates up and down on Sejun's knee, looking utterly miserable and visibly dizzy from the constant bouncing. Snapping out of his trance, Theo glaringly looks up, begging Sejun to stop shaking his legs before he loses his mind. Sejun flinches, awkwardly confessing that he couldn't help it because he was so nervous. Host commentary moment. Restless leg syndrome strikes again. Poor Theo is getting a full-body massage whether he asked for it or not. Looking toward the wooden burrow entrance, Sejun sighs softly, murmuring that it feels like forever and he hasn't heard a single update yet. Looking up with adorable begging eyes, Theo softly asks if Sejun can spare a packet of churro to help pass the unbearable weight, prompting Sejun to agree they both need a quick breather. Suddenly, the dark wooden door of the rabbit burrow creaks open, catching both Sejun and Theo completely by surprise. Leaping to his feet, Sejun rushes forward, anxiously asking how many were born and whether all the newborn babies are healthy. Host commentary moment. Sejun acting like an expecting father outside a hospital delivery room is honestly the wholesome content I signed up for. Stepping into the sunlight, the purple-hatted mother rabbit proudly presents a soft pink cloth pouch, revealing 3 golden newborn bunnies sleeping inside. Sejun gasps out 3 in total awe. Before Sejun can even recover, another rabbit trots out from the dark cave holding yet another cozy bundle, squeaking pee. Holding up the second cloth pouch, the proud father rabbit shows off another set of golden baby bunnies. Sejun's eyes bulge as he screams, 3 more? In sheer disbelief. Resting snugly inside a woven basket, 6 adorable, silky golden newborn bunnies cuddle together, softly squirming in the warmth. Host commentary moment. Look at those golden fur balls. My heart is officially melting. They look like tiny, fluffy chicken nuggets. Beaming with an overwhelming grin, Sejun happily declares that he must immediately cook a hot batch of nourishing soup to help the mother rabbit recover after her hard work. Gesturing toward the basket, Sejun calls Theo over, encouraging the hesitant sales cat to come closer and meet the newest members of their family. Theo nervously inches forward, asking if it's really okay for him to get close, while Sejun reassures him that the tiny babies are completely harmless and sweet. Staring into the basket, Theo's green eyes swell with immense wonder, completely mesmerized by how minuscule the tiny newborns are. Host commentary moment. Theo looking at newborn bunnies like they're fragile alien life forms is pure comedy. Smiling warmly, Sejun gasps, proudly announcing to the golden cat that he has officially become an uncle today. Theo's mouth drops open in utter shock. Encouraging him with a bright smile, Sejun tells cool Uncle Theo to take great care of the baby rabbits, causing Theo's chest to swell as his heart thumps loudly with immense pride. Swallowing his pride, Theo reaches inside his green merchant cloak with deep determination. Pulling out a prized packet of treat paste, Uncle Theo dramatically offers his absolute favorite churro snack directly to the sleeping baby bunnies. Sejun hastily stops him, shouting that the newborn bunnies are far too young to digest solid treats. Theo gasps out in complete panic, realizing his mistake. Host commentary moment. Uncle Theo tried to give hard cat treats to literal newborn babies. Someone get this cat a parenting manual ASAP. Narrowing his eyes with a suspicious smirk, Sejun crosses his arms, sternly asking how on earth Theo was secretly hoarding an extra stash of churro treats.
Theo breaks into a heavy sweat, stammering that they were strictly for emergencies. Sweat dropping profusely, Theo begs Sejun to let it slide just this once. Sejun chuckles softly, glancing up at the sky as he writes in his mental journal that on day 179 of being stranded in the tower, new family members were born. Scene shifts far away to the desolate 99th floor wasteland, where a massive, jagged spire tower rises ominously into the stormy sky. Deep inside a cavernous ancient stone chamber, a giant glowing blue mana crystal hovers in midair, casting blue light across stone pillars. Pristine and humming with terrifying power, the giant crystal pulses violently, signaling an impending apocalyptic event across the upper floors. Standing before an army of fierce Minotaur warriors, a massive shadowy horned commander raises his voice, ordering his proud troops to listen carefully. Glaring with glowing white eyes, the terrifying bull warriors listen intently as their commander warns that the terrifying blue moon is approaching and they must suppress their insatiable hunger. Host commentary moment. The atmospheric shift here is insane. We went from wholesome bunny nursery straight to dark fantasy war council. Stomping his massive armored hoof onto the shattered floor, heavy breathing, the giant commander shakes the entire cavern with sheer physical weight. Brandishing a colossal double-headed battle axe, the 99th floor boss monster, the king of horses and cows, roars that they will march into the wasteland and devour everything in sight. Tremors from the boss monster's terrifying roar ripple across the upper floors of the Black Tower. Back down on Sejun's farm, bright blue system windows flash open, announcing that 30 pyong of the cherry tomato field will yield an extraordinary harvest with a 50% surge for the entire week. Swarming out from the cavern ceiling shaft, dozens of poison honeybees flutter downward in perfect formation, eager to pollinate the glowing crop fields. Gazing across his land, Sejun stands in awe beneath a massive canopy of vibrant yellow tomato blossoms, realizing this massive surge in flowering is the direct result of his newly upgraded artifact hat. Host commentary moment. Look at all those yellow flowers blooming. St. Patrick's straw hat is basically a cheat code for instant farming success. Crouching amidst the lush green vines, Sejun thoughtfully reflects that this will be their 7th blue moon inside the tower, wondering if Kwang and his mother are currently preparing for the storm. Suddenly, tiny squeaking noises echo behind him. Bia, catching Sejun completely off guard as he glances over his shoulder. Sprinting frantically through the dirt, Uncle Theo scrambles across the field, screaming at the mischievous newborn bunnies not to run away. Scampering away at lightning speed, the 6 golden baby bunnies sprint across the farm, creating absolute chaotic madness everywhere they go. Host commentary moment. Look at those tiny yellow speed demons go. Poor Theo is getting a full cardio workout trying to babysit 6 hyperactive bunnies. Snatching a dirty fish bone away from a curious bunny's mouth, Uncle Theo scolds them fiercely, yelling that dirty trash isn't meant for eating. A second later, Theo frantically scoops up 2 curious babies right next to the blazing campfire, screaming in panic that open flames are super dangerous. Watching Theo act like an overprotective nanny cat, Sejun chuckles as the entire farm bees, rabbits, and cats alike works together in complete, bustling harmony. Surrounded by his thriving fields, hardworking animal family, and Uncle Theo tirelessly guarding the newborns, Sejun smiles warmly, fully prepared to take on the upcoming blue moon with his incredible team. Host commentary moment. What an absolute masterpiece of an episode. From ancient dragon vows to tiny bunny chaotic babysitting, Sejun's farm family is officially unstoppable. Theo gathers all 6 golden newborn bunnies under his cape, puffing out his chest while shouting to the tiny speed demons to stay close by their uncle's side where it's safe. Watching the yellow sales cat proudly haul the baby bunnies around on his back, Sejun chuckles softly, realizing Theo actually has a natural talent for being a protective guardian parent. Walking alongside him, Sejun playfully asks how the whole cool uncle routine is holding up, prompting an exhausted Theo to slump onto the ground with a tired sigh as he admits it's utterly exhausting. Refusing to give up, Theo snaps right back up, beaming with immense pride as he loudly declares that despite the chaos, being an awesome uncle is the best feeling in the world. Host commentary moment. Look at Theo flexing his proud uncle title. He went from complaining about babysitting to being the ultimate family cat in record time. Standing nearby, both Father Rabbit and Mother Rabbit flash a heartwarming smile, giving Sejun and Theo an enthusiastic double thumbs up sign. Grinning back with equal enthusiasm, Sejun flashes his own crisp thumbs up, giving the proud rabbit parents his full approval. With all 6 newborn bunnies riding snugly on his back and head, Uncle Theo excitedly announces that it's time for an outdoor adventure, while Sejun calls out from behind, reminding them to return before dinner time.
High above in the cavern ceiling, the poison honeybees retreat back into their massive golden hive, peering out from the honeycomb windows as the environment quietens down. A heavy wooden door of the upper rabbit burrow swings shut with a firm thud, sealing the bunny family safely inside before nightfall.
Down below, the lower earthen entrance slams shut as well, locking down the underground shelter against incoming danger. Host commentary moment. The animals in this tower have better emergency lockdown procedures than most high-security bunkers.
Settling down on the cave floor with a thick blanket draped over his shoulders, Sejun hugs his packed backpack, confidently declaring that he's completely prepped for the night. Glancing over, Sejun spots Theo trying to squeeze his chubby body into a small purple pouch, prompting him to ask what on earth the cat is doing. Wiggling inside, Theo proudly explains that his magic merchant bundle has a special built-in protective barrier specifically designed to block out the corrupting energy of the blue moon. Theo continues boasting that while his bundle is only tent-sized, high-ranking wandering merchants carry massive bundles as large as full houses, leaving Sejun thoroughly impressed by the pouch's hidden abilities. Host commentary moment. So you're telling me Theo's little bag is basically a portable fallout shelter? The magic item lore in this story never ceases to amaze me. Reaching into his pocket, Sejun suddenly asks if Theo can take one extra item inside the pouch to keep it safe, sparking the cat's curiosity. Opening his hand, Sejun reveals a soft, white woven cocoon nestled in his palm, causing Theo to tilt his head in utter confusion. Sejun reveals that it's a precious queen bee cocoon, causing Theo's eyes to bulge out in complete shock as he gasps out in sheer disbelief. Nodding with newfound responsibility, Theo tenderly cradles the delicate cocoon in his paws, promising to keep it snug and safe inside his fluffy fur while Sejun entrusts it to his care. Suddenly, a deep, ominous vibration shakes the entire cave structure, forcing Sejun to grip his blanket tightly as he realizes the dreaded event has finally begun. High up in the night sky, a terrifying dark eclipse rises over the forest canopy, casting an eerie glowing blue light across the entire tower level. Host commentary moment. The visual atmosphere of the blue moon rising is breathtaking. The artist absolutely nailed that apocalyptic fantasy aura. Gazing up through the cavernous roof opening, Sejun looks at the eerie blue moon, softly praying that Kwang and his bear mother are staying safe out in the wild. Without warning, massive thundering shocks echo from deep within the forest, vibrating all the way into the underground tomato fields. Covering his ears with padded earmuffs while munching on a cherry tomato, Sejun nervously wonders if an unidentified boss monster has invaded the bear family's territory. Before he can even finish adjusting his earplugs, a colossal, ear-splitting bellow echoing "moo" violently reverberates through the atmosphere, scaring Sejun half to death. Host commentary moment. Imagine hiding out in a quiet cave during a magical eclipse only to get jump-scared by a mega bellowing cosmic cow. As the terrifying noise slowly fades away, Sejun cautiously removes his earmuffs, utterly baffled as he wonders why on earth a massive cow's cry would originate from the 99th floor. Suddenly, a vibrant surge of magical blue light erupts across the crop beds, transforming the normal red tomatoes into giant glowing blue fruits. Eyes wide in complete disbelief, Sejun gasps aloud, questioning if today's blue moon energy is exceptionally intense, as dozens of blue tomatoes sparkle in the dark. Turning toward the neighboring plot, brilliant pulses of light illuminate the tall corn stalks, showering the corn cobs in shimmering blue mana particles. Clenching his fists in absolute excitement, Sejun cheers aloud, realizing the cornfield is also absorbing the intense blue moon energy simultaneously. Crossing his arms with a satisfied grin, Sejun boasts that his active good harvest skill is combining with the blue moon energy to trigger a legendary mega yield. Host commentary moment. Sejun turning an apocalyptic disaster event into an infinite crop dupe glitch is peak farm lord energy. By early the next morning, the blue moon vanishes, prompting Uncle Theo to cautiously poke his head over a rocky outcropping, scanning the surrounding landscape for lingering threats. Climbing up a thick vine rope toward the surface with Theo perched atop his head, Sejun checks the area, while the cat confirms that the coast appears completely clear. Crouching low near the cave entrance, Sejun prepares to step outside, but Theo nervously tugs his collar, suggesting they should wait until Kwang and his mother arrive first. Sejun reassures the anxious cat, explaining that he only needs to quickly inspect the fields and gather the valuable blue moon crops before returning inside right away.
Clinging tightly to Sejun's leg, Theo sighs softly, declaring that despite his exhaustion, he'll brave the dangerous outdoors to protect his chairman, earning Sejun's heartfelt thanks. Stepping into the sweet potato field, Sejun is met with total destruction. The soil is completely torn apart by massive, deeply carved tracks. Inspecting a giant split-hoof imprint stamped into the dirt, Sejun marvels at its unbelievable size, realizing a monster of absurd proportion left it behind. Looking up at a colossal mound of excavated soil stacked next to the print, Sejun swallows hard, estimating the sheer brute force required to hurl that much earth aside. Host commentary moment. Whoever made those massive prints didn't just walk through the farm, they did full-scale industrial terraforming with their feet. Suddenly, a sharp realization strikes Sejun, his eyes widening as an incredible hypothesis flashes through his mind. Sprinting furiously up the steep dirt pile, Sejun scrambles to reach the peak to confirm his hunch. As Theo nervously begs him to head back underground, Sejun drops to his knees on top of the mound, rapidly digging his fingers into the soil to check its composition. Lifting a rich lump of dark brown earth into his palm, Sejun's face lights up with sheer euphoria as he feels the perfectly moist, nutrient-rich viscosity of the underlying soil. He stares in utter awe, realizing that beneath the dry, barren topsoil of the wasteland lay hidden layers of prime, hyper-fertile soil waiting to be unlocked. Gazing across the horizon, a brilliant vision of an endless, blooming agricultural paradise fills the screen, proving that the barren wasteland can officially be transformed into a paradise. Host commentary moment. Look at that gorgeous wide shot. The artist really pulled out all the stops to make Sejun's farm dream look majestic. Standing tall atop the dirt mound with Theo perched on his shoulder, Sejun looks out over the vast landscape, his mind racing with massive expansion plans. Resting his hands on his knees with a thoughtful sigh, Sejun ponders how to turn the entire terrain upside down without heavy machinery like tractors or forklifts, knowing the task is far too big for Shovel Rabbit. Suddenly, a blue system notification window flashes open with a bright chime, revealing that the tower manager is flustered and demanding to know what he's doing out in the open. The screen updates as Aileen sternly warns him that even though the blue moon has ended, wild monsters are still roaming, urging him to get back inside immediately while Sejun complies. Walking back toward the cave, Sejun turns to the floating blue window with a warm, gentle smile, softly asking if Aileen herself made it through last night's storm safely. The system notification window instantly flashes a deep blushing tint as Sejun chuckles softly, playfully teasing the Tsundere Dragon Manager for worrying about him so much today. Brushing off his hands with a satisfied grin, Sejun warmly remarks that today yielded an unbelievable haul, casually promising Aileen that she has plenty of incredible new treats to look forward to. Slumping his shoulders with a massive stretch, Theo drags his feet across the dirt, groggily mumbling that he's completely out of energy and heading straight back to bed, while Sejun chuckles and thanks him for all his hard work. Standing tall amid the dense foliage, a magnificent cornstalk gleams under the ambient cave light, its kernels overflowing with radiant blue mana particles. Reaching into the thick stalks, Sejun firmly grips the glowing crop and snaps it clean off the stem, eager to inspect his newest magical harvest. A cascade of vibrant system windows immediately floods the screen with a sharp ping, announcing that Sejun has successfully harvested Blue Moon Stamina Corn while granting him bonus job experience and boosting his harvest proficiency. Host commentary moment. The rate at which Sejun levels up his agricultural stats just by picking vegetables makes most hardworking tower climbers look like absolute amateurs. Stripping away the outer green husk, Sejun's eyes light up in complete astonishment as he reveals a glowing, deep purple corn cob shimmering with high-density mana. The detailed system display pops open, revealing the crop's stats, a D-rank corn of stamina imbued with Blue Moon energy that permanently increases the user's stamina stat by 0.1 upon consumption. Inspecting the shimmering purple kernels, Sejun proudly notes that D-grade crops yield double the stat boost compared to standard E-grade produce, marveling at the incredible quality of his harvest. Drooling lightly at the delicious aroma, Sejun chuckles softly, deciding that analyzing system stats can wait because tasting this freshly picked corn takes top priority. Before he can take a bite, a blue system notification abruptly flashes right in front of his face as Aileen sternly reminds him not to forget his promise to share the Blue Moon crops with her. Host commentary moment. Aileen monitoring Sejun like a hawk through the system interface just to make sure she gets her food tax is both hilarious and terrifying.
Chuckling at her sudden interruption, Sejun strolls over to the tomato patch and plucks 5 sparkling deep blue cherry tomatoes directly off the vine. Holding out a wooden dish loaded with 5 glowing blue cherry tomatoes, Sejun gently transfers them through the floating system interface, happily sending his gift over to the dragon manager. Waving a friendly goodbye to the floating window, Sejun chuckles lightly, playfully remarking that, while he loves helping her, serving her for 3 whole years might be pushing it. Up in her grandiose tower lair, Eileen cradles the 5 glowing blue cherry tomatoes within her massive dragon talons, her blue eyes sparkling with immense anticipation. Staring intently at the glowing fruit, Aileen's heart races as she realizes that if regular cherry tomatoes could reactivate her dragon heart, these intense blue moon variants might unleash something truly extraordinary. Opening her jaws wide, Aileen tosses all 5 blue moon cherry tomatoes into her mouth in one single gulp. Raising her wings in sheer ecstatic bliss, Aileen squeals aloud, overwhelmed by the unbelievable burst of savory flavor exploding across her tongue. Shaking her head rapidly in frantic denial, Aileen forcibly pulls herself together, reminding herself that the taste isn't what matters right now. She needs to focus entirely on guiding the incoming mana. Host commentary moment. She's trying so hard to act like a majestic dragon, but her foodie instincts betray her every single time. Closing her eyes in deep concentration, Eileen draws the immense surge of blue mana down into her core, forcing the dense energy deeper into her internal circulation system. Suddenly, a sharp volt of magical energy sparks around her head as her internal dragon heart violently jolts back to life. Her vision flashes red as her dragon heart thumps with overwhelming power, unleashing a fierce tidal wave of energy throughout her entire physical frame. Overpowered by the intense magical pressure, Aileen collapses flat onto the ornate carpet rug, completely overwhelmed by the explosive mana loop. Panting heavily on the floor, Aileen gasps for breath as violent purple sparks detonate along her ribs, struggling to withstand the raw power surging through her body. Back on the farm level, oblivious to Aileen's intense struggle, Sejun happily peels the husk off another vibrant blue corn cob. He carefully sets the prepared corn inside a sturdy iron cooking pot suspended over a roaring campfire, prepping his morning feast. Water boils inside the sealed pot, sending thick clouds of aromatic white steam billowing into the cavernous morning air. Sitting comfortably by the campfire with his arms crossed, Sejun smiles warmly as he explains how using the discarded corn husks creates a natural air cushion, perfectly steaming the kernels inside Theo's special cooking pot. Host commentary moment. Watching Sejun turn survival farming into a high-end culinary masterclass in the middle of a monster tower is endlessly satisfying. Crawling near the rocks, Sejun carefully lays out the leftover corn leaves and silk across wooden sticks, enthusiastically planning to dry them out to brew rich corn silk tea. Turning around with a bright smile, Sejun warmly greets the worker rabbits as they surface from their burrows to start the new day. Inquiring about the newborn bunnies, Sejun listens as Dad Rabbit points toward the lower earthen entrance, whispering, confirming the little ones are resting peacefully inside with Mom Rabbit. Kneeling down, Sejun proudly displays a palm full of glowing blue cherry tomatoes, eagerly showing off the legendary results of the Blue Moon harvest to his furry helpers. Gesturing toward the steaming pot, Sejun happily informs the rabbits that fresh Blue Moon corn is currently cooking and invites everyone to join him for a communal breakfast. Unexpectedly, Dad Rabbit steps forward and gently pushes a single blue tomato back into Sejun's hand, squeaks softly in refusal. Surprised by the gesture, Sejun asks if they're content with just the tomatoes and truly want him to enjoy the rare Blue Moon corn all by himself. Touched by Dad Rabbit's selfless consideration, Sejun gently pats the hardworking rabbit on the head, expressing his heartfelt gratitude for his unwavering loyalty. Smiling softly, Sejun suggests that they all enjoy a quick, light breakfast first, harvest the remaining cornfields together during the afternoon, and celebrate with a massive feast tonight. Host commentary moment. Sejun running a literal rabbit union where everyone gets fair meal breaks and daily appreciation is the wholesome content we all needed. High above the crop beds, the poison honeybees zoom merrily through the air, buzzing energetically as they tend to the glowing tomato plants. Carefully lifting the heavy wooden lid off the iron pot, Sejun is greeted by a thick wave of scalding hot steam rising from the cooked corn. Nestled on a bed of bright green husks, the cooked purple corn cob glistens brilliantly with moist, mouth-watering condensation under the cavern light. Cautiously lifting the piping hot cob in his hands, Sejun huffs softly, blowing gently on the kernels to cool them down before taking a bite. Sitting cross-legged on the dirt floor, Sejun happily raises his corn in a toast alongside the worker rabbits, who eagerly clutch their glowing blue cherry tomatoes. Holding its blue tomato tightly in its tiny paws, a worker rabbit gazes down at the glowing treat with sparkling, ecstatic eyes. Simultaneously, the black rabbit and its white companion sink their teeth into the juicy blue tomatoes, gossip mode activated. Chewing contentedly, the sickle rabbit exhales a soft puff of warm steam, thoroughly enjoying the rich, manna-infused flavor of the blue moon crop. Holding 2 blue tomatoes securely in his paws, Dad Rabbit trots happily toward the cave burrow entrance to share the fresh harvest with his recovering wife. Unable to wait any longer, Sejun opens wide and takes a massive, crunchy bite right out of the center of the steaming purple corn cob. Cheeks bulging as he chews rapidly, Sejun's eyes widen in sheer euphoria as an overwhelming wave of natural sweetness floods his entire palate. Munching rapidly from left to right like playing a harmonica, Sejun devours the cob at lightning speed while the surrounding bunnies watch in total awe. Host commentary moment, the classic harmonica corn-eating technique never fails. Sejun's eating animations are pure comedy gold. A glowing blue system notification pops up with a cheerful chime, confirming he consumed the Blue Moon stamina corn and permanently increased his stamina stat by another 0.1 as Sejun chuckles happily over the bare cob. Finishing every last kernel, Sejun casually tosses the empty cob straight into the burning campfire embers, cheerfully fully recharged and ready to tackle the massive farm tasks ahead. Clapping his hands together with a brisk snap, Sejun rallies his hard-working rabbit squad, cheerily asking if they're ready to head back out to harvest the standard corn crop. The bunnies jump up in excitement, eager to get back to work. Strolling over to the tall stalks towering above him, Sejun nods approvingly at the lush green leaves, noting that the corn ears are plump and perfectly ripe for picking. Reaching into the thick stalks, Sejun firmly grips a heavy ear of corn and snaps it right off the stem with a crisp crack. Instantly, a wave of translucent system interfaces pops up before his eyes, confirming he harvested a well-ripe corn of stamina while granting him bonus job experience and boosting his harvest proficiency. Skimming through the detailed crop information window, Sejun reads that this D-rank tower corn not only breaks down 20 grams of body fat upon consumption, but also grants a physical strength boost that stacks up to 10 times. Host commentary moment, a crop that burns fat while boosting your stats? If Sejun starts exporting this to Earth, he's going to become a trillionaire overnight. Noticing a special bonus effect listed at the bottom of the stat window, Sejun chuckles softly, delighted to see that non-awakened humans get skin elasticity improvements, making him realize his mother would absolutely adore this crop. Smiling warmly, Sejun wonders out loud if he can send a bundle of fresh crops alongside his next message to his family, while the industrious worker rabbits pile harvested corn cobs into a tiny wheelbarrow behind him. Suddenly, a massive shadow looms over the lower cavern entrance as Kwang's mother peeks through the opening with little Kwang resting on her head. Enthusiastically, Sejun waves, warmly welcoming his giant furry neighbors back to the farm. Sliding down a thick climbing vine to reach the cavern ledge, Sejun greets the mother bear, asking with genuine care if she remains safe and uninjured during the chaotic blue moon night. Knowing little Kwang must be starving after missing dinner yesterday, Sejun pops open a fresh bottle and generously pours golden sweet honey directly into the baby bear's cupped paws. Watching Kwang happily lick every drop off his paws, Sejun chuckles softly, promising the mother bear that he will cook up a feast of roasted fish for her later in the afternoon. Nearby, Theo the sales cat trudges past with a tiny travel sack slung over his shoulders, sniffling mournfully as he announces his departure. Surprised by his sudden exit, Sejun asks why the little cat isn't staying to rest a bit longer. Puffing out his furry chest with immense pride, Theo turns around with a fiercely passionate glint in his eye, declaring that a top-tier professional wandering merchant never wastes precious daylight sleeping. Host commentary moment. Look at this little guy acting like a hardened corporate grinding hustle king. Theo's dedication to his merchant craft is honestly inspiring. But right after making his heroic declaration, Theo instantly latches onto Sejun's pant leg like a needy toddler, whining that Sejun needs to carry him all the way up to the merchant passage because his paws hurt. Unmoved by his dramatics, Sejun chuckles lightly as little Kwang gently grabs Theo by the scruff of his neck and carries him off, while Sejun waves goodbye to the complaining merchant cat. Standing peacefully on the open dirt path, Sejun stretches his arms out, taking a moment to plan his next agricultural project while waiting for Kwang to return from his escort mission. Turning his attention toward the barren, trampled field nearby, Sejun inspects the deep monster hoof prints scarring the dirt, pondering whether he should begin leveling and tilling the ruined soil. Host commentary moment. Normal tower climbers panic when elite monsters invade, but Sajin just looks at the battlefield and thinks about his farming schedule. Meanwhile, far up on the desolate 99th floor of the Black Tower, a towering Minotaur king, clad in a crimson cape, sits upon a stone throne surrounded by his fierce, horned warriors. Scooping up a wet lump of slimy muck from the ground, a heavily armored Minotaur inspects the worthless sludge oozing between his massive dark claws. Sitting heavily on his throne, the Minotaur king grimly calls out his subordinates one by one, inspecting the dismal reports brought back by Ox 1 and his scouting squad. Stepping forward nervously, Ox 2 presents a pile of bone-dry soil, offering a sheepish grin while the king stares back in exasperated disappointment. Losing his temper completely, the Minotaur king leaps to his feet and roars at the top of his lungs, demanding to know why his elite search parties are bringing him nothing but useless mud. Pointing an angry finger toward the pile of dirt on the floor, the king fumes in frustration, reminding his troops that he sent them out across the floor to gather edible vegetation, not lifeless muck. Host commentary moment. Imagine being a fearsome floor boss Minotaur and having to yell at your troops because they brought you mud for dinner. Bowing his head in deep shame, a subordinate Minotaur whimpers softly, explaining to their leader that green grass has completely disappeared from their entire territory for a very long time. A cold gust of wind howls across the bleak, empty wasteland as the subordinate laments that no matter how deep they dig into the earth, there is absolutely nothing left to eat. Collapsing heavily back into his grand stone throne, the Minotaur king buries his face in his hand, cursing their dire situation with a bitter curse. Exhaling a heavy, warm puff of steam from his snout, the king stares at the floor in utter despair, wondering how his mighty tribe descended into such starving poverty. In a poignant flashback, vibrant green meadows stretch as far as the eye can see under a bright blue sky, revealing the fertile paradise their territory used to be. System lore displays across the scene, identifying these massive red-eyed horned beasts as the Black Minotaurs, the strongest monster race guarding the waypoint of the 99th floor. During the chaotic blue moon, the Ox King previously ordered his massive legion to roam the lush plains and consume the high-grade grass to replenish the immense magical energy drained by the moon. However, because the giant Minotaur warriors possessed enormous bodies and insatiable, endless appetites, their grazing habits were completely unsustainable. We see flashback imagery of dozens of Minotaurs ravenously tearing up handfuls of grass and shoving them into their mouths. Chomping down continuously on whole patches of green stalks, the rate at which the horde devoured the vegetation far exceeded the soil's natural growth speed. Over time, the once lush, thriving grasslands were stripped completely bare, turning the entire 99th floor into a desolate, dust-blown desert where not a single blade of grass could sprout. Host commentary moment. Talk about severe environmental overgrazing. These guys literally ate themselves out of house and home. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, the Minotaur King worries deeply for the newborn calves, realizing that without nutrient-rich, high-grade grass, the younger generation will grow up weak and fragile instead of powerful warriors. Snapping back to the present, the king clears his throat forcefully, calling out for the next scout on the roll call, Ox 3, while wondering if the warrior wandered into dangerous enemy territory. Right on cue, a massive set of hooves heavy steps onto the stone pavement as Ox 3 rushes forward and bows frantically, apologizing for his late arrival. Catching his breath, Ox 3 explains that when the blue moon faded and he regained his senses, he realized he had drifted far away from their main base, while the relieved king forgives his tardiness. Suddenly, the Minotaur King's eyes snap wide open in complete shock, his gaze locking directly onto Ox 3's head in stunned silence. Stomping forward with thunderous footsteps, the king surges toward Ox 3, causing the surrounding guards to flinch back in utter confusion. Grabbing Ox 3 by the shoulders and pulling him down, the king roars in intense excitement, asking what in the world is stuck onto his warrior's right horn. Puffing thick clouds of steaming hot air from his nostrils, huffs, the king's eyes sparkled with frantic hunger as he demands to know the origin of the sweet, heavenly aroma wafting off the crop. Host commentary moment. The king went from grim military leader to hungry foodie in less than 2 seconds flat. Tilting his head in complete bewilderment, Ox 3 blinks innocently, completely unaware of the strange item resting on his own head. Resting firmly on Ox 3's curved black horn is a plump, freshly sprouted sweet potato, complete with vibrant green leaves, radiating an irresistible, mouth-watering fragrance. Meanwhile, high up in her magnificent dragon lair, Aileen slowly opens her eyelids, groaning weakly as she recovers from the intense mana surge. Rubbing her throbbing head against the wooden floorboards, Aileen mutters in confusion. Realizing she completely blacked out from the sheer power of the Blue Moon cherry tomatoes. Pushing herself upward to stand, Aileen's head slams violently into the grand golden chandelier hanging from the high ceiling. Rubbing her bumped head in pain, Aileen squints around the room, bewildered by why the massive chandelier suddenly feels so low to the floor. Looking down at the ground in utter shock, Aileen's jaw drops as she notices that her sacred mana orb on the floor pedestal looks like a tiny microscopic marble. Reaching down with her massive dark claws, Aileen delicately pinches the tiny glowing marble between her giant talons, realizing in total disbelief that her physical body has grown into an enormous full-size dragon. Host commentary moment, Sejun's farm produce literally unlocked her final boss form. Talk about the ultimate power-up snack. Looking down at her massive dark talons, Aileen squints in utter astonishment, staring at the glowing pink marble perched in her palm as she wonders if her physical frame actually shot up in size. Her heavy, razor-sharp dragon claws rest heavily on the intricate pattern of the carpet floor, emphasizing the sheer weight and gigantic scale of her transformed body. Sitting upright inside her cavernous library lair, her gigantic dark form completely dwarfs the surrounding bookshelves and furniture, turning her sacred crystal pedestal into a tiny floor toy. Host commentary moment. Sejun's farm produce literally unlocked her final boss form. Imagine eating 5 cherry tomatoes and suddenly becoming too big for your own room. Stroking her scaled chin thoughtfully with a single giant claw, Aileen tilts her head in deep confusion, pondering what brought about such an abrupt physical growth spurt. Recalling the magical glowing phenomena, a glowing flashback reveals the Blue Moon cherry tomato shining brightly under the eclipse, carrying 10 times the raw magical potency of standard tower crops. Examining her enormous claws once more, she realizes that devouring 5 of those supercharged tomatoes at once triggered a massive mana explosion, causing a sudden surge within her dormant dragon heart. Clutching her scaled chest in disappointment, Aileen sighs softly, frowns softly as the intense internal warmth slowly fades, realizing that her dragon heart has already stopped reacting. Lowering her head gloomily toward the ground, she sighs quietly, wondering if a permanent cure for her damaged heart remains completely out of reach. But despite the fading surge, her eyes sparkle with newfound hope, knowing that for the first time in centuries, her dragon heart actually showed signs of healing. Brimming with affection, Aileen leans down close to her tiny crystal orb, whispering fondly about how precious and incredible Sejun really is for growing such miraculous food. Staring intently through the crystal lens, her slit eyes suddenly freeze in total shock as she catches sight of Sejun happily enjoying a giant purple corn cob alongside his rabbit squad. Host commentary moment. Aileen went from deeply emotional gratitude straight back to food jealousy in 2 seconds flat. You gotta love her priorities. Snarling in sheer rage as steam vents from her snout, huffs, Aileen fumes furiously, shouting in annoyance that Sejun is eating absolute perfection while completely leaving her out. Trying to sprint out of the library to find a bigger scrying glass, Aileen gets her massive dragon hips completely wedged inside the wooden door frame with a loud squish. Thrashing her dark tail and clawing frantically at the floorboards, Aileen roars like a spoiled child, screaming at the top of her lungs that she wants her share of delicious farm food right now. Meanwhile, back in Sejun's peaceful cave farm under the bright morning sun, little Quang Bear sits high up on the cliff ledge waving his paw, while poison bees swarm down into the harvest fields. Over in the corn patch, worker rabbits cheer happily as they pile up golden corn cobs, while baby bunnies race around playing tag through the tall green stalks. Taking raw efficiency to the next level, a black rabbit proudly holds up a fresh corn skewer while another worker rabbit pushes a tiny blue wheelbarrow packed full of prepared cobs. Host commentary moment. Look at this organized rabbit labor force. They've got a full-on street food assembly line running on a floor boss battlefield. Fanning the hot campfire coals with a wooden stick, an industrious white rabbit roasts skewers of corn until the kernels turn golden brown over the roaring flame. Kneeling down beside the fire with a bright smile, Sejun praises the baby Captain Rabbit as the little bunny proudly rolls a loaded wheelbarrow of fresh corn right up to his feet. Lifting the heavy wooden lid off his steaming iron pot, Sejun chuckles softly, giggle, asking the baby captain to call the rest of the farming crew over for dinner. Holding a cute little yellow bunny in his palm, Sejun grins warmly while opening the steaming pot, eager to share the freshly boiled sweet corn with his hungry animal family. Piles of bright golden corn cobs steam tantalizingly over the campfire coals, filling the cavern air with an irresistible, mouth-watering aroma.
Host commentary moment. The artist rendered this corn so well that my mouth is actually watering right now. Someone get this man a culinary license. Right on cue, a translucent blue system window flashes in front of Se-jun's face, announcing that the tower manager demands to taste his fresh corn immediately. A formal system quest prompt pops up across the screen. Share the corn with the hungry tower manager. Reward, extreme gratitude. Refusal penalty, extreme disappointment. Laughing lightly at her adorable bossiness, Se-jun calls out to Eileen, reassuring her that he was already planning to send her a bundle alongside the grilled batch once it finishes cooking. Obediently marching forward, the worker rabbits carefully stack hot, freshly roasted corn skewers directly onto Se-jun's serving leaves. Gazing down at the massive spread of golden steamed cobs and charred skewers laid out on banana leaves, Se-jun marvels out loud at how incredible their giant harvest feast turned out. Picking up a hot skewer, Se-jun admires the char marks, praising the assorted spices Theo traded earlier, while lamenting that he couldn't make proper butter-grilled corn without real dairy. Host commentary moment. Se-jun is over here acting like a Michelin star chef making street food. Meanwhile, the rest of humanity is eating dry rations to survive the tower. Placing fresh sugar across the kernels, Se-jun grills the corn cobs directly over the open campfire flames. Sniffs until the sugar melts and caramelizes into a glossy, crispy brown glaze. Reaching for a green container, Se-jun generously shakes Parmesan cheese all over the hot, sticky corn cob, chuckling in surprise that hunters actually brought cheese into the tower. Reaching into his travel bag with their mischievous smirk, Se-jun hints that he has one final secret ingredient to elevate his dish into a true street food masterpiece. Striking a heroic cooking pose, Se-jun proudly holds up a small plastic pouch filled with bright red chili powder, chanting his secret seasoning mix like a TV chef. A hilarious memory reveals Se-jun rummaging through sleeping Theo's merchant pouch while resting on Kwang's mom bear back, catching the sales cat slacking off on his inventory duties. With expert precision, Se-jun gently sprinkles a pinch of red chili powder onto the cheesy, caramelized corn cob, gasping, perfecting his magical elote street corn. An official system item description window pops up around the glowing skewer. Whole grilled corn, caramelized with sugar, Parmesan cheese, and chili powder, so addictingly delicious that no one can resist. Taking a massive, crunchy bite into the cheesy cob, Se-jun's eyes shine with pure ecstasy, crying out that all those late-night YouTube cooking videos finally paid off. Host commentary moment. Watching 3 a.m. food tutorials on YouTube is literally a universal human experience, but Se-jun turned it into a high-tier survival skill. Plating 5 beautifully seasoned grilled corn skewers onto a leaf platter, Se-jun smiles brightly into the air, offering the royal meal directly to his favorite dragon manager. System windows chime in quick succession, confirming that the quest is complete, and Eileen is overflowing with extreme gratitude. Turning his attention back to his hardworking rabbit companions, Se-jun asks with genuine warmth if they are enjoying their delicious evening feast. Noticing the adult rabbits carefully feeding whole corn cobs to the tiny newborn bunnies, Se-jun pauses in gentle surprise, realizing the parents haven't eaten a single bite themselves. Grabbing a wooden spoon and a firm boiled corn cob, Se-jun kneels down beside a bowl, preparing a quick feeding trick to help the little family. Sliding the edge of the wooden spoon along the cob, Se-jun effortlessly strips whole, plump corn kernels directly into the wooden dish. Handing the bowl of loose, sweet corn kernels to the squeaking baby bunnies, Se-jun tells the relieved rabbit parents to eat their own meals comfortably while he watches the kids. Host commentary moment. Se-jun isn't just the farm owner, he's basically the ultimate tower babysitter. Look how happy those little bunnies are. Taking a hearty bite out of his own roasted skewer, sighs in pure bliss, finally settling down to enjoy his long-awaited dinner. Suddenly, high-pitched squeaks erupt from his lap as tiny yellow baby bunnies swarm all over his pan's legs, clambering up his knees in excitement. Coughing violently as corn bits fly from his mouth, Se-jun squints in total shock at what the baby bunnies are doing. Looking down at his lap, Se-jun bursts into uncontrollable laughter, watching the baby bunnies stick individual sweet corn kernels all over their fluffy bodies like golden armor plates. Laughing softly as he plucks the sticky kernels off their fur one by one, Se-jun jokes that taking care of an army of baby bunnies is harder than tilling fields. Holding a tiny baby bunny gently in the palm of his hand, Se-jun smiles tenderly while feeding it a sweet corn kernel, enjoying the quiet, peaceful evening on his floor farm.